Hey, what's up? Welcome to stream. This is the sub sound. Hi, everybody. What is today? Today is Wednesday, the 23rd of September. We're rolling on to October, dude. We're gonna see 2020 in the rearview mirror soon. It's a little scary. Hi, Mary Skipper, who says, "My liege, a sub for you." Dormays are going to be very relevant today. Because we're going to be trying to make our own religion in Crusader Kings 3. So that we can turn feudal, and then... Chat, I want you to keep a running tally of the number of times on this stream today that someone in chat who's not here right now says, yeah, going feudal as tribal is basically, like... start the game over, okay? Don't do, like, basically just something negative about converting to feudal, okay? There's gonna be at least a half dozen warnings by my predictions. Maybe more. And we're going to throw caution to the wind and try to do it anyway. That's the plan. But thank you, Mary Skipper, for 16 months of sub. Glad to have you. Everybody else, it's just people arriving on the scene. Welcome aboard. Stealth Archer is boring, do something else. Playing Skyrim tomorrow? What? No. That'd be crazy. I just woke up. Hey, Kyoko, Ready Freddy Snide. How's it going? Streamer hates disorganized tribes existing in disparate communities at one with nature. That's the thing. We're basically already, by the game mechanics, feudal in all but name only. Like, the fact that I can muster 50,000 people on either side of Russia within 2 months says that we're not as disorganized as the game, like, purports, you know? Every time we have to call, okay, so, like, if this was a real tribal society that we had, and we had that many warriors, I don't know if we probably don't have 50,000, but let's say we have at least 25,000. This is the sub sound. And we'd have to go across all of Russia, like, with messengers, sounding the horns and the alarm to call the banners, which aren't really calling the banners because we're not feudal. We're, like, basically having to convince every tribe leader that the actual... This is the sub sound. Big guy, the king, or the emperor, or the high king in this case, actually said what he said. I would have to, like, prove it. And then once I finally prove it with a seal or a special animal or whatever, then they have to be like, all right, get everybody together, let's go, come on, guys. And then they appear within 2 months. It's amazing. So we're, like, basically already feudal. The only difference is we don't know how to build with stone. Russia is real big, too. Nah. Not really. If Russia was a planet, it'd be like the smallest planet in the universe. Think about that, okay? It's not even that big. Aren't nomads pretty flavorless compared to CK2? I think that'll change in time. I think it's fine right now. I'm not really actually complaining about it. The only thing that I still think needs to change, and they're going to have a patch next week, so I really am curious to see what's going to be in it. But the only thing that needs to change is just how you muster troops. And that should change across the board, not just tribal. But yeah, they said they have, let me see. I think I saw Crusader Kings 3 tweeted today and said, during our CK3 livestream, we announced that patch 1.1 will be out sometime next week. It will address many of the issues and bugs you have provided us, and many more tweaks and updates. So I'm really interested to see what that entails. That was from 6 hours ago. So sometime next week. Should be cool. There we are. This is the sub sound. Hi guys. You guys discussing whether Pluto has a status as a planet or not? Cobra Samurai says words in a box for you to read. Wow. Is that all I am to you? A person in a box on your box reading boxes? Think about it. Major Spacer says, did I make it before the Jeffs arrived? No. The Jeffs never left. It's all Jeffs. Always has been. And Lucky 9631 as well. Thank you for sharing the 2 months. Hi guys. Thank you for early stream support. Much appreciated. I wanted to jump back into Crusader Kings. Ooh, this is a good song. I don't think we ever stay around on the main menu long enough to hear this one. Dude, the soundtrack for CK3 is like top tier. All the way through. Anyway, I wanted to get back into CK3 today because we did some nice variety the last couple days. And it feels like we started this campaign so long ago, but really we didn't. It's less than a month ago. It was like 3 weeks. Game hasn't even been out that long. Oh, this is when it goes. This is the going to war song. This one is. Still good though. 1069 Reformation, High King of Siberia, Zhuneg. One of the only kings I have not had the ability to name. So, Past Etal, I think Past Etal left us in a little bit of a pickle right at the beginning. By the way, this dude is who we're playing as. What a unit. Alright, this guy is a witch and a king. If I saw this dude walking down the same hall as me coming the other direction, I would pull out my phone and pretend that somebody just sent me a very important text message. To avoid eye contact. He looks a lot smaller in my portrait in the bottom left. But yes, we're playing as the Witch King. Almost off the top of the screen. There he is. A witch character. So I'm curious to see how this goes, because here's the thing. Even though the goal today is to reform the religion, I really don't think it's going to be him that does it. Because I just won't be able to afford it, piety-wise. I only have 157 piety. And I know that there's a way to decrease the cost of it, but even with that, it's just not likely to happen in his lifetime. So, I think, even though he's only 30, his learning is just so pitiful, chat. Look at that. 4. This is not the guy. It can't be. This is the sub sound. But there is good news. He may yet have a new heir. Maybe he won't. I would tell you, okay, dude, I don't even know where to start. It's only been 2 days. All right, let me finish my first sentence. I wanted to go back to Crusader Kings 3 because I was like, wow, it feels like we've been playing this forever. And I was like, wait a second, we're not even on double digits yet? Today's 10, right? Part 10? Crusader Kings 2, we did like 16 episodes of, did we not? I think it was somewhere around there. So comparatively, we really haven't even, you know, come close. Just over the halfway point. compared to CK2. And also, I kind of like playing it like this, where it's like every couple days we get a new episode in, because it keeps things fresh in my mind, and it keeps the story familiar, and I can remember where we left off, what we're trying to accomplish, and get that bit of, like, consistency from a narrative point of view. We need to make a cult of witches. You can do that. You can convert people. I think we are, actually. I am, yeah. Converting High Queen Takei of Sakbiria to become a witch. Apparently a 95% chance. I am a smooth talker.
This is the sub-sound.
With my diplomacy skill up to 18. About 6 months left, and apparently that's going to go through. So, honey, I have some things to tell you about why I've got small twigs arrayed and hung around the house in different shapes and animal likenesses. Well, I also have something to tell you about the animals that I've carved open in the backyard and splayed their entrails out in a particular pattern. There's a reason for that. Speaking of, we gotta talk about a cool TV show I've been watching again later that I'm reminded of by talking about this. I'll just say it now. The third day on HBO Max is really cool. I have been enjoying it very much. The second episode was sick. I'll talk about it more later. Let's get into this right now. Peasant Uprising currently. Oh, that's what I did. I left myself a little gift. And the gift was, hey, Future Etal, there's a peasant uprising going on right now. It's going to be easy, but it's just annoying. Do we have anybody that's been raised yet? No. This track right here, this like music track, is my favorite ambiance. The wind in the background. The lady singing. The instruments gently coming in. It's so nice, you know. I feel... It makes me feel like I'm actually outside, which is something I have to imagine as a streamer. What that wind caressing your cheek, the sun kissing you on the forehead feels like, you know? I use video games to simulate that. And also bright beacon lights to get a little taste. So I try to soak that in wherever I can. We're also finding secrets. I believe we were... Okay. I'm gonna take a deep breath here. Okay. Take a deep breath, because we have much to discuss. High King Juneg is the first in the line of Avron who is not an Avron. He is unrelated to his father, High King Malyaka, and in fact is a bastard born from his mother, who is not an Avron. She is in fact a Mordvanid. From his mother, and also Chieftain Ojeg, who is Nakarva, and has no other family that we know of. So, when my father died in the last stream, I discovered, and did not know until that very point, that I was not related at all to my dynasty. So that was quite the shock towards the end of the last stream. And that's why, like, Crusader Kings, that was the first time in this playthrough that Crusader Kings actually punched me in the gut. I was so distraught when I found that out. Because it made it feel like everything that I had been working for up to that point was ruined. It did. Because we had been taking dynastic legacy bonuses, nothing that we did in terms of noble veins for congenital traits mattered. We got all these stats because you're someone else's child. The Mordvanids trace their history through Chieftain Kejay, Prince Varaka of the Moyer Confederation, and High Chieftain Urdur II of Kushmaroon. So it's possible if we go far enough back, there is some royal blood. Just because I think Varaka of the Moyer Confederation goes even further back to Gorbel. Yeah. Through Gorbel Avron. So there is a little bit, but it is very diluted. But that's still interesting to note. So Gorbel Avron was my first character's daughter. One of a few daughters. This is numero 1. High Chieftain Uchva. Had Goblina and Grimlina. Then King Dondi, who you probably remember. Chieftain Rada. Gorbel Avron. And then finally Chieftain Hawklaws of Vasugan. So we do have a blood connection via Gorbel. But let me see exactly how much that is. Okay? So Peksheka goes up to Keje. Keje goes up to Baraka. Baraka goes up to Sakron, and then Sakron to Gorbel. So how many, I don't know how many steps removed that is, but it's quite a few. And then, of course, other people have gone in there. So you could probably figure out how much of an Avron we are. But we tried to pave over that by marrying High Queen Takei of Suckberia, who herself is an Avron, and not just an Avron, but also a Herculean Amazonian Avron, which is a +8 prowess, huge health boost, attraction buff, powerful, healthy, and strong. Takei has a sublime
this is the sub sound.
Female physique. Soon to be Amazon witchwife, yes. And also he's pretty hulking himself, but he's not particularly strong. But yes, the goal is to marry back in to the Avron line, which we have avoided doing, and that's totally acceptable in this society and indeed this religion. She's not even my cousin. She's so far removed, she's not even my cousin. But even if she were, they wouldn't care. So the goal is to try to like combine the two lines, right? Because we have the line of Gorbel, and then on her side we have the line of Kloptod through Kuaz. So it goes Kloptod up to Quirtle, up to Dondi. So that's the primary line of heirs. So that's the idea, is to kind of marry back into the primary line of heirs. And she just happens to be an amazing individual who is very skilled at combat and has some talents in stewardship with a lot of room to grow. So that's the story as it stands right now. I am an illegitimate king, and that is my greatest secret. And I suppose it's possible that somebody figures it out and uses it against me, and I have no idea how that's going to go. But going back to what I said, that was the lowest point for me in this Crusader Kings playthrough, because even though we've accomplished so much, it felt like the rug got ripped out from under me. But that's not a criticism of the game. In fact, I would say it's the opposite. It really makes me appreciate it more, because it's just one of those things where, like we've talked about, Crusader Kings doesn't have a win condition. Just having a big nation isn't enough to win the game. Like, I want more besides. And that's one of the things I want, is to have like a really powerful dynasty, because I think that is just a fun goal to work towards. So it just kind of speaks to the game that I can still feel like I've lost something, even though by, you know, all measures of my success on the battlefield and by blobbing out, I'm winning, as far as you can tell. But it felt like that was my lowest point. And I just think that that's cool, that there's still things that'll challenge me in the game. What made it cool was the fact that his father didn't know. So like that was me. When I'm playing Malyaka, I had no idea. Because his mother, this is the funny part, Peksheka, it's a mess. Dude, it's a mess. Peksheka, it's a big mess. When was a High King Juneg born? Was it before or after? let me spin it like this. Okay, so for those of you who don't remember, Peksheka is the person who we as High King Malyaka fabricated a claim on her Mordvanid territory, declared war on her own wife, took her one single county that she had away from her in order to bring her back to the council, which, oh no, you have no available spouse. Uh-oh. Anyway, we took away her one county so she would come back to the council, and then since she was so pissed at us going to war, I divorced her as Malyaka, because it was like, well, I don't need you anymore. You can stay as a concubine and I'll marry somebody else who will hopefully be more prestigious and get us an alliance. In fact, we did not get a prestige buff or alliance, but what we did accomplish was marrying probably the most conniving individual in our game so far, with over almost, she had like 30 intrigue while she was on the council, I think. It might have been even more than that. We married Urge, who was pretty a fornicator and a schemer. Okay, but we knew what we were getting into. She was represented as a fornicator. But what I didn't know was that around the time that my last character divorced his then wife had cheated on him with the aforementioned chieftain Ojeg to produce a fake heir. So it turns out that Peksheka had the last laugh, because the blood of King Malyaka did not pass to the next emperor. Super messy. It was one of those situations where they both spurned each other without knowing that they were going to be spurned. Malyaka went to war and divorced his own wife. His wife produced a bastard heir in secret, and Malyaka never found out. So neither of them did it as a revenge on the other. They're just both bad people in different ways. But they each loved each other. They had like a really positive relationship with each other the whole time, and that's what makes it crazy that Malyaka also himself was fairly feared. So the fact that they went around him knowing that he was capable of dread and inspiring that fear makes it even more kind of harrowing, I guess. I don't know how it shows up the family tree, but I don't know if I want to even open it. Because it's gonna lag. There we go. So the family tree still has me here with under Malyaka. So I don't know. I think the family tree does, because only Juneg knows, and his mother knows. Look at this tree, though, dude. Almost 600 members. We're approaching 1,000 members. We're up to 306 living. Hey, Deadbeat Artist, what's up? So, it's crazy that over half of our total dynasty is alive. That's not going to last for long, unless we continue to grow. By the way, thanks Jake9 says, hello, chat, and Etal. With a wave. Thanks for 6 months, Jake. How's it going? CO2 Blast popping back at you for 17 months. Sharing the Prime. Apollo says, yo. Yo. And then I may have missed 1, 2, 3. I think I got lucky. Who's back for a second month? But hello again. Hi, everybody else. Is just people arriving. I'm just trying to, I'm not even trying to do a recap. I'm really just trying to wrap my mind around how crazy the situation is here. Because if you think about it, the grasp on Sukbiria, as big as it is tenuous at best. When the High King is literally just in incognito. He's just pretending to be the guy they all think he is at this point. 306 living family members, and you still aren't actually in the family. Basically that, yeah. But, I assume the way that he knows is because his mom told him. That's the only thing that makes any sense. Like, honey, your father's dead now, I can tell you. You know, like, they talk at the funeral. They're sending him off with whatever kind of tribal honors that they normally do, burning him at the pyre or pushing him off into a boat or something, I don't know. And he's like, Zhunek, come here. I have to tell you something. It's very important that you don't tell anyone. Malyaka's not your true father. But he raised me! Did he, though? He kind of sent you off when you were like 6 to go be taught by that other super genius, who I don't even know if she's still alive. Is she still alive? I think she is. Duchess Yume. Still alive, dude, at 75 years old, with her 35 learning. There was actually a good chance that our current king became a learning student, because I'm pretty sure that I sent him to be tutored by Yume. That was the hope. The hope was that she would use her learning to make him a pious individual. Instead, he literally didn't grab any of that information and decided to become a tier 4 diplomat Grey Eminence, who is also a witch instead. So I guess she just is jack of all trades and taught him extremely well, just in a completely different direction. And made him a witch, I guess. Works for me. Okay. Anything else we need to discuss before we go on, chat? Are there any other story beats that needed to be identified? Things that kind of happened last time in terms of, well, I'll just show you the photos. I've got the video proof. I got the screenshots, but I just don't know which one's first. Who did we play? I think we just played as Malyaka last time, right? I don't think we played as Mergren. Did we? Did we play as Mergren last time at all? I don't think we did. So this is what Sukabiria used to look like under Malyaka at 45 years old. Let me see if I can line the pictures up so you guys can kind of see how much this changed in one stream. Need to zoom out maybe and move over. Zoom. No, I need to zoom in and move up. That's pretty close. Yeah, that was a rapid expansion over the course of a single stream. You can see mostly to the west. So if you look where the river is in Mordvinia right there, everything west of that river that separated Sukabiria from Mordvinia is now in our domain. It's sucking everything. Use diplomacy to get out of learning anything else. 200 IQ. How's the rest of the world doing? We'll take a look at it. I'm going to take it really slow today because I'm still trying to come to terms. I feel a little overwhelmed by how large our nation has gotten and how many different, like, facets we have. And we still haven't won. Hilariously, we lost one of our holy sites in the transition. So we have to somehow retake Lithuania, which has grown to encompass where Estonia was. Even though we took the kingdom of Estonia, we don't have any of the Estonian land here anymore, and the holy site is here, so we need the holy site. We need thousands and thousands of piety, which is probably going to come from our next of kin. And I'm going to try, the goal today, or with Zhunek, was to try and build a diplomat, I guess, who's also going to be a steward, hopefully. His stewardship sucks, but he did marry up. and I would like to try vassalizing some people. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, I'm just going to take it really slow. Just breathe. I think if I try to rush through this, I'm going to have a bad time. So we're just going to kind of talk it out, take it methodical, because it's just so big that it hurts my brain. Like Mongolia hurts my brain. How did you guys do this? 23,000 troops right here. We only have 18K. So one thing I'm going to make sure is that we're organizing the levies for the reinforcement rate, plus 23%. Oh, I wanted to show you the other pictures. So this was the state of the world. You can see at the time, Italia was still there. Nubia and Mali powerhouses. Zatizu existed. Our king Malyaka was very cruel and also very conniving. In the second half of his life, he had a bit of a midlife crisis and decided to go all in on intrigue. And assassinated a fair few people in his day. Malyaka was callous, diligent, and fickle, which was a ripe combination for me to basically test my reach when it comes to assassinating. He liked to party a little bit, liked to hunt a little bit, was a holy warrior and pilgrim and a tough soldier. Yeah, he married into the most deceitful and ambitious individual who was constantly whispering in his ear to try to take his neighbors down. That's true ambition. So we assassinated the leader of Zatizu, fractured them into two. Mongolia ate them up. We assassinated, I think, the leader of Agujil. We also assassinated a couple more people down here in this mess. What a gross border gore. Oof. Good luck trying to make sense of what's happening. Not even Italy knows. Italy used to span this entire area, and now it's changed into like 17 different nations that just got puked up. We missed Happy Fun Time with the Pope. Yeah, we tried to abduct the Pope and it didn't work for some reason. Not exactly sure why. We got the Byzantine Empire really far up here now. We are borders with Byzantines, which is kind of insane. But I think Mongolia is the real scary one. It would probably be in our best interest to just change our focus, maybe. I want to see how the realm is doing. We got some negative opinions from some really powerful vassals. And when I say really powerful, I mean 14,000 troops is insane. So we absolutely want to try and make good with King Kevador. I can befriend him and convert him to witchcraft, but I don't want to abandon the scheme. We'll try him next, after we finish our conversion plot. Your guy looks like he's part of that dynasty. He does technically, he can trace his lineage back to the original royal dynasty. So he's not like... Realistically, if he ever got found out as a bastard, there would probably just be a civil war. You know? Like, there would probably be a side that would fight on behalf of Gorbel's lineage, and there would probably be a side that would fight on behalf of the original crown, Malyaka, all the way through Uchva. It would probably be his, like, friends and family would declare for him, and then everybody else would declare for whoever his closest relative is that we could prove. I guess Udon, but everybody hates Udon, dude. Look, my sister-in-law is imprisoned, and he's drunk, sadistic, and lazy. With only 200 troops, he's in a war defending against Duke Saren in the war against the tyranny of King Udon. Well, it turns out there's a civil war in Ab already, okay, so they probably wouldn't pick him. And High King Sesame's dead under suspicious circumstances. I don't even know who murdered him.
You're just an egotistical streamer.
Oh, okay, sure. When did he even die? 1066? That was like 3 years ago. I don't even remember this. We did? I did. Did I? Oh, I did, yeah. Who did that? I did that. Why doesn't it say that I killed him then? That's true, I did do that. Because he had the entire other empire of Volga Ural. I'm not gonna tattle on myself, apparently. Didn't even write it in my own journal that I did. I just have to remember. Yeah, he had the entire empire of Volga Ural, because we had 2 empires, and when I died, I gave one to one son and one to the other son. So, the son I'm playing as assassinated the other son because he was an ambitious and deceitful, arbitrary individual that nobody liked. I remember now. Who did this? And fortunately for us, he did have a son just before he passed. And instead of murdering his son in his crib, I just went to war to press my own claims against his child and spared his child's life rather than assassinate him. So, I have a shred of decency, okay? There you go. Now I remember. Thank you for reminding me. Is that it, chat? Is that good? Are we ready to clean up the 15 notifications in the top part of the screen? Hello there. I try way too hard, who I swear just resubbed the other day and who's already back with a tier 3 sub for 7 months. Welcome back. Thank you for the pin to sub. Much appreciated. No one can blame you if you legitimately don't believe you did it. Yeah, if they put me on trial, I will be the most convincing opponent of that particular line of argument that you could possibly have on the stand. I didn't do it. If I did it, why don't I remember doing it? Okay? Can't be guilty. Not technically a kinslayer, because somebody else did it. I was sitting in my bedroom, you know, flipping through, scrolling down my Twitter feed when I got the news. I got the alert on my Twitter feed that my fellow emperor brother died. It wasn't me. Can't prove it. Okay. Let's do a couple things here. Number one, let's move our army. It's so much fun to like recount this story though, because I like to see how all of the the puzzle pieces have to fit together somehow. You know what I mean? We got all these puzzle pieces, and if you can figure out how they fit together, you have a story that forms for your campaign. You have a bunch of gameplay elements and mechanics and things that you do and things that the game does, and it creates a big tapestry if you kind of consider all of them. Okay, so that's number one. We just have to send our army down there to kind of lift these peasant sieges, which I don't even think are even happening because they don't have enough soldiers, which is a nice byproduct of being fort level 5 and having almost 1,000 soldiers garrison. That's pretty good, honestly. Like a almost 800 soldier garrison per garrison is a lot of soldiers. It's a lot of standing army. My client wishes to state that they have, quote, completely forgotten who the victim is and would like to go home. Pasita was too distraught to put down some peasants. I was. There was a lot going on the last stream, but that's what I'm saying. Like, we took everything. So if we just look at kingdom titles alone, we had everything through Volga, Bulgaria. We took Mordvinia, who had themselves taken Vladimir. So by taking Mordvinia, we dominoed into also taking Vladimir at the same time, which was just super fortuitous. We've taken a big chunk of Ruthenia, and indeed probably have the title to Ruthenia. Your vassal, minus 100, King Kettlemund. Only 66 troops. Not really deserving of that crown. We've taken a big chunk of Belarus. We took Estonia, which has been lost somewhat since then, even though I'm pretty sure someone in my line still does. Yep, my marshal actually has the King of Estonia, despite not having any territory. This feels like the season premiere of a new arc. It kind of is, to a large extent, because I'm really gonna dial back the expansion. Really all I'm gonna do is try and just hold the holy sites in such a way as to not lose them. We might have lost the holy site over here, because it seems like we just lost a bunch of territory on death. So that's gonna be tough. So there is Suaminusko. Who owns this? Lithuania. So if we get Lithuania, we get both holy sites, I think. No. Well, yes. Lithuania is currently blocking both holy sites. So Lithuania somehow took both holy sites from us to some extent. I don't even know how that happened. But this kind of is the new season beginning, in a way. We didn't dig deep into Juneg last time. We got to see a little bit.
This is the sub-sound.
Today's going to be the Juneg day. Unless he dies early, I guess. Crusader Kings 3 is so compelling to me because it's even fun to talk about. And it's just unfathomable to me that you guys are all playing this game. Hundreds of thousands of people are playing it daily. And you're all making your own stories. You're playing the same game that I am, with the exact same configuration, the same code. You're just picking a different point and pushing go. And it's going in a totally different way. Even though we have all the same tools and all the same mechanics. It's like I feel like I'm peering in to one potential reality right now. And it's like, wow, this is all encompassing and super addicting and stimulating. And I can just flip the page and jump into somebody else's story right now if I wanted to, or start telling a new story of my own. It's like an alt history simulator. Yeah, the fact that it just balloons out and crazy things continue to happen and surprise even after like 100 hours is really cool. So I kind of just like soaking it all in. Yeah, Europe, Ruve is not feeling so good. Ruve is like... You want to be a king here? Well, throw a dart at the board and you can be king of Augsburg. No, this is just a regular foreign ruler. But I bet there's like 6 kings just right in here. Yeah, I probably would enjoy Hearts of Iron. I did see that they just announced a new Hearts of Iron DLC. So there is a temptation. I just feel like I wouldn't be able to appreciate it because I'd have no idea what I'm doing. But yeah, they got a new Hearts of Iron DLC coming out. I think they're going to do a new Stellaris thing soon. I think they got at least a new species or something is what I heard. I don't know what else they're going to do. I wouldn't be opposed to trying out, at least in a limited capacity, Hearts of Iron. Might be a fun time to jump in. Hey, I'm from Augsburg. Are you, Double X, my lord? Nice. Hey, Renicat, glad you're having fun with them. It's been great to do as well. Hearts of Iron's too much for my small brain. I think I would just start really small. Like, instead of going with a huge nation, like one of the main allies or Axis powers, and go for one of the DLC ones. Like, wasn't the DLC Greece? The new DLC? That might be fun. Just pick, like, Greece and see what you can make happen. Plus, it'd be DLC related. Wasn't it, like, Greece, Turkey, and something else? I think there was a third that they were modifying. Anywho. Okay. Where are we at? Why can't I have this awesome blue color for my nation? Siberia is kind of... Well, it looks like what... If Siberia had a color, this is it, you know? It's kind of just snow color. I want, like, this poppin' bright blue. It looks like muddy snow over here, like dirty snow. What are my issues? I've been scared to click on this button. I've been putting it off. Increase opinion, I know. Low control in counties. I think that's just because we have a peasant rebellion. Realm will lose land when this vassal dies. I don't think that's going to be more of a problem than it already is. I also don't know how to prevent that, I'll be honest. You can call house members to help you fight the peasants. No thanks. You can declare 19 wars. So what you're saying is, chat, put my armies down and declare all 19 wars simultaneously. Is that what you're saying? And then just get the most amount of land possible in a single go? 7 titles can be created. We might do some of these just to appease some people, and also just to consolidate, because it is getting a little messy. Change King Kettleman's contract. I don't want to mess with that until we actually go feudal, which will not happen today, probably. Powerful vassals expect council positions. That is one thing we might look at, actually. Because Kevador does have a powerful marshal, better than Baraka. And Varaka's only got 1,700 troops. So I actually feel as though replacing this... Oh, I know why. I was like, why is Pastital so dumb and didn't put this guy on the council? Well, the answer is easy, because he literally wasn't part of our realm. King Kevador was part of Volga Ural, and I only just took it back by declaring war on my nephew. And we reclaimed all of this into Siberia. So he literally wasn't even an option to put on the council till now. So that makes a lot more sense. King Varaka doesn't really have a better secondary stat. So I think it's fine to fire him. He's small potatoes enough that it shouldn't matter. So I'm going to appoint Kevador, 100%. Kevador also is the second best, period. Like, in the entire realm. So that's a really nice, you know, motivator. He is fickle, like me, cynical, and wrathful. What a combo. A skilled tactician. He's a reaver, not surprised. Logistician. Child of concubine. A eunuch. And disfigured. That's why he wears the mask, and he's got a nice hood with the crown kind of capping that off. A strategist, very martial focused in his lifestyle, dedicating to the art of war. Likes to revel, and he sequesters himself away. What an interesting figure this is. I'll put you on the council. I hope that your reclusive aspects will not make you less likely to give me good advice on the council, yeah? Okay, well, that instantly brought him up to a plus 32, which is fantastic, because he has maybe the biggest army in our entire realm outside of me. So kind of important that we get on his good side so that he doesn't join any factions, because this is a strong man. Okay, who else is strong? Ajmek has 5,300 troops, very respectable. Okay learning, but I can't put you on the council, my man. Also, aren't you my dad? No, which Ajmek is my dad? Chieftain Ajeg, not Ajmeg. Ajeg, a vassal in Lithuania. Ho! Clearly my mother was, swayed by your vast knowledge of the world and everything in it. $45 learning, dude. Should I befriend my real dad? Maybe. Offer ward. Should I offer one of my children to go get raised by my dad? He's so smart. He's a cowardly villain, though, I guess. That's the only bad thing. Seduce dad to be on council. I can't, because he holds land. I can't have a no-ID who holds land, unfortunately. My daughter is already quick and curious. So quick and curious seems like a pretty good... Also, my nephew, Malyaka, is genius. Dude, I have a genius nephew. Grandson of Malyaka from Chinska, my sister. Wowee. Genius nephew. Okay, let's do... Send Kunyavka. Wait a second, he's already tutoring, isn't he? Yep. He's already tutoring. Well, that sucks, and he's gonna be tutoring these guys forever. I can't believe they already snuck in and took the 2 spots. There should... I hope that they make, like, a flavor event eventually, where it's like, hey, if I give you, like, 192 gold... will you send one of those chumps back to their family and make room for me to send my child, like pay for a private education? That'd be cool. Okay, so this is the other guy that's pissed. He only has 1,000 troops, so like, who cares? And then King of Estonia is apparently powerful, but he is the guy we just fired, I'm pretty sure. So since I just fired him, I'm gonna send him some gold just to kind of appease him. And then say, forget about these guys. You can imprison Yalgava, who is a familial kinslayer, and in your dynasty. Who did you kill? Is there a way to find out who they killed? You gain 8 stress because you're forgiving. Apparently, forgiving means you never punish anyone. He's also shy. I don't buy he seduced your mom. Maybe mom seduced him. Mom is gregarious and patient with someone who is shy, and her compassion knew no bounds. She's really actually a lovely person, even though she cheated on Dad and had me as a bastard, and I'm still the king. Okay, this will not succeed, so there's really no point in trying. Take Concubine, which is mostly just a status thing for High King Juneg. He's got Bildu, Solbon, Woman and Court Physician. Was I married to Solbon, chat? I think I was, yeah, because we have 3 kids together. And then we divorced and remarried in order to try and solidify the Avron lineage, I believe. Ambitious, impatient, and fickle. Lots of fickle people. And then Chinje, your prisoner, is a 4-statted goddess. Trusting, ambitious, just, and compassionate, though a drunk. 16 learning, 0 intrigue, and her spouse died of his wounds 4 years ago. I have no idea. You're at an Avron. Why are you in my prison? There's no reason for you to be... Who's in my prison? All right. You're an Avron. You deserve to be taken care of in this house. I'll take care of your child, Oshama, as Chiefess Oshama. Never mind. She can take care of herself. She's got her own business and her own liege to attend, I guess. Fair enough. Okay, screenshot Avron can marry. And prisoners can be ransomed. All right, let's find a suitable match for Screenshot Avron. Your sister, who is a rational paragon, just, trusting, patient, and a witch. 2 witches, dude. Whoo, wow. There's a lot of geniuses. How about prestige gain? Potential alliance with the Kingdom of Suckberia, but no. Let's go to the filter. Why is there a max age but no min age? Because I like to do 10 years, but minimum age 16, you know? That'd be nice. I think they're going to change the filters in general. I guess you could just do adult. That'd be the same thing. That's literally what I just said. I take it back. I thought it through. I didn't look at chat, so don't give yourself a pat on the back. I did it. Me. Balgor, Kyrgyz, Komai. These alliances are bad. Alright, forget about alliances anyway. Let's just do sum of all skills and inheritable traits. Nowaidi Tushtan. Okay? Has a 20 learning, very smart, patient, arbitrary, and ambitious. We got a 4-statted Bork boy, calm, arrogant, ambitious, trusting, and handsome, with very good diplomacy, stewardship, and learning. That seems like a nice man. You do lose 400 prestige, but you know what? You're an emperor's child, which means you have plenty to go around, okay? And it's a matrilineal marriage. So make some beautiful children, okay? Just look over at chat. This is the sub sound. People arrive. Hi, Bonaparte. Hogwarts stream? Nom Nom is here. The rule juror says they're late. Everyone's late, dude. Where have you guys been? You missed the entire recap. And the story so far. We're going to have an interesting decision to make here. Okay, so screenshot's been taken care of. Call a hunt, maybe. Search for a physician. No. We have a physician who might die because of gout, but she is strong and intelligent. Which strong is not congenital, but intelligent is. Okay, chat, now the jail. Who goes there? 10 prisoners imprisoned for 12 months. Oh my god, there's another. There's 2 more, 3 Avrons, including my 9-year-old cousin or something who's been here for a year. At least she's been in house arrest. I don't know why you guys are all imprisoned and stuff. My character is forgiving, so I am going to release the Norse under the pretext that they convert. Which, what do they, I guess they just, do I really care about that? I guess I do. Yeah, because my religion supports witches. So, yeah, I would still demand conversion. He's not particularly strong. Okay, then the Suamanuskos. These guys all are not very strong. The Suamanuskos I'm just gonna let go. What, did I click recruit or demand? This guy's kind of cool. 16 prowess, gregarious, brave, temperate. I might recruit and convert. When you have a 58-year-old in jail for 58 years. It could happen to you. These guys have been in prison for 3 and 4 years for some reason. All right, let's handle that. Then I just need to remember to release everybody else. Okay, good. I know that I'm above my domain limit, but I cannot afford to part with this, so I have to tank the debuff. But it's okay, because I am good at diplomacy. And also, we're focusing on internal domestic affairs, which will boost our direct vassal opinion by 10. My noity is just improving my piety, which may also increase vassal opinion. I think it's still fine, even as a witch. The Suamanuskos support witches. Characters with a witch trait are fully accepted because magic fills the world around us, and it is our right and our privilege to engage with it the way our ancestors did. So I really don't think there's any ill will with religion here just because your character is a witch. I think, if anything, it would just be a different kind of subset of practitioners. You would go for that, like, mystical arts type of religious practice instead of kind of just praying to ancestors. Probably captured from the Volga Reconquest. I think that's true. I think that's accurate. I was working, but I don't know if the money is worth it. What, being late, rural juror? It wasn't. Ozil912, thank you for 2 months of sub. How's it going today, Ozil? And Watermelon says hi. Hi to both of you. Thanks for sharing. And thanks for coming back for another month. All right, chat. I said I was going to take it very slow, methodical. I just want to enjoy my time. I don't want to rush. We're not trying to get to an end date. We're trying to kind of just savor the experience, yeah? Let's take a look at our domain. I'd like to see if we have any buildings available. It'll tell you on this picture. Obviously, we're going to have a ton of empty holdings. It's also nice to kind of look at stats that I normally gloss over. For example, our realm size is 182. Is there a way to see other realm sizes for other realms? I don't know. Secondly, my domain is only giving me 5.8 in taxes and 44 because I'm over my domain limit. So we're actually losing 40% levies and taxes due to this holding problem. But if I can get us up to 10 stewardship, and maybe my wife would have some help with that, then maybe we can do a little bit better. So let's focus on her for a moment. I'm new. How the heck do I avoid enemies running around the map when defeated? That's called retreating, and they're usually doing a shattered retreat. So you can't avoid it. It's basically like, my understanding, chat, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's kind of like they wave the flag. They got like the surrender flag, but you don't really have the capacity to like take them prisoners, so you let them go home. Like your warriors fought their warriors. Your warriors win. and they retreat all the way back to their closest home spot, usually a minimum number of spaces away, at which point they rally and get enough spirit to be able to fight again. I believe, as Adam said, there was an icon that denotes if they're in that retreat stance. They usually, their 3D model will have like kind of a hunched shoulder. I always interpreted it as they're scattered and not really an army that you can fight. Yeah, that would be another way to RP it. But you can't really stop it. You win. The only way to eliminate an army from the map is that your army has to defeat theirs before the third phase. So if you look into any combat, which you're about to be able to see here, as my specialty troop squishes... Okay, first of all, we're going to have a lot of pop-ups because I just released a bunch of people from prison and stuff. And also, espionage. While performing his duties as my spy master, Sanmez has uncovered a secret held by my vassal, Count Kejavat. He seems to be harboring doubts about Sumanisco doctrine. Oh, Kejavat, what would the elders say? Your vassal and champion, the sign of a weak soul. Okay, I gladly accept your marriage proposal, and will marry your sister. Let the two be one. These are people that I'm releasing from prison, some of which I am converting to my faith before I let them go, and others I think I recruited one. But yes, when we get our army here, if you win before it gets to the third, so these are the phases down here, 1, 2, 3, 4 phases. If your army wins before the third phase lights up, that's the phase that you can retreat in, then you completely eliminate the army. So if you win in the first 2 phases, I believe. So you'll be able to see there's 665 troops. Since I've won so fast and overwhelmingly by the second phase, their entire army is squished and gone, and we have killed all of them. If you do not win by the third phase, because this is a slaughter, that means we just killed all of them. If you don't win by the third phase, they can retreat, and that's when they do that shattered retreat, and they can't be interrupted. So yeah, you're not doing anything wrong. It just means you won, but you can't necessarily kill everybody. Please add a 7th council position, prison secretary. Just make that a minor court title, and I'd be happy with that. Speaking of prisoners, the rest of you are just free to go. So because I am a forgiving character, I will release all of my family and friends, no questions asked. Okay, so that's only one of the peasant uprisings we have to destroy. Just gonna march over here and take out these other peasants, and then there's one more up here, but I don't think any of them are actually sieging successfully. Wow, there's actually 4 of them. I've never seen them that scattered before. Okay, anyway, I wanted to handle the situation with my character's spouse. Because she has a title. Of course she does. Oh man, and she's a Mordvinian vassal. That's strange. Because Mordvinia is kind of all over the place. Under King Kevador. I might have to do some metagaming nonsense here in order to correct this, because I can't have my spouse governing a single county. I think in the future what's going to happen is they're probably going to make it where a spouse can share their duties between... Because, like, if you really think about it, put it in perspective, chat. Is managing a single county a full-time job? No, not really. Like, if I'm the emperor and I have multiple crowns under my belt, multiple duchies, and like 6 counties, and you can't manage one county and also help me on the council. Let me explain it logically instead of appealing to emotion. Okay, I'll explain it logically. If you logically state that your wife or spouse cannot govern their counties and help you on the council, by that exact same logic, None of your councilors could be on your council because they are all rulers of their own counties. The end. That's pretty much the whole argument. Every other council member also has counties to manage. Therefore, your spouse could be on the council as well. There's no reason to, like, remove her from the equation. So I'm going to have to metagame to get around that. But in metagaming, we're going to create kind of an ugly backstory here. Because here's what I'm going to do. We are going to remove the title. We're going to revoke a title instead of going to war for the title. So I'm gonna get around this as follows. You ready for this? We're going to revoke. We are going to not revoke a title. Sorry, we're gonna revoke a vassal. Retract a vassal. I'm gonna scroll down because it's his vassal, is my wife. I'm going to find Takei, who I already passed apparently, because I can't. Where is she? Is she on this list? Did I pass her twice? Hang on. Oh, we gotta go deeper. We have to go deeper. She's actually a vassal of High Chiefess Melche, who is a vassal of King Kevador. This is gonna be very messy. This is gonna be like a cup game, okay? We're gonna be, it's gonna be like Russian dolls. We're gonna just pop one out, and pop one out, and pop one out, and then we're gonna pop them all back in, okay? Watch. Here we go. So, I'm gonna say, King Kevador, can I take all of High Chiefess Melche's land, which is considerable. She has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. She has like all that. That's all her land. This is an act of tyranny, causing all subjects to lose 5 opinion. That's fine. Okay. Then, High Chiefess Melche is my vassal now. Well, he has to accept. So let's let him accept first. Hopefully. Did it say he would accept? Side note, how are we doing down here? Did I actually ask? Maybe did I not follow through? I might not have confirmed. I did. Maybe it just takes a week. This is completely different. As their high king, my vassals owe me their allegiance. My word is law, but how much is obedience without devotion worth? In times of crisis, a slow response or a half-hearted effort can lead to disaster. Can I afford such a risk? Who is this? Neighboring ruler, Basilius Daniel of the Byzantine Empire. Okay. I will win the unwavering loyalty of my vassals and become a generous liege. Vassal taxes down, direct vassal opinion up 15. That's pretty good. Fear is far more effective. Gain dread. And you wound this guy as a show of force. I have more important men to impress. I can make Basilius Daniel like me more. I don't know what benefit that really is. If he likes me, I think I go, I will win their unwavering loyalty. Just win their unwavering loyalty. It's that easy, chat. Disco is here, and hooray, Murder Kings 3. Hi, Disco Geek. Isn't it kind of crazy we boarded the Byzantine Empire now? It is, but they've been kind of iffy for the whole game. I don't know what their grand plan is. Also, let me cap my frames real quick. It'll probably make the stream smoother for you guys. There we go. If it was not smooth before, it should be now. Did I or did I not request that vassal become mine? This is the sub sound. Now her liege is Chieftain Malyaka. High Chiefess Melche died after I made the request. Like, literally as soon as I made the request. Wow. Okay, well, I knew that I clicked the button, but I thought there was a chance. So she had, Queen Anka of Ob. They're not doing so good. She only had one son, so he should have inherited everything. All right, well, now I have to request High Chieftain Malyaka come back. High Chieftain Malyaka of Morvinia. Okay. Did I get the Act of Tyranny? Please tell me I did not get an Act of Tyranny. I did! Paradox! Help me! I got the -5 for being a tyrant, even though it didn't even go through. Just asking. It's kind of like, when you ask your friend... How do I put this? You guys ever ask, like, friends or family members if they want to do something, but you do it in such a way where it's like, for example, years ago, I would annoy friends of mine if I had a particular game that I wanted to play, and I couldn't convince somebody else to play it. I would just kind of be annoying until they eventually capitulated and agreed to play the game I wanted to play. But you have, like, an internal timer where it's like, oh, look, my friend's online. Okay, I gotta wait at least like 20 minutes. Okay, so it's been 20 minutes. It's been long enough, right? That I'm not just like sending them a message as soon as they get online to ask them if they want to play the game. Okay, hey, you feel like just playing the video game tonight? Yeah, actually I'm not on. I just decided to look at my email real quick and then sign off. Okay, well now I can't ask you for like 2 more days. Like if I ask you every single day that you come online, I'm getting a -5 tyrant modifier. Do you know what I mean? You can't just be like, all right, they're online. Hey, you ready to play? Like you can't do that. You gotta have like a buffer in between. So that's what I just did. Even though I asked King Kevador if he wanted to play a game, he just signed on to check his emails and then he was going out to dinner with his family. So that's still a -5, and I have to wait for that debuff to go away before I can ask him again. Except I am just going to get more tyranny because I'm just going to ask him immediately as soon as he comes back online. He also loses 40 opinion if it goes through. Luckily, I didn't get the -40 on this, so that's good. Maybe it didn't go through. Maybe it didn't go through, but it felt like it did. Paradox, I take it back. Okay, I retract my statement. That must have been some other tyrannical thing that I did. Because there's no way. It would have had to have been 8 months since I asked, and it's only been 3. But still, the anecdote is still real. I accept your retraction of my vassal, although I think it is unjust. Okay, I don't think I did lose the 5. He sent the raven already. Not his fault she died on the way. Can you guys relate? I've been there before. Yes, Mr. McDirt. This is too real. I don't have that internal timer. Yeah, I did convince some of my friends to play video games. Some of which went really well, and some of which went really poorly. I am the reason why some friends played 250 hours of a certain game that they initially refused to play, and I'm also the reason why my friends reluctantly played 40 hours of a game that they later told me that they hated every second of. You know, I've been on both sides of that, and it could go either way. But you don't know until you try. The following faction that targeted you is disbanded. Independence faction. That's really good. Neighbor war resolved. Doesn't matter. The game was Rust. Though I also convinced some other friends to play Rust, and we played for like 200 hours. So it went both ways on that. But yeah, the game was Rust. Because I was into it in 2015. I was sucked into it. It was my every waking moment, 2015 through probably early or mid 2017. My #1 played game on Steam. By pretty far. Did the Mongols invade yet? I am the Mongols, Twitchy Tyrant. I am invading. I'm the Mongols now. Look at me. All right, what was I just gonna... Oh, retracting vassals. Don't get distracted. Shh, don't ask questions. I'm just kidding. All right, Queen Takei. Now I have to retract you as a vassal from High Chieftain Malyaka, who is now my vassal. Listen, don't ask questions in my stream. There's a second Chiefess Takei, which is very confusing. There's High Queen Takei. So another act of tyranny. And I have to retract my own wife's vassal. This is going to be interesting. So watch this. We're playing the Stacker Cup game. I accept your retraction of High Queen Takei, though I think it is unjust. Act of tyranny. Now that my wife is my own vassal, I go, honey, hi, can we sit down for a moment? I need to have a talk. She's my ally. Why is she my ally? You're allied through marriage. Yeah, we are married. Okay. Is this a thing? We should save. No, don't save. Just do it, okay? Just do it. You get an unpressed claim on the chiefdom of Kulunda. Dynasty Avern lost 150 renown. High Queen Takei loses 50 opinion of you. I cannot revoke a title from an ally without a reason. Didn't I just make a reason? Lose 25 opinion of you, divorced me, and spends 100 piety. Sorry, listen, honey, when you signed the prenup, you should have read the fine print. Because, guess what? All this land is mine in Suckberia. That's what it says there in the small magnifying glass, tiny 6-point font. Okay. Is she still my ally? No, she shouldn't be. Okay, ally gone. Unpause. Revoke title. I have a claim on the title allowing me to revoke it without being viewed as a tyrant. You still gain 8 stress because you're forgiving. Listen, can I have that, please? It'll mean a lot to me. Chiefess Takei. To the impotent High King Juneg. I see no choice but to bow to your decision to strip me of the chiefdom of Kulunda. Listen, it's not my fault. That was mean, but I will allow you to say that. And also, I'll remarry you now. Honey, I know it sucks, but hey, it's not tyranny, laughing my ass off. And now we're remarrying her again. Which is hilarious because you do get the prestige bonus again. Can you just keep divorcing someone and remarrying them to get like a ton of prestige? Hey, another wedding to go to. Everybody's gonna get drunk. I've got free food. We got a buffet over here. I got some hunted boar. We got wolf. I know it's a little chewy, and some deer from the outskirts of Siberia. Happy marriage, too. And listen, just because you decided to go through all that, here's 12 gold. That's all I can part with, okay? That's it. From the coffers of 4,100, here's 12. Don't spend it all in one place. Consider it my wedding gift and dowry to yourself. Now, if you don't mind, we're at a 32% chance to actually succeed converting you to a witch, which is why I'm going to convince my sister right at the last second to, oof, we might get a best of 44% chance. I gotta try, though, chat. I gotta try. T-minus 1 month. We should have waited to do that till after she agreed to be a witch. This was not smart. This was not smart, but we did it anyways. Alliance expired. Divorce expired. Now that I have an extra domain that I obviously don't want, watch this, and then the cup goes back the other way. So this is it, Kalunda. I get to create a new vassal here. I'll give it to her brother. Okay. See? I'm keeping it in the family, chat. I'll give it to her brother, Noidi Kajeti of Actually, I can't. He's a Noidi. Never mind. We're not keeping it in the family. You should give it to her. That literally creates the same situation we just got out of. I'm not gonna give it back to her, or else all of this was literally for nothing. You only have 4 learning anyway. Good RP. Yes, then we could convince her this was all an elaborate witch initiation ritual. I had to see if she was really ready to uncover the secrets of the universe. If she agreed to give up her county, then she could unlock true power. Okay, so I guess I'll just create somebody. He's got children, though. The Noidi does. My vassal and champ... Oh, he's already got land. Alright, but his brother doesn't. Chancellor for Count Tugan. This guy kind of sucks, though. Shy, fickle, gluttonous, lover's pox, no stewardship. Alright, forget about your family, honey. I'm kind of over your family. I'm just gonna give it to somebody that is probably also an Avron. Let's keep it at least in the same dynasty. And hopefully, let's sort by age, actually. Okay, well, not... Age, yes. Adult, yes. There we go. Yuck. 16 years old, sadistic, impatient, and greedy. Huh. Let's try and pick somebody who we actually want to have some land. I don't think it really matters in the grand scheme, but it's fun to kind of like micromanage. How about this dude? Count Vetchkus? No. Let's pick somebody who's unlanded. How do I do ruler? Wait, not unlanded. Not ruler. There we go. Maybe I will pick Yuck. Why is the whole Avron dynasty so bad at diplomacy and stewardship? You guys notice that? Nobody has an even... I'm trying to find somebody who's got a little bit of both. I guess I could just do max age 25, then sort by sum of all skills. That might make it easier. Everyone's so bad at diplomacy. Was there a guy named Brozor? Brozor. Alright, do I have to give it to Brozor, who is sadistic, forgiving, and diligent? Okay. I guess I do. Thrifty, at least he's got some stewardship skills. And he's forgiving. That's if you're gonna have a sadist, at least let them be forgiving. All right, I choose him. So watch this. Nice, this is a really good beard you've got there. Watch this. Okay, so I created a new vassal, and then we go back up the line, chat. We go back up the line. So I find that same vassal that I just made, which was High Chieftain Malyaka. And I say, grant vassal. And I do the new guy, Count Brozor. Boom, I just got a plus 40 opinion with you. And then I go back up the line again to your liege, King Kevador, and I go grant vassal, boom, back to you. But then again, if I keep High Chieftain Malyaka, I basically strip him of almost 3,000 troops, which is kind of nice. But I don't really have any of the titles that are de jure for this area. I could give him a different vassal. Malyaka has a decent amount of space. Yeah, it would make him happy. And I think we can keep King Kevador in check. It'll be fine. Plus, when he dies, he splits all his land. He's got a bunch of kids, I think. Yeah. No. He's got one son and 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 daughters? Wowee. Okay. Either way, there you go. Chieftain Malyaka became King Kevador's vassal. Boom, we're back to positive. We stacked the cups back up neatly. And really the only person who's still pissed is our spouse. Which I'm working on. So that we don't have another bastard event. Could I do... No, let's just leave that alone. Okay. Now, we did all that so that High Queen Takei would come back onto the court here and help me manage my domain, which is a +5. Perfect. Now we can go up to 8/7 instead of 8/6, which effectively just cut my penalties from 40% lower levies and taxes to 20% lower levies and taxes. So there we go. We did it. Okay? So we're going to get a big boost to levies and taxes now. Kind of a big deal. And she's going to be able to help out in other respects. I'm sorry that I had to be so mean and divorce her, strip her of her title, and then remarry her. I know that that's degrading. It was not my intention as a humble and forgiving king, but I think it's the one of maybe 2 ways in the game to get spouse back on the council. I don't know. What was the other way? Brozor, son of Brozor. Let's just keep going down the line. Marin Skell, thank you for the fresh Prime sub, by the way. Sorry, I was really, like, having to focus on what was going on there so we could try and do this right. And we did have to spend 150 renown to do it, but I think it was worth. Ooh, the peasants are being put down at the Battle of Takei over there. I watched the sleeping shape of my wife, Takei, while I send a quick prayer to Vainamoinen. As soon as the last whispered words pass my lips, she stirs as if her subconscious mind has waited for this moment. When I step out of the shadows and offer Takei his blessing, there is no fear or hesitation in her eyes. No, her acceptance is wholehearted and hungry. Welcome to our communion, sister. End your scheme. Wow, I can't believe we got it on like a 45% chance. She gained the trait Witch, which is a +20 opinion of fellow witch characters. So at least we're back into the positive. And I think we should go one step further. How long is this going to take? 12 months. I really need to befriend my vassals, but I think it's important that the new witch queen doesn't hate us, probably. I am humble, so I'm going to keep my humble clothes. And my humble, no crown having self. I think, okay, it's a little too humble. Is there like a circlet made of something that looks like a witch? You know what I mean? Why don't we just go down the list? The circlet is very humble compared to this. The Imperial Crown is definitely not ours. Why don't we just look at all of them? Helmets. And caps. Fur-trimmed jeweled hat. I might wear something like that. It's pretty cold up there. Byzantine circlet. Nah. This is all Byzantine stuff, I think. Cone helmet with chain cover. Very steppe. This is the sub sound. Big fur-lined hat. Cone-shaped hat. Lotus crown. That's kind of what our neighbors wear. We don't like them very much. Imperial crown with head wrap. That one's pretty cool.
Welcome to the kingdom of Suckberia. Did you just laugh?
No, I just have some allergies, I swear.
I think we gotta go for, the one that I just said. The fur-trimmed jeweled hat, for sure. Or nothing, because he looks pretty majestic the way he is, to be honest. Baker, a full gift and 5 subs to the community. Hey, congratulations to those of you who just got one. Mike Wiener, Pose Pricks, Bobcat, Solar Boat, and 555. All first-time subs as well. 1 month each. So enjoy for your next 30 days on the house. And Mr. Kavist also sneaking in there for 41 months. Thanks, Mr. Kavist. I see you with the sword in chat. Hi guys. We're doing a little cosplaying right now. And I think High Queen Takei, shy, cynical, and generous. We could barbershop you as well. Because I think she changed clothes when we divorced. She's not as humble. She might wear something actually... I think it'd be northern stuff. Well, steppe would be fine. Steppe, high nobility. At least low nobility. Even though she's not low nobility. I wonder if you can eventually change the color scheme of the clothes. That'd be cool too. I would say... let's do low nobility 1 to kind of keep in line with the humble. But she can have a crown. Which one did we, was it leaf crown? Is that one ours? I think it is. Yeah, I like the steppe clothing too. I think that one's ours. 1 step forward, 2 steps back. This time it was 1 step back, 2 steps forward, just to kind of get all our ducks in a row. I had to de-land my spouse, but I kept it in the Averin family, which has got to count for something. Listen, if she wants to control half of our domain, by all means, go for it. All right, decision making. I might call a hunt. After the peasant rebellion's over. Okay. Which should be imminently. There it is. Enforce demands. Captured this dude who's got 22 martial, greedy, stubborn, and brave. Though I am forgiving. So I will leave him there for like a couple months and then let him go. My wife, High Queen Takei, is once again absent from... from our chambers as night falls. She has been distant lately, lost in thought, and rarely seen at court. Am I not to her satisfaction? Is she simply busy, or could she be warming someone else's bed? Listen, honey, I know that I had to do this really strange series of events where I removed you from your liege, claimed your land, took it, gave it to somebody else, and then tried to put everything back as it was after I divorced you and remarried you. But, you know, that doesn't give you the right. After we taught her to be a witch and everything. The thing is, she's supposed to be shy. My spy master will continue to spy on her. Or he could just confront her. I'm just going to, say her every move will be watched. Let's just keep it on the down low. The faction targeting you has disbanded. The following faction, Peasant Rabble, is gone. Spy Master has learned of Gunduz's non-believer's secret. And, I guess he's... Uh-oh. High Queen Takei is pregnant. That was fast. Maybe it was just part of the witch ritual, chat. King Kettleman converted from Norse to Russian. Interesting. Well, we're currently in the process of befriending wife. While performing his duties as spy master, my champion Daniil has had a secret uncovered. He has secretly taken my mother Peksheka as a lover. Well, Dad's dead, so there's not really anything I can do about that. Double whammy. Your champion. What makes it worse about this guy is he's not even our faith. And he's got the Wallace and Gromit stance. Chat, you know, my mother's business is her business now. Dad's dead. She can fill her bed with whoever she wants, okay? But at the end of the day, Daniil, you work for me. Remember that. What can I do with that secret, though? Dude, we got so many... I don't even know what to do with all these secrets. I got lover secrets and lover secrets. Dude, this is a strong hook. Why is this a strong hook? I'm just gonna let him knows that I knows. You get a strong hook blackmail on him. He lost 15 opinion of you. Yeah, but I gotta make sure that you don't do anything that I wouldn't do. By the way, thanks for converting to Sua Minusko, buddy. That's real nice of you, okay? Because my mother needs to be with a religious man. I was hoping to surprise High Queen Takei with a great feast in her honor. Who's this? Your concubine is bearing your child. Is this a red herring? I don't trust anyone right now. I was hoping to surprise High Queen Takei with a great feast in her honor, yet she decided to withdraw her attendance the last possible moment. It seems that she thought my surprise was, in fact, part of a plot to assassinate her. Well, you know what? If I were her, and I just got divorced, stripped of my land, and remarried unceremoniously, I might also think something was afoot. You have now gaslit this woman into madness. Huge relationship red flag. Terrible misunderstanding. This is so good. Let her think what she wants. You gain 12 dread. Gain 8 stress because you're forgiving. Perhaps an apology is in order. Scheme power goes down, but she gains 10 opinion of you. What's the chance of actually befriending? 72. Okay. Doable. I can disband my troops. Hindering relations. I have just received the most disturbing news. My spineless rival, Ashmar, has been spreading false rumors about me to Takei, claiming that my desire to earn her trust is nothing but a cynical attempt to exploit her. Why would you think that about me? Okay? Have I done anything, honey, within the last 2 weeks? All right, 1 week. Have I done anything within the last 1 week that might lead you to believe that I've done things that might just be exploitative to try to help? Listen, I've got some bad news for both of you, okay? This entire marriage was fabricated on the idea that I needed to strengthen the bloodline of my offspring by combining our 2 different divergent Avran trees into the same dynasty, okay? That's some real bad news. This was not a marriage for love in the first place. And I also need to remind you, both of you, that there are 300 living Avrans. You would have just been one of those if I didn't ask you to marry me, okay? So remember that. You didn't deserve this spot. I chose you. Shh. Don't tell them. This is so mean. She'd still be chiefess of her land, though. You know what? Maybe one day Paradox will have the option to ask a character which they would rather do. Be the empress of the entire realm of Suckberia, or be a single county chiefess, and then let them choose. Because if actually, I'm pretty sure they already choose. Because if you invite someone to marry, they don't have to say yes. It depends on what they want and what their opinion modifiers. Turns out that having literally anything you want at your fingertips is a pretty big, compelling invitation. I will not allow him to besmirch my good name. 100% chance I persuade Takei. It gains another unfortunate misunderstanding. And then Ashmar spends resources. Best to ignore him. Slanderous rumors. Alright, well, definitely diplomacy challenge. This guy sucks. Your rival. Rational follower. Content, fickle, and patient. I gain stress if I lose. But I don't lose, because I have a 100%. Takei was persuaded by my plea. I'm having to beg her to be my friend. That's not great. Oh, now that the war's over, let's go on the hunt. You lose 33 stress, that's probably a good thing. We're almost to that first level. While performing his duties as spy master, Sonmes has uncovered a secret held by my wife. My very own wife has taken Wincenty Lubomirski as a lover. Who could have seen this coming? A guest of Duke Dukya. Scarred bastard, hale, forgiving, cynical, and impatient. Well, I think I'm finally gonna get to use the disinherited child. 0% chance that's our baby. I don't know what my character would do. Because, chat, you have to remember two things. Not only is he a witch, he is forgiving, humble, and gluttonous. And an extremely good diplomat. I think convert this guy to witchcraft, disinherit the child if it's a son, still raise it as my own. That's what a humble person would do, probably. That would be what a compassionate person would do, but forgiving plus humble is pretty powerful. And then raise their child to be a witch. And then sacrifice him to the gods later. I mean, obviously, you would just sacrifice that child for some kind of magical properties at a later date. Here's the thing also you have to remember, chat. This is where it gets really awkward and difficult to RP. Because my character himself was born of this exact scenario. The queen...
This is the sub-sound.
Cheated on the king. Maybe deserving, maybe not. I don't remember which came first, the divorce or the birth of Juneg. Somebody could go back and look at the VOD. If you can find the exact moment that High King Malyaka divorced Peksheka for metagaming purposes, and see if Juneg was already born before that or not, you can figure out who did it first. Was it a revenge cheat on the part of Peksheka, or did Peksheka already cheat and Malyaka didn't know and did the metagaming anyway? But yeah, my point is, Juneg himself knows that he's a bastard, born of this exact scenario, and is a forgiving character himself, so you have to imagine that he would take care of the child no matter what. Now, that doesn't mean you have to put up with the guy, though I do think that he wouldn't necessarily act out against his queen, especially if she's also a witch now. And also, adultery is legal and encouraged in this religion and tribe. But it still makes them not like each other. They still hate each other. It's like, what's the old saying? All things are permissible, but not all things are how does it go? It's kind of like that. Like, you can cheat on me legally, but I can still be pissed about it. That kind of situation. Let me look that up. Chat, you don't know. Your intelligence is not high enough. How does the rest of it go? All things are lawful, but all things are not expedient. There you go. Mean. Well, you didn't. Nobody in chat said it. I had to look it up myself, so my point still stands. Poachers here in the Chieftain's Woods. They huddle together as I ride up with my guards, making a poor job of hiding the dead heart behind them. We did not do this, your mercy. Their blades and bows belie their words. Punish the poachers, which would be... Why isn't this, if this hangs the poachers, I feel like forgiving should get a stressor modifier from this. You all seem like excellent bowmen. Get prowess +2. The animal is mine along with fines for their lives. There's a stewardship challenge. Probably gonna lose. Probably be easier just to take the poacher training and let them go on about their business. Empty council. Okay. The hunt is drawing. That was the least eventful hunt period. We mount our horses to leave the steppe behind as the servants prepare the heart and other game for the journey back. We return home reinvigorated. At least I lost a little bit of stress. Who died? Where'd my steward go? It doesn't say that anybody died. Count Tugan, your vassal and champion, is our best steward. If I go just based on military strength alone, I'd love to put somebody powerful in that role, but there's nobody that fulfills it. Count Tugan is younger at 26. A decent fortune builder, but he's got 4 stats. Calm, shy, brave, sadistic. The Duke is intelligent. King Setyamka of Novgorod only has 100 troops. I'll put Count Tugan up there. He'll do alright. Let's, we're currently collecting taxes, but I have so much money that I think promoting culture would be a better use of our time. We got, quite a bit of land that is still in need of being Ostyak. We got some Vespian peoples, Mirya. So much. How do you even choose? This is all... Let's just make sure the heartland of Ostyak is 100%. And I think it is. I'd actually like to start moving up here. If I can. Okay, so let's go, like, to Tomsk. Last of the Bashkir peoples. And it's gonna take how many years? 3 years. Whew. I don't think it's worth. Maybe it would be better just to collect taxes, but it's only 8% domain tax. It's not a lot. Okay, anyway, I don't know what to, I'm kind of like dancing around the issue. Steward might have married off. Oh yeah, prisoner? I don't think he's even been in prison for very long. 8 months. It's long enough. I could just demand his conversion and recruit him. That's the peasant leader. Okay, so I think we just continue to spy on her. And just disinherit the child. I think. Because I can't divorce and remarry again, chat. It's too much. My character is forgiving, and he's a bastard himself. He has to understand. He's also probably a little bit more understanding as well. Just because of his own sexuality. How would he feel as a humble, forgiving, bastard-born, asexual person himself? What would he feel? I feel like forgiving kind of says it all. Oh, guess what? It's a son. Spicy. One day, child, you will carry on my legacy. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. So we know that she's having a relationship. I don't think my spy master knows whose son this is. So I have to be careful. I can't act too quickly. He could be my son. We don't know, chat. Unfortunately, I can't ask my character if he had sex 9 months ago. We're not sure. Maybe one day they'll keep a journal. That would certainly make it easier. Because this was we should be celebrating, because this is the whole point. Like, if this is my son, chat, this is the whole point, is to produce an Avrin heir that combines my Avrin lineage and her Avrin lineage to solidify the dynasty. And he actually got the Herculean physical trait passed on. Like, that's best case scenario, except now we have a rain cloud of possibility where this may not even be my child. Either way, though, at least he has the original Avrin blood through her. Yeah, I mean, that's a guarantee. It just may not be related to me at all. Which is just weird. 11, 11 prowess infant. Yeah, the Amazonian is my wife's trait, and it translates to Herculean. Powerful, healthy, and strong, Meltseika has a sublime male physique. All right, so let's come up with a name, chat. We need a name. I'm not gonna name him Bastard. We don't even know. I need a letter. Really cutie? You're gonna give me Q. Baby QWERTY. Baby, just Q. Just the letter Q. So stupid. I don't want like a whole dynasty of people being called Q. I'll come up with something. I keep wanting to go back to QAZ, and we've already done Kazalon. So I can't do that. Kezarek. I want Kezarek. That's a really strong king name. Like Tesseract, but it's Kezarek. Okay, that's the name. I hope you're my son. We're gonna find out, dude. Sounds like a wizard name. I really need you to be a learned individual, because I need somebody to reform the religion, dude. Creating the holiest man alive. That's the goal today. And if this is my son, this is him. We're gonna have to have somebody else train him. I'm gonna get the smartest person I can to be their ward. But I have to find out if they're actually my son. You found a non-believer. Finished the Find Secrets task. And King Kevador converted to Ostyak. That's pretty good. King Kevador is actually pretty chill now. Even though I retracted his vassal and gave it back, which hilariously cancels it out, which is good. The -10 Tyrant will go down over time. That'll take 40 months. So we can't really do anything else crazy for then. That baby would literally beat you in a fight today, indeed. With a tired yet blissful smile, Shinji presents me with a perfect little son. Who will you become, my child, and what shall I call you? This is one of our concubines, who is trusting, ambitious, just, and compassionate, just a really nice individual. So we got 2 sons now. Hey, what's up, Flying Potatoes? It's been a weird day so far, dude. Not a bad day, just a weird day. It's already been 2 hours. We've probably progressed 1 year. There's just kind of a lot of drama going on. More than usual. Alright, somebody in chat wrote the letter C. So you have the letter C and the letter Q. How about, C, H, O, R, F. Sure. How did I end up on short? Okay, I guess that's what we're gonna keep. No reloading. Chorf. It's really not that funny, but Every time I look back at it, they grow to be strong and wise, my son. Come on, Shorf. Let's go outside. Got some chores to do. Out with the horses. Really not that funny, but I just shed a tear for Shorf. Ugh. Ah, that looks like a Chorf to me. That could easily be King Chorf. It could. Oh, all babies cry, but a little Chorf, there's no end to his tears. I desperately want the midwife to ease my worries, but her furrowed brow makes everything worse. That little lord is not gaining weight as he should, even though it's been 2 days. We will take good care of him, my lord, but in the end, his life is in Rocco's hands. Hush now, Shorf. Please don't cry. He's sickly. Aw. He's suffering from a sickly disposition. Oh. I was laughing too hard. It's not funny. He's sick now. High Queen Takei gains structural expertise. Your neighbor Khan Bozon has won a war against these guys. I think there was an offensive war. So here's what I'm kind of doing right now. I'm kind of just letting the spy master continue to spy on, I think he's spying on our home court. So if anything comes up, we'll know. While performing his duties as spy master, Sanmaz uncovered a secret held by my brother King Udon. He has secretly taken Vergava as a lover. Too much drama, man. There's too much. Wasn't Vergava a concubine previously? Yeah, of King Verias of Permia. King of Permia. This is useful to know. It is useful to know. Demand surrender in a vassal war. Who are you fighting again? Do you even have any heirs? No. Can I even blackmail him? No. Okay. We also know King Kevador's secret lover. Dude, we have 2. How am I supposed to process all these secrets? Luckily for them, I'm a pretty forgiving king. An intrigue king could really go to town with this. Okay, I was gonna do something and I don't remember what it was. Check my schemes. We're befriending our wife. Hopefully. How do you stop someone from being someone else's lover without just arresting the guy? I guess you just arrest the guy. Spy Master of King Kettlemond. No secret can be used for blackmail at the moment. I think I already have one. She's a spy master. I could probably assassinate the king that she's serving with her help. It's pretty cool. He's 22, deceitful, fickle, and forgiving himself. The problem is, I don't know where his titles go. Ruthenia goes to Prince Baldur of Ruthenia. They're doing an election. They have Scandinavian elective over there. Heads up, Syntax Squid. Spamming bananas in my chat. White Arrows, by the way, thank you for the fresh prime sub. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for being here. Thanks, new subs. Rule Jur says, if the game names your son Dondi, are you going to accept the challenge? What, to be Dondi the Dread again? Probably not. Be fun to have the opposite of that, you know? Be super nice. I could blackmail my own mother. Because of the secrets that I have. Oh, and I can choose the disputed heritage. Why would I want to blackmail my mother about my own secret heritage? That's really, like, rebellious. After long thinking, I finally decided to invite High Queen Takei to come on a tour of one of my estates in Breslau. Unfortunately, the journey turned out to be a disastrous idea. High Queen Takei was ill-prepared, and every time I tried to lighten the mood, she responded only with furtive malcontent. 69% success chance? After all this, I give up. Well, not friends with spouse. And is cheating on me. And we're not certain whose son this is. It's not great. Let's go back to vassals. And start befriending King Kevador instead. Nobody said life was easy, but damn.
This is the subset.
Yeah. Yeah. Could be better right now for my boy. Maybe he should just go away on a pilgrimage. If I cancel this scheme, 30 years. All right, let's wait a year and then go on a pilgrimage after we make a new friend. Hey, what's up, Fargman? 2 years? Happy 2-year anniversary. Thank you for it's very one-sided anniversary. Thank you for subbing for so long and for coming back again. Much appreciated. Diplomacy lifestyle. Ooh, a notable guest has arrived. Rakish albino. Cool. With white hair and red eyes, she strikes fear in many. Really cool, though. High Chiefdom claim. You inherited the Kingdom of Ob and 4 other titles from King Udon. Looks like he lost the war against his own tyranny. Okay then, and the titles have just fallen back to me. He was sadistic and lazy and a drunk. Wow. Okay. So I just got, wow, I got Kingdom of Khakassia as well. So we now have Khakassia and Ob is now directly my vassal. That's probably going to increase our levies by a considerable amount. We can have up to 44,000 now. And also taxes, I think, are going to be better. So that's nice. On top of that, we got 2 extra holdings here somewhere. Should be somewhere that says Suckberia. Oh, we got actually just regular Ob. Which I don't think anybody wants, because this is a feudal holding, is it not? Yeah, nobody knows how to... Nobody's smart enough to build feudal buildings. So this is kind of just like a dead holding. I don't know what you're actually supposed to do with feudal holdings if you're a tribal government. Is there a way to down convert them? Can I like undo a feudal spot? Or no? Is it stuck? Nobody knows. How to get feudal? It got feudal because the people who we took it from were feudal. So it just stayed that way. What if I just gave my brother Ob back? Seems like if they took it from him, he's probably not worth it. So just leave him unlanded. Currently sorting by relevance. Honestly, New Dondi seems pretty good. Ambitious, diligent, compassionate, and a thrifty clerk. He's only 16, so that means if we give him this land, he'll remember us for a long time. Son of Nidog and a Nawaidi. I wonder who he traces his lineage back through. Chieftain Dondi of Tara. Because these guys are all Avrins. Dondi, Avrin, Dondi. Okay, so the original Dondi. All the way up through there. I'm gonna say, yeah. Make Dondi a new guy. What else do we have, Dondi? I guess I could give you both of these. Are they both in the same... Yeah, they're both in the High Chiefdom of Solaire. Dude, I can make this guy, like, instantly a duke. I might just do it. How many duchies do I have? 3? How many are you supposed to have? 2 or 3? Is 3 too many? Which one is over? I'm supposed to have... If I'm supposed to have 2, then I'll just give him all of this. Because the reason why... Normally I would give 1 to one guy and 1 to the other. But as you saw, they end up overthrowing them so much easier. So, like, if I actually want him to hold on to this land, giving him a little bit of an advantage of having 2 counties in the duchy and the duchy title, we'll let him kind of maintain control of it slightly better when it's already pretty much settled. You know what I mean? Because that's how they just usurped my brother. Because he only had like 500 troops, because he just had a king title but no actual land to back it up. Which is why I'm kind of maintaining 8 holdings, so I can have like a decent stockpile. Okay, penalties after 2. Let's go ahead and give him the whole thing then. Just make him Duke Dondi. Duke Dondi will literally love us until we die, or he dies. 1120, that's 50 years. So Duke Dondi has got 2 pieces of land in Solaire and the rest of the county. If he wants to take these 2, he can go to war for them if he wants. But that also is going to ease some of my holdings up and keep it in the family, too. He's got a hat now! Is it possible to become the Pope? I don't think so. You can become the leader of your own religion, though. I don't think you can play as Pope. Maybe I'm wrong. Alright, perks. We have a new perk. Can't change my focus yet. Title creation cost cheaper. Might be good. Foreign affairs effectiveness, I think, is going to be nice. Independent ruler opinions, also nice. Because I do want to try and vassalize some folks. And that's why vassalization acceptance is good. But these are pretty unnecessary for me. I would say the only one that's good here is benevolent intent for sway scheme power. That just makes the sway happen faster. But I really just want true ruler. And of these, I really just want... I don't think I can use this, really. I pretty much just want foreign affair effectiveness and defensive negotiations on this side. So I kind of need to choose whether I want to work for the raw plus 25. I think I want to work for the raw 25. So let's go sway scheme power up. I don't know when I'm going to be using sway, but we'll see. And then I will ultimately I want to get that plus 25, and then I want to switch to stewardship and get some bonuses here. Maybe. We're gonna need to do learning with the character eventually, but this is not the character to do learning. So we gotta hopefully one of our sons becomes the greatest holy man in the world. That's the goal. Now, with that all done, I'm first in line for the Kingdom of Volga, Bulgaria. King Malyaka II. I'm not gonna kill you. I specifically didn't kill you. I'm just gonna let you live. You do your thing, little kid. We can create 7 titles, but I don't know if I need to do that right now. Because I'm pretty sure factions are not... There's a lot of them, but they're not very powerful. And we also got some good hooks on some people. Anything else that I should be looking at? Absent courtiers. I think that they're just being taught. Council stuff is good. Military stuff is good, and realm stuff is in order. We're gonna lose, obviously, 2 kingdoms if we die right now, but then we just got those kingdoms, so it's really not losing anything. So that works out really nicely. The fact that those 2 titles were just relieved from my brother, given to me, basically just gave me something to give my second son, without having to take any piece of the original inheritance. Speaking of factions, High Chiefess Ninny. Very weak. While performing duties as spy master, Sanmez has uncovered a secret held by my vassal, Duke Havu. The ways in which he seeks pleasure is revolting for any decent man to think of, and yet he is not merely willing but eager. It feels so unnatural and sickening. No, it is unnatural and sickening. Servant, fetch me a bucket before I retch. He's also a witch. It seems like there's more witches than I remember. He's got 1,000 troops. He's considered a powerful vassal who has a lowered opinion of you. So let's just go ahead and make sure he knows that I know. You know? I just want you to know that I know. Okay, back to it. So basically, I'm still trying to, like, wait to find secrets to see if I reveal anything about my firstborn son and his potential relationship to me or not. I've been searching and searching, but King Cavador and I seem to have absolutely nothing in common. Without any common ground, how do I even begin to build a friendship? With effort, I will come to understand him. Befriend scheme, redouble your efforts, gains bunch of stress. Eventually, something will come up. Yeah, something will come up. But yeah, chat, you guys have a lot of questions, and I don't know how to answer them all. Let me just scroll up in chat. Other people in chat, if you see a question that I've kind of already addressed, feel free to jump in and help me out here. Because it's kind of a revolving door of people who end up asking the same questions, but they don't know because they just got here. But I can't regurgitate the exact same information for 8 hours. I don't want to have to read chat. How do you think I feel? Have you eaten dinner? No. Someone did ask if we could look at the rest of the world earlier, and I was going to do that anyway. So why not? Anything cool happening here? Grimlina increased her learning by 3. Maybe she's the chosen one. What's our next war objective? We don't have one. Does your wife know you're a bastard? No. Does your wife love you? Apparently not. Did someone ask if we still inherit Finland? We never were gonna inherit Finland. Any more questions? Man, Nubia did not make it, dude. But Egypt did. I think Egypt splintered off from Nubia. Abbasid Empire still... They're doing okay. They're not as good as they were. How's your day? Fine, before chat showed up, you know what I'm saying? Jalaladin. The Umayyads almost, they can't quite lock down Hispania. Aquitaines are weak. West France is weak. Alba's weak. Ostisland instead of Iceland. England exists, but barely. Good luck figuring out what's going on in here. East France exists, though. But it's East Franconia instead of East Francia. Hungary is still... Wow, never mind. They just have a lot of land. Belarus is almost out. Finland is still pretty strong. Lithuania is... Okay, Lithuania is going to be our next war target. That's what it was. Sweden has 11 people willing to fight for Santa. And then the Byzantines, they're trying, you know? That's really all that's going on. Mongolia is the real deal. Me and Mongolia, kind of just like looking at each other like, who's gonna take the land in between me and you? But once he dies, it's over, dude. He's got some heirs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I assume that this is a Confederate partition male preference. Yeah. So he's gonna split in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different ways, potentially. He may not have that much land to split, but, you know, he's gonna split as much as he can. So he's not gonna be a threat for too long. And unless something goes terribly wrong, we should have a much longer life ahead of us. Wish I could mute some of these wars. Sapmi is a pretty similar place to us. They're Sua Monusco, they're just a different culture, but definitely not going to accept vassalage. Probably ever, I would guess. 118 steep. He would have to be my de jure vassal. And what? My vassal Duchess Goland has been showing signs of pregnancy, and everyone thought that her husband, Duke Tarante, was the father. But it has now become clear the real father is none other than Chieftain Zarni. Well, she is a known adulterer. Also, why your husband be looking like a Dark Souls boss? Irritable, scarred, drunk, disfigured, trusting, ambitious, and callous. I don't know who any of these people are, really. So I'd like to try and care. I'm doing my best. Designate a guardian for Kunyavka, your daughter. Kunyavka is quick and quite smart. A guardian, you say? Okay, let's pause for a sec and go character find. Kunyavka, would you like to be really talented at stewardship? This seems like a nice guy. He's got 14 diplomacy, 21 stewardship, Midas touched, gregarious, diligent, and generous. Seems like a cool dude. No wards? Okay. Why don't you go stay with him for a while? Learn some things. Okay, that took care of one of those. A noble upbringing for a noble spirit. Your neighbor, King Otter. Who? Did I just see King Otter on my screen? Like my Crusader Kings 2 guy? I do not believe we will ever find anything. Did we find it, chat? Apparently we have found every secret we're gonna find. Which according to my spy master, I'll try one more time to see if I can find a secret on my son, whether he's my son or not. But the spy master seems pretty convinced, and he's good at what he does. So I don't know if I have any reason to doubt. But yes, King Otter of Belarus won against a vassal of Moldavia. Or lost, I don't know which. My vassal, King Shaipicha, was captured by my other vassal. I don't know what my vassals are doing, dude. Having a tribe that's this big is just chaos. Why am I down to 6 holdings? I lost 1 stewardship because... we don't know. Did my wife become worse at stewardship, chat? I need to build 1 stewardship so I can get 20% of my domain taxes and levies back. Finland has just won a war against Lapland. Shaipicha has been released from prison. You think we can get to the year 1100 today, chat? I don't think so, but I'm gonna try. Okay, we're not gonna do a ton of expansion. I just want to see... I think we can. After laborious preparations, I was finally able to spend some time alone with King Kevador. By the end of the dinner, he was as much certain that I had his best interest in mind as I was he had mine. Thanks to my efforts, we have established a bond of trust and loyalty that is only seldom achieved between liege and vassal. Hey, I have a friend. And my best friend has 13,000 troops. That's a pretty good friend to have. We're closer than ever. He is wrathful, cynical, and fickle, but he likes me. Okay, so now that I've got a friend, I'm gonna go on a pilgrimage because my wife just told me she did not want to be my friend. So I made friend with my other bro instead. Okay. And, you know what, honey? I know that you're seeing another man. I'm just gonna go clear my head. Okay? Yes, I know that I took your land and divorced you and remarried you, but also, I gotta clear my head. Where are we gonna go? How far away do we need to get? As far as possible. I think these people are still Ostyok. They converted back to Tingriism. Just to spite us, I guess. We could go back all the way to there. We could go to Finland. What's the name of this little holding, though? Probably not a good idea to go to the ones that are held by other people. Oh, it's because we lost... I think it's because we lost this. Yeah, it's Sumanuskos. Get stewardship +1 if we take that. We could probably just grab that. This is the Finnish one. So it's a site at Raviola. We've been there before, but not on this character, obviously. Which one's Raviola, though? What county is this? Kakasonmi? That's the top one. Exceptionally long pilgrimage, 612. Let's go to that one.
As I prepare for my journey, I know that I will travel safely under the protection of the gods. I will be gone for a long time, and I can only pray old man watches over my realm as well. It is time to depart.
Your neighbor Grand Princess Maria beat up Belarus. Oh no. No sooner had I left my family behind did the gods demand a sacrifice. I had so many hopes for you, my sweetest child, Chorf. All the things you would learn and experience and do. There were so many possibilities. A whole life to live. Maybe you would have had children of your own one day, but now none of those things will ever come to be. Rest in peace, little Chorf. I miss you already, my son. He lived only to be one. Alright, that's 2 in a row that Sonmes says there's definitely no secrets at court. Dude, I can't believe I was not even home when my son died. As soon as I left. The narrative tragedy there. Among my fellow pilgrims, there's a woman who preaches compassion and fellowship until she reaches the topic of heathens. One evening around the campfire, she loudly declares them to be abominable monsters in the eyes of the gods. Deviants and child murderers all. Most people avert their eyes when she looks at them, and tonight I was not quick enough. Do you not agree, O High King? They are not all that bad. Sympathy to heathens, domain taxes for different faiths up, opinion of different faiths up, different faith opinion of you up. I agree, and I would not trust anyone who came to their defense. I mean, what? He probably doesn't care that much for Tingri. Do we have any Tingri on our council? Because that would be the one reason why I would pick. No. Do we have any vassals? I don't think we have a single Tingri vassal. Okay, we have one Tingri vassal, and we found out that she is dishonorable. Anyways. We have a Nongcho's guy who also hates us. Yeah, okay, I gotta go with my heart. He would probably just say, I agree, and I would not trust anyone who came to their defense. Your neighbor Grand Princess Maria won. We saw that already. Hey, what's up, Sawdust Bunnies? Came just in time to see Chorf die. I wake to the noise of chaos in camp, but it only takes a few moments to realize what's happening. We're under attack. Bandits are swarming our tents and wagons, while the guards do what they can to resist. Maybe that +2 training from the poachers is gonna come in handy here. Where's my sword? I will drive the dogs away. There has to be somewhere around here I can hide. Stop this madness! I will pay you whatever you want. I mean, that's the easiest one to pick, chat. I have 4,400 bucks and 4,800 prestige. Forgiving, humble, and gluttonous. Also, I'm a diplomat. That's a very diplomatic response. I don't think he really minds. He'd be like the kind of person, humble plus forgiving, plus that high of a diplomacy, he'd be like, yo, hey, stop killing people. What'd you want? Why don't you just come in and ask for it? I have so much, I'll just give it to you. You know? Like, everybody calm down. Why don't you just use your words? Tell me what you need, and I'll send you on your way. You don't have to come up here and, like, slit somebody's throat just to prove that you're serious. I get it. These are our neighbors? How are these my neighbors? They're not even close. At last I have finally arrived in Kakasami. While some worship in churches or mosques, I know the most sacred of places are in the open forest where bare feet are caressed by the soft, nourishing earth. The old groves here are especially venerable, and I find myself wondering about my place in the natural world as I stand amongst the great trees. I have walked the holy path, gained 875 piety, the pilgrim trait, and because your faith worships your ancestors, you gain in the footsteps of my forebears, your close family likes you +10 for 10 years. Pilgrim itself is also a nice same faith opinion bonus and some piety. Super good. Neighbors war resolved again. You are known for your dedication to the faith. Barely. Not by much. My journey has been a long one, but I have finally come home again. The shamans treat me slightly differently. I've undergone the journey of a holy man, and they insist it has changed something about me. Whether I see it or not. See a lot of dark spots in Siberia. Says Civil War to me. Ooh, we need to start converting somebody else. You know what I think would be fun? I have some good friends here, chat, including some... Why is my aunt imprisoned? Who's your jailer? I don't think I can, do anything about that. Tingri Populace have disbanded. But yeah, I want to convert my new best friend to witchcraft. Started a convert to witchcraft scheme against King Kevador. He's got 15,000 troops. That'd be a powerful witch king to add to my Nazgul. Hello, what's a Chorf? Hello, big rusty boy. A Chorf is currently a deceased child, unfortunately. A sweet child, yes. I see that the meme today is going to be People Arrive Mongolia. In fact... just today, chat, there have been at least 15 chat messages about Mongolia in the last 2.5 hours. Mongolia will take care of itself. Haha, I started a meme. Wrong, Pizza Kangaroo. You were just the last person to say something. Okay? You're the caboose on the train, as far as we're concerned. You ended it, if anything. Hey, my wife, High Queen Takei, is with child, and I should be overjoyed, but she's been acting strange, and I can't shake the feeling that something is wrong. Am I really the father as she claims, or has she betrayed our marriage? Bro, just get an intrigue challenge. 92% chance to discover the truth. Just look into it secretly. It's time to find out the real, honest truth. It seems that my fears may have been unfounded. Despite every effort on the part of my spies, I have found no indication that High Queen Takei has been unfaithful. Unfortunately, she found out about my suspicions and is very disappointed in me. Bro, I know that you're cheating on me with someone else. How can you be disappointed that I suspect that the child may not be mine if we both know? It's like, I hate when people in real life get caught doing something and they get offended that you call them out for it. Like, I can't even think of a real life example in my own life, but I know that it happened in school all the time. Someone's cheating on a test, somebody is talking, whispering, passing notes on their cell phone, and the teacher goes, "Hey, Greg, what's going on? I know that you got your phone under your desk, and you're looking up answers." I do not! I am so upset with you for accusing me publicly. Hey, this is just circumstantial evidence at best. Okay, yes, my phone's on, and yes, I have a page open that has, not just a calculator, but the answers to all odd questions, but come on, teach! It drives me crazy. It's basically what's happening here. Or, okay, a more, like, modern example would be, like, going back to the asking friends to play games chat. You ever asked your friend to play World of Warcraft and they say, "Nah, like, I've got some stuff I'm doing with my family tomorrow." Okay. Then, how come 2 days from now, when I looked on my Steam friends list, you forgot to appear offline and I saw that you were playing Rocket League with your other friends? Okay? Why did you lie to me? Why did you lie to me? And then they get all pissed because you know the truth, okay? Even though they're the ones that lied? You could have just told me the truth, man, but now you're upset with me for figuring out that you lied to me. Honey, that's where we're at right now. You were playing Rocket League, but you told me you were going to play WoW with me, okay? I trusted you all along, dear. Minus 25 opinion for 5 years for spying on her. Who told her that I was spying on her? Now it's the tables are turned, and I'm upset because she found out that I was spying on her for cheating on me and possibly having an illegitimate child. I don't know who's at fault here, but everyone is. Well, to be fair, being caught in a lie can be annoying. Really. Like, how annoying is it to be caught in the middle of a lie? Have you considered not lying? That may solve everyone's problem. About negative 25. I am writing to inform you I am with child and it is most certainly yours. Since we were married when this child was conceived, there is no stain of bastardry. When the babe is born, they will be known as your legitimate offspring. Honey, Bildu. I don't know why you're panicking. Apparently, it's all the gaslighting my character has done with all the divorces and the taking of land and stuff, but you're still my concubine and in my family household, and all of your children are still legitimate in this relationship. You don't have to write me a letter of fact from your lawyer. Okay? It's that's just normal. What you described would have happened whether or not you asserted it. This is a very messy relationship. Okay then. Well, I am not doing so good in this relationship, chat. You found out, listen, I'm pissed that you found out that I was spying on you. You're pissed that I was spying on you for cheating on me. Apparently our son is legitimate. At least I have to believe the 93% chance of success there unless I got XCOM. But you think I don't remember that Wincenti is your lover? Well, interesting. Because I am going to befriend him, invite him to court. Dude, I could just metagame this so bad. I could marry him to one of our family members matrilineally to bring him to court, imprison him, then execute. Just to assert myself. But I am forgiving. So. Do it. Where are you? Wait, you're not in my court, but you are in someone else's court. Duke? The Duke's court. Base reluctance minus 50. You were forgiving. Every man has his limits. Can't even arrange a marriage. Oh, because of filters. Okay, adult, yes. Well, they have to be unmarried. Actually, I don't think I can arrange a marriage with him. Do I have to arrange a marriage with Duke Dakya? Why do I only have 5 people? Choose someone to marry off. I don't have any sisters? Convert to witch, then burn at the stake. Unfortunately, it doesn't work like that. 16% chance. 8 years. I've officially started the scheme, but mostly out of morbid curiosity as to who I could invite. There's a fair few people that would be totally happy assisting me in killing him, including Magurka Avrin. Listen, I forgive my wife. I don't have to forgive him. There's your forgiving, okay? 31 success chance for the Chancellor of Spira. Spira is the Chancellor of Dacia. Okay, you're getting bribed. We did kill our own brother, so this is not out of character entirely. 150 for Magurka. Yeah. We need some help. So that pushes us up to 66%. We also got the daughter of Chiefess Takei, who's a different Chiefess Takei. 125. These guys drive a hard bargain here. Very expensive murder plot. That's at 80%. We'll keep it at 80 for a little while. Secrecy is very high, and that's the most important part. Secrecy is probably high because we have so many people involved in it. How do they pin it on me? The money's coming in anonymously. But yeah, it's okay to go against your character's like... That's what the stress system is for. If it causes me some stress, then that's a price I'm willing to pay. You invited a bunch of Afrins. This is a mafia family. Hey, you got some factions. Sumanusco populists. Tengri populists, so other religious groups. The twists and turns of fate have not always been to my advantage. Uko knows I was cursed the day I met Ashmar. Today, however, that curse has been lifted. Fate has smiled upon me and brought that cold-hearted knave to his grave. Your rival is dead. How many more rivals do I have? I didn't even make these rivals. Oh, that was the only one. That was the guy that tried to, tattle on me to my wife, and I had to convince her to be my friend, and it still didn't work. It would be really funny if we finally get to the day we die and Kezarak turns out to be a bastard as well. Greetings, my benign liege! With Ostiak settlement and installation of a new administration, the people of Tomsk has fully embraced Ostiak. Okay, I'm gonna leave you alone to continue collecting taxes for a while. I'd like to gather some more secrets, but disrupting schemes might be nice right now. I don't know how many people I've pissed off. I don't think I want to do any of that except maybe create some titles. We've got a couple schemes going on, and I'm more than content to just kind of run the clock right now. Praise Limpo, Takei has given birth to a perfect little daughter, who we doubted legitimacy of, but is apparently actually my daughter. Guys, I need an interesting place to play. I keep restarting every 30 to 50 years. Has it occurred to you that the reason you keep restarting is because they're all actually interesting? You just have to keep playing? Hey, what's up, Parkside? How's it going? Sorry, I'm just reading chat. Let me scroll up. I'm scrolling all the way up. Wanmin lost 25 opinion for playing Rocket League with someone else. At least you didn't catch him playing World of Warcraft without you. Oh, that's the worst. You ask someone to play a game, and they say no, but then you find out they were just playing it without you. I hope that's never happened to any of you guys, because that's sad. And you need new friends if that happens, okay? They're not your friend. I know you're clinging on to them because it's all you got, maybe, but you can do better. It's like a friend cheating on you. Alex, 10 out of 10 cliffhanger on the last VOD. What up? I don't even remember what the cliffhanger was, but we've been kind of dealing with the fallout of a lot of drama today. Tons of drama, dude. All right, I go with the letter. What's a letter we haven't really used? K. I'm not gonna do Q, then C, then K. In. Non. Non-full. Non-dot. Just non. Non-dot. Alright. A strong, wise name. My little daughter Non-dot. Praise Limpo. Bildu has given birth to a perfect little son. Alright. You sure are having a lot of kids now, all of a sudden. You just had 4 in a row. Praise Limpo. Bildu has given birth to a perfect little son. Who will you become, my child? And what shall I call you? I guess my question is, as far as the game is concerned, what does the asexual trait affect? You know, I'm not talking about real life. I'm talking about the video game Crusader Kings. Does this actually, like... In Crusader Kings 3, this character experiences little or no attraction to other characters regardless of gender. Who's likely to seduce you? I haven't been seduced by anybody. Okay, maybe like earlier on, I think I saw maybe 2 or 3, long time ago, but nobody has tried to seduce my king in like 3 or 4 generations. That's weird. That sounds like...
This is the sub sound.
How come nobody's trying to seduce me anymore? Remember when I was a sexy, attractive, military-minded king and everybody was trying to get with me? What happened?
Gertie Funkle, thank you for 13 months. Welcome aboard. Glad to have you tonight. I gotta come up with another name already. What about naming after somebody? Brozor is just a selector. There's too many Brozors, though. Why don't we go up all the way back to... nobody wanted to name the child Uchva again. How about, like... It's kind of hard to beat our, Baby Chorf. It is hard to beat Baby Chorf. R. O. Y. B. A. Roy Bepp. It's such a bad. I'm deleting that one. All right. T. R. O. N. Trunks. Goku. All right, hang on. All right, the next one sticks. Actually, I kind of want to go back to Trunk. And just take the S off. Trunk. Trunk. May you grow to be strong and wise, my son. Let's go back to Trunk. No S. Pull the lever, Trunk. Classic movie. Maybe I should name someone Goku. Can you guys stop fighting so I stop getting notifications on these guys? Another diplomacy perk? Already, huh? Prestige per powerful vassal. I don't need this at all. But I got it. I need to get to True Ruler. I can swap focuses now. And I'm tempted to just to get... Because we're losing a lot from not having the right holdings. While I have come to expect mischief from my son and heir, Kezarak, his creativity keeps me on my toes. When it's not a prank, it is a brawl, a disgruntled tutor, or Gray's knees from an adventure gone wrong. Never a dull moment. He becomes rowdy, always on the move, full of energy and mischief. When he's up to something, it's not uncommon for others to get hurt. While Chichama's ability to make friends has proven invaluable in my scheme, she's not quite as careful around others as she should be. She's too fond of dropping vague hints, and if someone were to start asking questions, there's no telling what she would divulge. The things she learns are too valuable to shut her up. Intrigue challenge. She remains undetected, or the existence of the murder scheme is exposed. If she can't keep secrets, she must keep quiet instead. Agent keeping complete silence, minus 5% power. Power comes from progress. I don't think power affects success chance, though. So I'm willing to wait longer, right? Gamer Deathbot already, dude? Kezarak got a +1 to Martial. Has 0 diplomacy. He's terrible at it. I'm not surprised by his martial stats. Maybe it's time to go ahead and set him up with a ward. Maybe we should have done that already. Top realm. Sort by learning. Preferably someone with a 4-star education and a bunch of other interesting traits. Like Countess Latava is a scholar and a herbalist. Is a 3-star intellectual with a 34 learning. She is Nongcho's, though. Maybe we can find Suam Nusko. Chief Descinda is a journaler, a herbalist, a theologian. Divinity holds the answer to every question, from what resides in the hearts of men to the mysteries of life. And is forgiving and generous, if a bit sadistic. Only a 2-star, but got 32 here. She's a bit old, probably gonna die soon. This guy's Herculean as well. Maybe it should be the person at the top. Can I make you convert, though? I can. So I can convert you. My faith is too strong to be swayed by your earthly words. I would rather attain my reward in nirvana. Okay. So be it. Duke Saren also doesn't like me. All right, I'm going for the third one down. I'm going for the herbalist, journaler, theologian, quick. She may be old, but we will attempt to teach her for as long as we can. Or use her as a teacher for as long as we can. Okay, so that'll build opinion, plus 5 per month. Guardian of my heir, quite a bit. Agents removed. 2 other agents are no longer part of your scheme. Whoa. That's not good. Right at the end? You remove 4 agents at the very tail end of this? Come on. Maybe I should have gotten the power, like the plus power anyways. That is very unfortunate. 13. What even happened? Did he go somewhere? Now I gotta bribe them a second time. Double dipping bribes, McGurka. You think I don't remember that I already paid you to be part of this? I already paid you. 170. How much do you think this person's life is worth, dude? It's like an awful question to ask. All right, we're up to 95% with 1 month to go. Your mother died! Well, she had some fun before she died. She had some secret love affairs. Mom is dead at 66. She died of old age. And here goes the plot to kill my wife's secret lover. In secret, of course.
My agents have prepared for weeks. The cook has been bribed to look the other way. The poison's been acquired. The duck was gifted to Wincenty alone. It'll be rubbed down with the poison. The bed of herbs will mask the smell as it is served. The deadly bitterness will be the last thing my target ever tastes. See, 8 whole stress because you're a gluttonous. I thought it was going to be because I'm forgiving. 8 glutton stress. What, like I'd rather eat it myself? I don't get it. I'm using food to kill him and that's bad? Okay. How strange. Wasted food. The bird became the last thing Wincenty ever ate. Even better, in his death throes, a bone got stuck in his throat. Now it's unclear exactly what killed him at all. Must have been something he ate. Honey, anything weird happened today? It's a beautiful day outside. Would you like to go for a walk or, see the garden? Maybe go down to the river? Hang out for a little while? Just me and you. And our son, who's definitely also my son. Ask if she's hungry. Speaking of, can you guys, like I said, just stop fighting? When your empire's too big when you get every single notification. Well, I've killed 2 people in my life. I can say that I learned well from Malyaka. I mean, dear old dad had to have shared some of his intrigue secrets because look at mom's still alive. Stepmom's still alive. And we know how she is. Queen Takei gains major architectural expertise plus 2 stewardship with her new administrative abilities. Very nice. We're currently converting King Kevador to be a witch. That's our current task. Your neighbor has won against your vassal. That sucks. I watched the sleeping shape of Kevador. Why am I in the room while he's taking a daytime nap? As soon as the last whispered words pass my lips, he stirs as if his subconscious mind waited for this moment. I offer Kevador his blessing. There's no fear or hesitation in his eyes. His acceptance is wholehearted and hungry. Welcome to our communion, brother. Kevador is now also a witch. That reminds me. Where is my son being tutored? Because I should convert her to witchcraft. She's gonna die pretty soon, so I might just go sway instead of befriend, because I think befriend takes longer. Is your stepmom your actual mom? I can't remember. What? My mom, Peksheka, who just died, is my real mom. My dad is not my real dad. Malyaka. Byzantines are still warring it out. Thessalonica exists as its own location now. That's kind of cool. All right, what's annoying me is my vassals keep losing wars against really easy targets. So in this case... Oh, never mind. It was a demand for independence or something here. Thessalonica has one... That's kind of why it's harder to fast forward here. And then Kyrgyz Oud is basically non-existent, but they just beat one of my vassals as well. My vassals are trying to expand up to Mongolia's border, basically. High Queen Takei is pregnant again. And we know it's not her secret lover this time for sure, I think. Okay. So now we can focus on some other tasks. Like hosting a feast. Why not? Why not host a feast? I am gluttonous. I do like an excuse for food. And I might take an excuse for food in real life here in a moment as well. The guests are gathered in the great hall with lords and ladies near and far from the reaches of the realm. The mood is bright and spirits are high as the feast begins. Let's take a look at who's here. My first guest doesn't look so good.
Maybe you can sit in the corner, if you don't mind. Countess Uzhutka, Chenska, screenshot, your tonk. My lord, the wine. We cracked open the next barrel. It has gone bad. It's all gone bad. The feast is raging, but without drink, the mood is sure to dwindle at a cruel pace. The wine merchant should still be in town. We all have to pitch in. No, I am paying for it. Allow me. Every drunk gets an extra 20 opinion boost. Every guest gets a plus 10, and you get some prestige to boot. Who else is here? My daughters, my children, high chieftains, King Tjutyuk Kettleman, my wife, High Queen Takei. Where's my best friend? My BFF isn't here. But he's not on the list at all. As High Chieftain Kildyson's As High Chieftain Kildyson's eyes widen at my words, I realize what I must have just said about Vergava. I struggle to push my tankard away. I have had too much. I try to get up, wobbling a little. Don't trust a word I say. High Chieftain Kildyson learns of Vergava's lover's secret. I guess it's possible I could tell my own secret about my inheritance in one of these feasts. That would be certainly an interesting twist. Thanks again, Gertie Funkel, for the 13 months of sub. Much appreciated, dude, if I missed you a few minutes ago. Thanks a ton. The feast was a success. I have my wife, Takei, to thank for much of its success now that she is single-mindedly focused on me and not her secret lover, who I killed. I mean, I feel nothing but gratitude as she sees the last few guests off. Everybody gains plus 20 opinion of you for 10 years for hosting the feast. We're still at only a plus 5. With our dear spouse. Even with all of our extra witch pilgrim buffs, same dynasty buff, the 30 feast buff, she really doesn't like us very much. Alright, speaking of feasting, chat, I'm gonna get my own feast. Drink, beverage. Okay? I think that sounds like a good plan. And of course, Midas is always at the ready. Hey, what are you doing? Are you already ready to go? Come here. How come, like, every single dog always does the thing, no matter what? Doesn't matter what dog. If they come near and start wagging their tail,
This is the sub sound.
and they want to be picked up, they always step, like, one step just outside your reach. And the closer you get to them, they back away, even though they want to be picked up. You know what I'm talking about? It's like, come here. Like, you just step towards me, and then I can get you. They prepare themselves. I do think that's what it is. They're just, like, anticipating getting picked up. So they're, like, kind of backing up to get a little bit more stable footing. Right? Is that why? Stinky? What are you doing today? What have you been up to? What kind of dog activities? My son. Do you even know? No pickup, only... no pickup, only hold. Yeah, like no take ball, only throw. Concormastar, thanks for 28 months, dude. Midas says thank you as well. Big yawn. Appreciate the sub support. Alright, we're going to take a quick BRB. About 5 minutes. I'm going to take my son out, give him a snack, get a snack for myself, grab a drink, and come back. Okay? And then we will do more Suckberian things. Specifically, I think we're just going to do one big war, and then kind of just let time tick a little bit. I just need to get the 2 holy sites, and probably just conquer Lithuania. So we're going to be able to press some claims here, which I can do without invading a kingdom. Because I'm pretty sure we have people in our realm that just have the whole of Lithuania as a claim. Yep. High Chieftain Varaka has the whole thing as a claim. And Chieftain Rada has the whole thing as a claim, so we just kind of just choose who we like better out of these two, and go from there. Should be fairly straightforward with their 3,600 troops. And then we'll have the holy sites, and then we kind of just need to prep consolidation and keep training our son and see what he turns into. I doubt he's going to be super smart, but maybe. He does have a propensity for martial and intrigue, which would still be really fun to play as. So I'm looking forward to that nonetheless. All right, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with me tonight. Just going to cam off for a minute and put the BRB up where you can hopefully see it. The mute. And the music. Thanks for spending your Wednesday here. I'll see you in just a minute. BRB.
This is the sub sound.
I'm back. And I come bearing gifts. Hey, what's up, Leo Marlaska? I'm just people arriving too. Ooh.
Welcome to the kingdom of Suckberia. Did you just laugh?
No, I just have some allergies, I swear.
Did something just happen? Oh! I had to step away for a moment. Thanks for the gift sub, Parkside. Super nice. We didn't hear anything you said. Oh, I just said I was stretching my gamer legs. Congrats to Suman, Roadblockin', Wimpy Warrior, Couscous, and Shylord. Welcome to the stream.
This is the sub sound.
4 of you are brand new here. So enjoy your stay. Here we go. Sorry, I'm having to do my own mixing here. Cheers, chat. Good time for some gift subs. Because cheers to that. Also, thank you, Looter, who says, whoa. Whoa, indeed, Looter. Chargoth gifting a sub to 5 Stripe Forever as well. Thank you for all the gift subs, Chargoth. Hope you're having a good one. Thanks for popping in, saying hi. Happy Wednesday indeed. All right, now that we've been a few hours in, the first couple hours of Crusader Kings are always the most stressful. Now that things have kind of calmed down and the intro drama is over, I can be a little bit more interactive in terms of questions about, like, either our empire or the game itself. Because it's just very overwhelming whenever I first jump back in. So I get a little bit stressed, and then after a few hours I kind of de-stress once I kind of catch up on all my to-do list. Because of the beginning of, when you see 13 issues and you got all these tabs, there's so many options. It's fun to kind of like dive in and see what you may have forgotten. Plus, it was just really hard to figure out how to... I love all the trauma between these two. This is the worst relationship that we've had so far. Somehow worse than High King Malyaka, because I think him and Urge were made for each other with their backstabbing tag team to murder a whole bunch of people in secret. My personal favorite, I think, is still... I did like Brozor and Kanshi because they both kind of completed each other in different ways. With the sadism, the wrath, but also the patient forgiving was kind of a fun dynamic. And then Dondi, kind of the reverse of that, where he was the sadist and the arrogant one. And then Queen Kenyava was vengeful, fickle, and cynical, and they rambled to each other in drunk, behind-the-scenes Rants. Speaking of rants, does anybody else have like a dozen different small containers of sauce from various takeout restaurants that you don't want to throw away because you're afraid that it's going to break inside the garbage bag and spill everywhere, and there's somehow going to be a tiny hole at the bottom of the garbage bag, so you just leave them in your fridge forever, and you mean to throw them out the next time that it's garbage day, but you always forget? Because I do. I have like 4 different BBQ sauces. I've got some dipping sauce from like some chicken nugs. I like how some of you guys are like, I have no idea what you're talking about, and others are just like, stop attacking me. Really divided the chat, somewhat. Or okay, if you're not scared to throw them out, you think you might have a use for them later, right? Either one, same end result. Those gnats really got to you. 2 kinds of people, I guess so. I love how I asked you guys if you had any questions about the game, and then it was like, hey, how about those fridge sauces? Like, at least one of you had to ask a legit question and just got instantly swamped. He's attacking my sauce. What happened? I never expected I would grow as close to Chieftain Zarni as I have done. On multiple occasions, he's proven to be reliable and forthright, with only my best interests at heart. He's gregarious, zealous, humble, handsome, and an adequate bargainer. Hello, my cactus and I. Anybody else who just popped in? It's the hat. I know, we got a similar hat. It's so rare to find a true friend, I'm not convinced. I never want to see him again. He's also a stunning diplomat. I got a new friend. And I'm currently trying to sway the tutor of my student, my child, my 4-year-old baby. The thing is, once the sauce goes in the fridge and coagulates, it's never as good as when you first get it. That's the problem with fridge sauce. Because it gets all thick. This is Salsa Chat is online, Mikas. When you stock up on sauces like ranch and honey mustard as well. I blow through honey mustard so fast. Honey mustard is my #1 by far. I get the only one that I get the grocery store regular kind. It's not anything special. My counselor died. Hold on. Which one do I get? They hide it with the barbecue sauces because it's a barbecue sauce guy. Who's the barbecue sauce guy? What's his name? He's got his whole line of sauces that everybody swears by. Even though it's fairly overrated. Sweet Baby Ray's. Yeah, thank you. I like that Ryven knows who I'm talking about. Sweet Baby Ray's makes a honey mustard that's actually pretty good. So that's my honey mustard of choice. But they hide it with the BBQ. Your counselor, wasn't she the Noidi? She may have been my, She was my Noidi. But who is... Okay, my concubine is currently the physician. That'll work. So many scandals today. My aunt, Queen Kafi, has been showing signs of pregnancy, and everyone thought her husband, King Olavi of Finland, was the real father of the child, but it's become clear the real father is none other than Gajeg, his courtier and evil zealot. Oh my, what a scandal. That's my aunt. In a matrilineal... No! Come on, Aunt Kaffy! Don't you know how much our dad worked to put you in that role so that all of your children would be Avrins? Okay, they still are Avrins. So the job's still done. That's good. We still have 4 Finnish Avrins. That's fine. With a tired yet blissful smile, Queen Takei presents me with a perfect little daughter. Who will you become? We've already got Nondot and Kezarak. So let's go with, Robot Mystic says H. Holotax. Holotax. That's a great Pokemon name. Is Screenshot still alive? Oh, yeah.
This is the sub sound.
Premium.
Indeed, she is. Teddy Play, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Very much appreciated. That's 2 subs of support. That means Teddy's at least twice as good as any regular sub. Most of you are fake anyways. Bunch of gift sub. Taking freebies, handouts from chat. Fair. I mean, look at Ace Tech. Ace Tech took 12 months of free sub yesterday from me. Six more days on the Pokemon art thing, chat. Check pins in art, haha, smiley. Yeah, we're gonna be doing an art stream soon. And, Liuda is organizing people from the community who want to draw Pokemon based on the names of our children in Crusader Kings. So if you like to do art, and you'd like to try and imagine what a Pokemon would look like, you can grab one of the names and submit it, and there's going to be this whole big art show in one of the plane streams. We're going to do an art stream during part of that. Hopefully within the next month. We are going to do another plane stream this weekend, not the art stream. It's either going to be Saturday or Sunday. I don't know which day. Alright, so we did succeed in swaying her. Why can't I try to... Maybe I have to cancel my scheme? Yeah. We're going to try converting to witchcraft. It's only a 52% chance, but I'm going to go ahead and try. We'll see how it goes. Finally, some in-flight entertainment. What do you think we did last time? But yeah, if you want to contribute to that, look in the Discord. It's in the art channel, and it's a pinned message. We died. You don't think that was entertaining, though? It's pretty entertaining to me. Udon can marry. Were you not married? What happened to your... You were definitely, like, the emperor. Alliance with Sapme. I just don't know if there's a reason to do that. The mother of King Lagon. I mean, it's a fairly meaningless alliance. I think you can just can he just marry himself? Flying through fog and almost dying in a volcano wasn't good enough? Yeah. Was it not? Right now, 2x speed is just a little bit better for me because we get so many notifications, and I want to figure out a couple other things that I want to, like, consider. We're only 3 levels away from True Ruler. I don't know if that's going to help me really that much. Once we get close, I'm going to switch from domestic to external and try and start buffing my relationship with exterior neighbors. I guess we could go ahead and do the Lithuanian War before they end up fracturing or losing the people that we have claims through. Fracturing. Because I got multiple chieftains, like Rada, who's 53, 25 martial skill, zealous, arbitrary, and callous. He's a brilliant strategist, an aggressive attacker, open terrain expert, reckless, hale, has lover's pox, a pilgrim, and an overseer. What a combo here. I think giving it to the zealous guy,
This is the sub-sound.
it's kind of, you know, fitting because he's going to have at least one holy site in his territory. So he'd probably take it. Roof, please. Thanks for being a cool chat and streamer, Brimo. One of those two things is true. I'll let you decide. Thanks for 15 months. How's your Crusader Kings going? I think we all know which one's true. Right, chat? So, High Chieftain Varaka used to be a king, but he lost his crown. So since we already pressed his claim, and I think he gave up Estonia, I'm going to try Chieftain Rada instead. Still cost me 1,000 prestige, but we got more than enough to cover that. I see no reason why we shouldn't do this war. As far as I can tell, their allies are extremely weak. We don't need any allies. We just go. Is this still Suckberia? It is still Suckberia. I still have not done what I want to do, and I still have not won. I want to convert my religion, which is going to be very difficult. I'm not the only one at war. There's a holy war going on right now. I say... I like going for capital first, obviously. This is a pretty good spot. Pretty decent spot to raise troops. So, I don't think we can go all the way up without incurring some casualties, so we might just take what is here. And while they're on the way, so we're going to send the elites by themselves, and honestly, they'll be enough. I'll probably take, like, maybe 10, 12,000 more troops tops. Who is your commander? Holy Warrior and Reckless? We could do better. I would say let Arnaz do it because he's got the military engineer. That'll be more useful. Does anyone know if there's a good reason to hold prisoners for a long time? Sometimes exile for dread, sometimes ransom for cash. Sometimes they're usable for recruitment, sometimes they're just rotting. I had the Queen of England in my jail for 9 years with no use for her. Sometimes I'll just keep people in there to keep them out of the way. Someone that I can't afford to kill, can't afford to get the penalty on. Or you can keep them in for RP purposes, you know, put them in house arrest because they're royalty. But, usually I leave people in prison that I can't afford to do anything else with. And it kind of keeps them out of your hair. Keeps them from... I think they can still conspire against you. But you kind of have a pretty good chance of them dying anyways, just in normal dungeons. Torture as well. Yeah, if you're like ruling by torture tree stuff. You could torture them. That would be one reason. If you have multiple rally points and you raise all, does it split evenly? I don't think you can click raise all on all of them. I think you can only be raising all from one at a time. I don't know why he's retreating into my territory. That's very weird. Alright, that's enough. We're gonna go this way. Split in half. Okay, that'll work. 3 triple siege should be plenty for this to end. So I'm gonna send my elites basically just up towards capital. I'm gonna send my peasant squads. They should have plenty of supplies and plenty of peasants. And some good commanders. That guy's got 38 commander advantage. What a god. Kyrgyz Oud has won against... I don't even know how you guys are fighting. I'm really interested to see what's in the patch next week. That'll be cool. Okay, he's got some allies joining. My primary force with onagers and siege commander are already done with their first siege. They're going to blaze a trail. There's the progress bar. Sieging is like... I feel like it's just so much stronger than in Crusader Kings 2. Not only is it faster, maybe it's just because I'm up here where there's no feudal holdings, but used to be in Crusader Kings 2, you would have situations that just kind of snuck up on you, where you do a siege where you outnumber, 20 to 1, but you still lose like 2,000 troops in the siege. It's kind of nice not having to worry. Like, if I have onagers and my most elite troops, it would be so obnoxious to keep losing those excellent guys for kind of no reason. Somebody asked me what... I don't remember who asked me this. Chiefess Cinda died. Oh, that was the person I was converting to witchcraft, and also who was teaching my son. Somebody asked me earlier what I would want the two... Who asked what 2 flavor packs I would be interested in? I don't think I have enough experience with Crusader Kings 2 to know which I would value more, so obviously I would pick... I want official Sunset Invasion, I think should be Paradox's first priority. Even before patching the game. And before fixing it, like if Aztecs can't invade my cities without having at least a few dozen different events that coincide with that, then I don't know, they're kind of wasting my time and theirs. I think we can all agree on that. Right, guys? Aztec invasion is really critical for immersion. I can't believe they released without it. I am also in disbelief. Actual answer would be... flavor-wise. Flavor. I really think that... Okay, so I can only go based on my one playthrough where I had like 160 hours in CK2. So, again, my opinion is very limited in scope. But the thing that I remember the most from my playthroughs was how much disease and plague kind of stuck with me as part of the story. So it's not really flavor, because it's, actual mechanics and content. But I do miss the, everything that to do... Like, we got the physician... right? But I would really like to see actual sweeping and spreading, like, plague modifiers moving across the map with overlays again from Reapers do. That's just so iconic to me. Because it's just genuinely scary, and I hope that they knock it up even more to be even scarier. Because it was almost not effective. Or maybe just have like a slider. You know how like Civ has kind of disaster sliders? Maybe just like a game rule where you can bump up how insane you want it to be. Because I would love if it just shredded some places and you could, like, you know, continue to build the hospitals and stuff. Also, I think it does add some nice functionality because the hospitals were insanely expensive. And when I get to this point, obviously I'm tribal, I don't even know how viable it would be for me to be like, here's some hospitals. Like, probably not, but it'd be cool if they could work that in somehow, because I'd have, you know, an extra building upgrade path to kind of go to. Speaking of building upgrade paths, I actually do have one thing I can build. Should be right here in Perm. Should be able to upgrade my Hall of Heroes. It's not very much, it's only 400 bucks. But why not? More levies. The big thing is night effectiveness goes up another 5%. But yeah, I think like all the hospital upgrades would be a nice sink for my resources at this stage. And then watching the bubonic plague and slow fever and all that spread across the map would be pretty cool. Consumption. But yeah, flavor, I think minor titles are really cool. And I think that based on how they've improved upon a bunch of the Crusader Kings 2 aspects, I think that they can imagine some really fun ways to kind of improve upon how titles operate. So I'd look forward to that. I think that if there's an Asia DLC, and there probably will be, that's not really flavor, that's going to come in as a major DLC. So, question was basically flavor. And I think that the Reaper's Due was really...
This is the sub-sound.
Really strong flavor, because that's what I remember the most from my Crusader Kings 2 playthrough. And how terrifying it was. Because, like, your champions would just knock over dead, your vassals. I sent my king out to lead an army one time in Plague Grounds, and my king got the plague and died, and having to lock down your home cities and towns and villages and stuff. Pretty iconic. Hey, what's up, Just Mojo? Thanks for 23 months. Good evening, who just says aw yeet in chat. Your witches could provide herbal medicines and remedies? Oh, true, there already are witches and covens in the game, so yeah, I wouldn't have to have hospitals. I could have, like, we already have herbalists. Honestly, I see what you're doing. Chat, they definitely already have that plan. That's too many connecting blocks. Like, alright, first of all, let's focus on Sengasa. Sengasa, wow, became a brilliant strategist. You just need a society, my dear, where... Why are you a disputed heritage? Is this the person that my spy master came to me and said, I don't even think she's yours? And then we spied, and it turned out that she was? I don't know. They grow up fast. Brilliant strategist and holy warrior. Is there a way we can find out whose child she actually is? Not without being her, probably. Not without being her. But yeah, anyway, what I was going to say was, I feel like having all of those different traits, like Journaler, like Herbalist, kind of just variants on... Like, if you really think about it, they're kind of just flavor variants already on being, like, a physician, right? Or an intelligent, book-smart individual. But, much like the map leaves a question mark with how it is so roughly hewn on the eastern side, but so smooth on the north, south, and west, I feel like a lot of the current traits that are in the game are much like this. They're just... puzzle pieces that are waiting for the other puzzle piece to connect to it. Like that, I think what you said is pretty spot on. I wouldn't be surprised if there was already that flavor planned, and there will be like feudal hospitals, or witchcraft will start to have like herbalist remedies and so on. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that some of the traits don't really have like a fulfillment yet. Like, they don't really have a purpose outside of a teeny tiny little stat buff. Am I making myself clear? It seems like they've got the foundations for some flavor expansions that are in the game, and make some of the traits that are already there have some kind of mechanic or value outside of a tiny little buff to stats. So, that would be what I assume. We'll see whether it's true or not. I think it's pretty safe to assume, because I feel like there are a lot of traits. And they have a lot of room to grow from those. You captured Duchess Lul's Courtier. Your cousin was slain in battle. The siege is won. 27 gold, actually pretty decent. Too bad we have 4,000. Hey, what's up, Slickson? Somebody mentioned Merchant Republics. Yeah, that'll probably be a mechanic. That doesn't sound like flavor to me. Just scrolling up. If there's a map expansion, I think it'll be Greenland. Why do you think that? Huge agree about disease. I love Chorf, but I want more ways to die. Yeah, I think that's what I want too, actually. More ways to die. More ways to, like, maybe not necessarily die, but at least fear death. And the Reaper's Due DLC was a great way. You never really felt safe. Like, right now, as Juneg, I feel pretty damn safe. Like, if I've got a good spy master on disrupt schemes, and I've got 16 scheme resist, I know I don't have really good intrigue. But so far, I have not been challenged by a shocking death. In fact, unlike in Crusader Kings 2, this is my first campaign. I've never started over. Let's just see who's the only my first king, I think, didn't die of old age. Uchva died of his wounds, old age, died of cancer, which is not really anything that's basically old age, Chad. He's 81. Natural causes, old age. You see what I'm saying? Like, this is my first campaign of CK3, and all of my kings have died of old age, basically? That's too easy. And I'm not saying that to be, like, easy clap. And, you know, I'm not trying to be, like, annoying or haughty. I'm just saying more ways to die where I'm constantly, you know, doing my best to cling on to my grasp of Suckberia. I feel like I am a little too safe. Does that make sense? Obviously, the easiest way to die is be a leader of troops, right? Because champions die like... you blink and you'll miss them. They're just gone. Knights, champions, or commanders is probably the easiest way to die. But I feel like it's the only way to die. Outside of old age. Because I feel like I can't be assassinated. Maybe I'll be proven wrong. Maybe the AI should just be more aggressive with assassinations or attempts. But no one's plotted against me, even when I'm fairly hated. I think I'm fairly liked right now. But my last couple of kings... Yeah, people finally like me. My last couple of kings, though, were not super beloved. But yeah, that's I guess that's why Reaper's Due would be, because it's kind of like things somewhat beyond your control, but you can try and make them in your control just by, like, increasing your resistance and hiding away, and even that's not a guarantee, right? I think that's why it appeals to me. All right, we got 3 sieges going on. I don't know if these guys are coming to fight the peasants, but I'm gonna try and just intercept them. Like I say, this game is a relaxing 4X RPG power fantasy. That's not what Crusader Kings 2 was. Maybe that's what they want Crusader Kings 3 to be, but I kind of disagree on the fundamentals there. If you become ruler of the world almost guaranteed, that's not how I want to play. But also, here's the thing, you don't have a choice because I don't think there's really any difficulty sliders. And also, not a 4X. That's not what 4X means. Now, I'm the pedant. Our champion, Count Ajmag, wounded Duke Thorindir. You are known for your dedication to the faith. I can't prove it, but I don't think CK2 characters live nearly as long on average. I agree with you, Blarg. I agree with you. Your forces took the king's son hostage after capturing him during the Battle of Birzai. Now, do I think that there should be maybe difficulty sliders to make it that way? A power fantasy that you can play that is relaxing? Sure. Nothing wrong with playing it like that in single player. But the base game of CK2 was significantly harder, but that may just be because I didn't know how to play, you know? I can't really tell you how much my knowledge from the last game has affected my current view of difficulty. So I'm biased inherently, as all of you are. So it's hard to be objective about difficulty. But that's what sliders are for, right? All right, let's go to Firm Hand, monthly prestige per dread. Don't really need it, just trying to get true ruler. There's a difficulty choice when you pick a character? Yeah, I think the highest, as Bub said, is normal, which I'm on. But the thing is, like, what I don't want is a difficulty slider that just... It doesn't feel like the AI cheats in this game. But it also, which is good, right? Because Stellaris AI just cheats. That when you turn difficulty up in Stellaris, it's like, here are free resources and armies for you. Okay, I will just be fighting an uphill battle the entire game, which isn't really my preferred. But as somebody else pointed out, I kind of want the AI to be as aggressive with the existing mechanics as I am. You know, like somebody that my rival should be trying to assassinate me. If I capture a neighboring ruler's wife and make her my concubine, he should try and take revenge by declaring war on me if he can. That kind of stuff. Like, I feel like the AI is very passive and kind of lets you walk all over them without really holding grudges. Or start forming factions with a bunch of other people. Maybe I just have the perfect kingdom, I don't know. Someone tried to assassinate me once, I guess. Like, they did do it one time. I don't know who it was. They've killed a few of my family members, but only attempted it on me one time. High Queen Takei gained the trait Architect. Nice. Stewardship +2. Building construction time down. That's going to help, hopefully, build my domain ability up. Does she not have enough to give me 10? Don't care about you guys. We got the king's son. That was a huge capture. Okay, don't really need any of that. We just kind of got to finish this up. I think he was just leading one of the troops. Is intrigue the key to success? Not necessarily, but it is really strong. I've only played an intrigue character once out of my, like, 6 kings. At the beginning of the game, my lose condition was probably Kyrgyz Khanate attacking me. But we kind of, like, made peace with them. We kind of, like, I was swaying them. I used this, Stellaris really prepared me, I think, to play Crusader Kings 3 better. Because the diplomacy update to Stellaris was awesome. I thought it was a lot of fun. Actually, that was my first full playthrough of the game. Where I actually won an entire game of Stellaris with effectively a diplomatic victory. And that kind of helped shape how I play Crusader Kings 3. If there's a bigger fish, you better make friends with that big fish. So I did. The Rock Boys! Maybe 867 Uchva is the optimal start. Maybe. Well, here's the thing. I'm not saying I think game's too easy. I think the hardest part of the game is Confederate Partition, and I think that's super fun. That's my favorite part of the game, actually. Okay, favorite might be a stretch, but it's one of my favorite parts. All I'm saying is your character's survivability is too easy. Like, the individual. Considering, okay, here, let me put it like this, chat. My dynasty, I started with hard mode dynasty on. And what I mean is, so my first game ever, I did the thing where Uchva does not get automatically generated family, right? We did 0 family start, which is an option you can choose, and I toggled on. Even with 0 family start, he had 6 kids, right? Dondi had 14 children. Quirtle had 11 children. Brozor had 10 children. Mergren had 9 children. That's the first time we didn't have double-digit kids. Malyaka has 10 children. Maybe, I don't know if it's just Uchva himself, but they're very, very fertile. Like, my dynasty is never in doubt. So I guess what I'm saying is if I had to balance something, it would either be fertility or it would be, if your character's easier to be killed, the fertility's good because you have other people you can play as. But I feel like I have the benefit of the doubt on both. Not only do I have extremely good fertility, but I never even need to play as my siblings. Maybe I just got lucky. I don't know. But obviously it's just having concubines gives you 4 chances to have kids. But it would be a fun challenge if some of these leaders were like infertile and had to do like an event to make a bastard look like their kid kind of situation to preserve order. Stuff like that would be really fun for flavor. Yeah, having lots of kids without concubines is tough. I don't doubt that. You even have an asexual king who is pumping out babies. Yeah, and I know that being asexual doesn't preclude you from being romantic or being with somebody. I'm not saying that, but it should certainly slow you down a little bit compared to everybody else. And I'm already up to 8 kids. So I'm well beyond, quote-unquote, doing my duty. And I'm into, like, I mean, I'm only 38. My wife's 29. We could easily have 3 more kids. I've already got 2 sons, 6 daughters. It should have some bearing on the game. Or just admit that you're not asexual. Like, either or would be fine. Because it's indecipherably different from my other characters. If you hid that stat, you wouldn't know what their sexuality was. I think in the game, Minato, it only stops people from seducing you. So far. That's the only thing I can tell that's different. I think it would be cool if the character had some kind of sway over your decisions and used the stress system. Like, obviously, not every asexual person's the same, and it would be cool if some people were asexual who were more open to these kind of relationships, like having a wife and 3 concubines, or maybe you're playing as an asexual character who is more restrictive with themselves and takes stress from taking concubines or what have you. You know what I mean? Like, use the stress system more. That would be fun, because I think the stress system is one of the coolest things that was added to CK3. So it'd be cool if there was some variability there. And I think that kind of comes back to the thing that I said before, which is I miss being able to see what characters think of each other. Like, I can see what Queen Takei thinks of me, but I have no idea what I think of her, even though I think it's actually
This is the sub-sound.
the secret stat in the game. So I really hope they bring back that ability. I'm going to keep harping on that until it happens. Or maybe there'll be a mod that does it. But, really want to see if my character thinks the same of Queen Takei as she thinks of me. I would love that. Because I know that it exists in the game, because there are certain stats you can take and it tells you that you will think more highly of them. But it doesn't show you what that is. And who knows, maybe it'll be in the next patch. Wishful thinking? Maybe. But it could be. For all I know. I've whined about it enough. You're like, alright, shut up! Here it is. Trunk is quick and bossy. But I know it's in the game, because certain stats you take tell you that your character will think more highly of an individual. But it's super, super fun for RP. And don't take anything that I suggest as a complaint against the game, by the way. I have over 100 hours in the game now, and I think it's amazing. And I highly recommend it 2 thumbs up. So none of it's a complaint. More of it's just kind of like me pondering and musing about things that may already be planned and may already be to come. Don't take it as like it's not lowering my enjoyment of the game, right? And it's not important enough for me to make like a forum post about or tweet at them. You know what I mean? It's just stuff that I think would enhance it even further. Because I'm definitely not the person that I feared when CK3 came out, which is, oh yeah, I bet all the people who like, okay, because they were very prevalent in Crusader Kings 2. I love Crusader Kings 2 and I fear new stuff and change. And there were a bunch of people like that who were just always going to hate Crusader Kings 3 because they had to buy it. Or get Game Pass. And they already had everything that they wanted in Crusader Kings 2. There were always going to be those people. But that was not me. I would say 95% of all the things they changed from 2 to 3, I think are stunning and good. There's just certain minutia that isn't like a big deal by itself, but just small things that should be fairly easily changed that would make it even better. Alright, war's over, chat. Lithuania. About to become, not the king of Lithuania anymore. Sorry, King Vutil, who is lustful, zealous, and sadistic. About to take all of this and give it to my other vassal.
This is the sub-sound.
Okay, so we're giving it basically over to Chieftain Rada, who is now going to become King Rada. And I think he'll become my new vassal. And then Chieftain Rada, then King Rada is going to get the vassals that this dude had. To the squeamish Juneg, your wisdom and mercy are legendary. You are a much greater foe than I imagined. In order to put an end to this bloodshed, I will comply with your demands. Ooh, that looks sexy. Lithuania is gone. As someone with 2,000 hours in CK2, says Scuzzinator, never going back. I'm glad to see that they accomplished that goal of getting the hardcore audience on board. That just shows that it was, like, successful in a way that many people were afraid wouldn't be possible. Because I did see a bunch of people kind of eliciting fear, apparently baselessly, that a vanilla Paradox game couldn't possibly replace what I'm playing now. But it turns out that core mechanics were more important than like 16 DLCs of flavor. Because they really nailed majority of the core mechanics and made them a lot more fun, accessible, and I did get the game for free from Paradox before you buy this game. But I do really like it that much. As someone who did purchase all the CK2 DLCs to play a 160-hour campaign. Sellout mode is active. Was Civ 6 considered a letdown? I love it. I love Civ 6, dude. And I think the expansions made it even better. By the way, we have some Sugberia in Sweden now. I think we did, but we do again. Kind of a big deal. So, King Rada should love me, dude. Plus 50 for pressing my claim. I think that should go up, depending on what claim you're pressing, because this dude just got made to be a king. Alright? Think about it like this. If I give him one county, he gets a plus 40. Okay? Not only did I give him one county, I gave him 5 vassals. That should be a plus 100 until he dies. I literally made you from thin air, King Rada. Yeah, well, one county's cool. I'll give you an extra. Listen, 10 opinions, best I can do. Take it or leave it. Do you find you can consistently have world-conquering playthroughs, or do you get unlucky sometimes? For me, this is my first playthrough of CK3 that you're still seeing. I just play really slowly, as you can also see. I try to make every decision count. So I haven't restarted once. This is still my first CK3 playthrough. However, I don't think you have to I don't think you have to take over the whole map to have fun. I think you could play in a bunch of different ways. In fact, I'm already thinking about my second playthrough. Maybe once like a flavor pack comes out. And I would like to start a second playthrough that had like a challenge mode where I start in kind of a difficult area. I was thinking about starting one that had like a queen from the beginning, where we play as, we don't have the power of, 3 concubines, play as somebody who is like an empress or a queen type of situation. Do Iron Man? I've only reloaded one save. So I'm basically already playing Iron Man. And the save was just because I didn't understand a new mechanic from CK2 to 3. Why are you guys at war immediately? I literally just made him king and they're already rebelling against him. Who's doing it? Isn't this the guy I just beat in war? Yeah, I just beat you in war. You can't just do it again. He's still got he's only got 72 troops. Can I demand that he ends the vassal war? No. Do I just have to let... you're trying to usurp the crown that I literally just gave. What am I supposed to do about this? King Rada has 1,300 troops. Hopefully that's enough. Why can I demand that my vassal surrender, but I can't demand his vassal surrender?
Ah, you might have beaten me, but can you beat me twice?
Your sister Tatka died. At 40 years old, under mysterious circumstances. Somebody murdered her. We don't know who. We have no idea who. I'm gonna laugh my ass off if I get assassinated after talking all that shit. Find secrets here in court, and let's see if we can figure out who did it. Ooh, let's invite some champs. Get some new champions to fight for us. Call a hunt. Distract ourselves from our sister dying and the stress that we just got. Seems like a good plan. Talk to the people he's warring, see if you can join. I actually can't interfere. Due to the fact that we're tribal, basically. To my knowledge, I cannot offer to join a war amongst vassals. Hunt the Heart. My vassal Count Osh is the first to see it. The flighty heart is hard to distinguish from its surroundings, but it is observing us through the undergrowth. I lock eyes with the animal, and it is almost as if it can sense my intention and suddenly takes off. We ride. Slow and steady now. That cliff looks steep. You can definitely get injured and die through the hunting event. That's one. I hope there's even more of these. I think, honestly, whoever asked me what flavor I want first, I just want more decisions. I think that the feasts are super fun, and I'm sure it's hard because you have to write so many different situations, and it's a lot of creative writing. But I think that the decisions are really fun, and seeing, you know, ideally, the only ones that you can do frequently are feast and hunt. I'd like to see at least 6 different decisions. And it would be also, you know, this is just wishful thinking on my part, but, because this is just asking too much work, have different tiers, like, for the hunt. I want a hunt that's just me and my bros, okay? I want a hunt that's me, and it's a competition for the whole county or my entire duchy, who can get, you know, like a hunting competition. Or I want, like, a nationwide hunt. But the point is to get spenders, right? Because right now, 85 gold is like... I want to have a feast that knocks the entire realm's socks off. Where it's like, you want to do a real feast? That'll be 2,000 prestige and 1,000 gold. It's the greatest feast the realm's ever seen. That kind of thing. Like, I want to be able to pump my... Because I don't know what to do with all this resources. That's what I'm kind of saying. And it's so crazy because at first I had I could never get enough of it. It was like, wow, everything's so expensive and crazy. And at this, I think maybe that the prestige gain should just be nerfed a little bit for tribals. Unreformed tribal gets that 20% buff. House head is +5. 331 living members is 6 a month. Woo! I think the dynasty is too powerful. Nerf it into the ground. I'm just kidding. Let's ride. I might fall off the cliff and die. I do love the major decisions that provide long-term goals. Yeah, more of those would be great too. Especially for tribals, because I have almost nothing I can do now. Until I reform my religion. I think the major decisions are super fun to work towards. Cox, do you think it's too easy to keep your realm in order? No, because Confederate Partition is a really fun challenge. And I enjoy it a lot. I think it's the only thing I think is easy is factions are way easier. CK2 factions were literally almost the death of me many times. And I don't think factions are as strong as they should be. Peasant or vassal. But other than that, I think Confederate Partition is a really, really fun challenge. Suddenly, Count Ash's horse loses its footing and sends him to the ground screaming. Nothing fatal, but the Count is twisting in pain. Well, I'm humble and forgiving, but I'm not compassionate or patient. I think we press on. Sorry, Ash. You'll be fine. A notable guest has arrived who we do not care for. A champion has arrived who we do care for. Okay, welcome aboard. Ransom. Do I have people? Oh, I do have people in prison. How long have you been there? Only 4 months. It's fine. I am forgiving. I will release all of you if you're all Suamanusco. You're all Estonian, actually. You should be thanking me for freeing you from Lithuania. Yeah, I'm gonna free all of you. You're all welcome. You're in our new kingdom under our new leader. Is there a way to stop peasant factions? Maybe, but I have no idea. I have no clue. I know that it is a killing shot before the arrow even finds its target. As the heart stumbles and falls, we drown out its wails with shouts of victory. A good kill. Better county control? Oh, popular opinion. But there's no really way to modify that. Like, there are ways to modify it, but not immediate ways to modify it. Sometimes you get events. The hunt is drawing to an end. We mount our horses to leave the step behind as the servants prepare the heart and the other game. We did pretty well. Everyone's invigorated. Very nice. But yeah, it'd be cool to have even more outcomes for the hunt, feast. I think more multiple choices, because it seems kind of like the hunt and feast kind of go one way, and you get kind of a this or that choice, and then it ends. So I'm sure over time, since everybody gets a feast and everybody gets a hunt option, they'll probably customize it for like, here's what a tribal version of this looks like, here's what a feudal version of this looks like, and so on. That'll be cool. Kind of distinguish between the two for different playthroughs. So, are you still the guy? You're still at war. I don't know how to stop this war. But what I do know is that these guys need to join me. You are of a different faith. Yeah, but you are small and I am big. Do you understand what I'm saying? He's like, no, come and take it. What are you gonna do about it? While performing his duties as spy master, Sonmez discovered a secret held by Screenshot, my sister. She harbors doubts about our Suamanusco doctrine. Have a good night, Snide. Take it easy, dude. Steward life focus gives popular opinion. Good point. But I think it's a rarity, right? What do you mean life focus? Promote culture? I think that only happens if you're not already your current culture, yeah? So you can't target existing, and also I don't think I've had that pop one time. Maybe once. It's RNG. Improve county opinion, possible side effects. Are you talking about the lifestyle perk? Which one is it under? Administrator, probably? Where, or is it average? Which one is it under? Do I have to look at all of them? Bro, I don't know. Popular opinion plus 50. Okay, so there you go. Be a steward if you're having a bunch of peasant rebellions. To be honest, I say let the peasants fight, bro. They have like 800 troops. Who cares? Your neighbor Sultan Yunus won against your other neighbor. Keep it up, buddy. Maybe one day you will be as cool as me. 25 prowess. Not as cool as this guy, though. Sadistic, content, and patient. Please fight for me, strong men. Sapmi's not doing so good. What is the blinking blue border? Blinking blue border. Do you see it anywhere on my screen? I have a blinking purple border. It's probably just infighting amongst your vassals. So, like, if you're tribal like me, I can't tell them to stop fighting each other, so it just means that they are warring amongst themselves. And that's something that the game will hopefully communicate better over time. It tells me about all my neighbors, but it never tells me if my own vassals are changing hands. So usually it's like either a peasant rebellion inside one of your vassal territories, or your vassals are fighting amongst themselves for more land. And here's what you can do. This is actually something you can do, as my steward gains me some free tax money. We learned of a lover's secret, finished finding secrets. Here's what you can do. So, like, here's Suckberia, right? I see a lot of flashing purple, kind of like what you were talking about. Who's doing what? If you zoom out, you hit Control, left click, you can see the individual areas that make up your overall realm. So these are effectively realms within your realm. So these are all your vassals. And you can hit E again to bring it back, or you can click on the realm button. But Control, left click to show you all of these, so I can see at a glance here, without having to zoom all the way in, the exact areas. And you can Control click on the other areas as well, because Mordvinia is a big place. So I can see that Pinza is currently inside Mordvinia, and they're the ones at war. Oberyn Osh as well. So if I want, I can click on Pinza now. I can see, hey, they're attacking King Cavador in the war for High Chieftain Mina's claim on the Kingdom of Bjarmaland. Good luck to you. Oberyn Osh is also attacking King Cavador. King Cavador is not keeping a tight rein, but I can see exactly who's at war and why. But it doesn't affect me. It's my vassals have to deal with that. Nobody's questioning my reign here, but that's what it is. So all the darker spots are just that. So I can go, what's this? Control click. Okay, inside the Kingdom of Suckberia, which is inside our Empire of Suckberia, we can click and see Udmurtia is attacking Ajmek of Suckberia. So Ordava, some guy named Ordava is trying to press their claim on Suckberia, the kingdom. And then E is the way you get around that. But it's really helpful. This is really, really helpful to Control click and kind of see where the big spots are. Because you can either break them up, or if there's an area where there's a bunch of little spots, you can bring them together. So in this case, we have a ton of just independent counties over here. And if you find that you're getting a little too high on your vassal limit, you can consolidate. In my case, I do have a number of titles that can be created, including the Kingdom of Estonia. So if I want to be King of Estonia, and why wouldn't I? We just took the land. I'm going to go ahead, even though I don't need the prestige, and go ahead and create the title. So what that does is, first of all, it just gives me a new title. There's King of Estonia. And on top of that, now that I have the Kingdom of Estonia, I am the de jure ruler of anybody that's in this area, which is going to give me a small bonus if I decide that I want to try and assimilate them via vassalization. So Tartu, as long as he's not an emperor, as long as he's under me, I have a chance. Unfortunately, he's Catholic. I don't know how Catholics got over here, but you'll notice that because he is my de jure vassal at the plus 15, to his vassalization. It's not much, but sometimes it can be the difference. And that's because I just created the kingdom title. So he's technically my de jure vassal. But the different faith modifier is what's causing the issue. And unfortunately right now, there really isn't a way that I know of to convert other people to your faith outside of going through the laborious task of abducting them with intrigue and then releasing them from your prison to convert them. That would be the easiest way. And it's fairly not easy. So perhaps in the future there'll be an easier way to convert other neighboring leaders, especially de jure independent rulers, to your current religion. Kind of like a convert or else would be really, really nice, you know? Because the or else is coming for you whether you want it or not. In this case, I can just declare, conquer the duchy. I have to conquer multiple duchies. Seize de jure county. Invade the kingdom would be a total waste. Hooks work as well? I don't think you can convert independent rulers. There's no independent ruler option. Hooks will only help you with things that you can already do. They're not going to create new interactions with the other characters, as far as I know. There's a vassal limit? There is, yeah. It goes up with your title. So Emperor can have 60. King fewer. Duke fewer, so on. Well, county you don't have any vassals outside of barons, I guess. Hook to force vassalization, maybe? That's pretty much the only thing that makes sense, at least for these tiny kingdoms. Because this is only 3. So, in theory, I could have forced vassalization for this particular purpose. And it would only work on anybody that has only 5. But you still have to go to war, so it's still kind of annoying. Because, like... Listen, if I send a envoy to Tartu and say, hey, buddy, me and you are both tribes people, either stop being Catholic or I kill your warriors. It'd be pretty easy. Which holy site am I going to grab next? I need a revolve. Do it the Mongol way. Surrender or else. So in this case, not even close again. He's Catholic, but they do have the next holy site. It's interesting that you can't vassalize someone that's at war. I wonder if that'll ever change. Because it's kind of like a, hey, I'm gonna defend you because I want to. That'd be fun. Maybe it's OP. I think we just conquer the duchy here. Should only be a little bit of prestige. But we may as well, because that's why we took Lithuania in the first place. So these guys are not gonna have much fun. Gonna move my rally points. Grab my special ops troops. Send in the Navy SEALs. This is the first time I've ever attacked Catholics in this game. I don't know where these dudes are Newman in from. They just kind of appeared here. Enemy ally joined, neighboring ruler. I didn't know they were allied with Finland. Doesn't really change anything. You guys have some extremely strong allies, dude. Not compared to me, but compared to the Lithuania. Why do you have such better allies? Why are you guys allied with Catholics? Finland is Catholic now. Okay. Well, today I learned all of Finland is Catholic now. That explains a lot. Isn't this basically a crusade? Sort of. We're going for a holy land. I'm gonna go ahead and start raising everybody else here then. So these guys are coming for me, but I really don't think that they're gonna wanna come for me, because I'll be right behind them. Hey, what's up, chameleons? Jeff Eda King, welcome back. Invite to court and demand conversion. You can't invite a king to court. He's an independent ruler. Coming to your court means he stays with you. What they'll probably end up doing is more flavor stuff. You remember how when you befriended somebody in Crusader Kings 2, you could often invite them, they went to your house, kind of hung out, and you could use some of your stats to kind of either impress them or not. There'll probably be something like that that's a little bit more religious. And also, going back to like the what flavor things would be cool, societies were super cool. And I would love to see a CK3 version of societies, because that would be one way to kind of convert people, for sure. And I'm sure that they'll come back in some form. So my top 2 would be Reaper's Due and also societies. It was fun having like a secret scientist king, making your own underground science lab lair. Or, you know, obviously the Witch Coven would absolutely be a really fun secret society. 17, trusting, calm, and strong. Where am I getting all these strong champions from? Alright, we got 14,000 troops here. We definitely don't want to raise the whole army. 15,000 is good for now. Let's go, split. Take half here. And the other half to the capital of Tartu. If they want to come in and try and backcap me, I'll be happy to take the fight to them. We've already got the capital of Reval. Sonnes has discovered that my courtier Sandil is an unbeliever. I don't think we care, though. But there you are. All right, we got the capital, 53%. We captured Ermos's daughter, which I don't think he's a major player. But nonetheless. Dude, you guys got to stop fighting, man. You're not doing so good. Maybe I just need to come subjugate all of you. They've got some good allies. They do. But I think we'll just win before that matters. Wow, why are we're still gathering? Oops. My bad. Did not mean to still gather. We've got a lot of people now. All right, so they're sieging one of my counties, but it's fine. Hey, what's up, Adanion? How's your Crusader Kings going? I force every prisoner to convert on the way out. Yeah. Generally, it's good. I've had some people convert and then instantly convert right back, but that's okay. I think that's where the societies come in, where people can kind of practice in secret a little bit easier still. That'll be fun. As their high king, my vassals owe me their allegiance. My word is law, but how much is obedience worth without devotion? In times of crisis, a slow response or a half-hearted effort can lead to disaster. Can I afford such a risk? Generous liege? We probably still have this. Fear is more effective, or I can impress this guy who sucks. Definitely give me the vassal bonus. Dude, these onagers are unstoppable. Siege of Aluxnil lost. So they siege like one spot. They got 3,000 troops, think they're hot stuff. Your neighbor King Einar lost against someone else in Lithuania. King Einar, king of the Moyer Confederation and Belarus. Oh, she took some land. The county of Grodno. Oh, nice. Hey, good job, Duchess Lul. Mastermind philosopher, hail, whole of body herbalist. Smart. Took Grodno right here. Keep expanding, guys. I love it when my vassals start doing their own wars and I don't even have... I hate when they infight. I'd rather them all like focus on expansion. You know? That's what I want. All right, Narva is about to fall. We're at the capital of Tartu, and looks like we've pissed off some of their warriors, understandably. Not sure what their plan is here. Looks like they're coming for me in the back cap, but I'm gonna be combined with my 12,000 strong peasants first, because we're at 84%. Who are you guys? Are you guys even sieging? I don't think we'll find anything. Okay. Disrupt schemes. Are we not sieging this? It's part of my own territory. I hope we're not sieging it. I don't know. I saw smoke coming up. I thought maybe I'm a dumbass. Okay, anyways, could you 12,000 peasants stop eating all of my food and head down here instead? Okay, that'd be a good idea. We're at 84%. We got another siege about to pop over here. Siege of Cuirassier. And we got a siege in Tartu, which is the capital of their allies. I have no idea where their other troops went, but it looks like we're doing fine. Osel might be the end. Because I think that's the whole territory that we're trying, the duchy, the entirety of it, that we're trying to grab. 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom. Enforce demands. Put an end to it. Beguiling High King Juneg, may wisdom elude you. You are a much greater foe than I imagined. To put an end to this bloodshed, I comply with your demands. Sakbiria now encompasses Tartu. Put the troops down. GG. We got the holy site. I think we have all 3 holy sites to reform the religion. The problem is we don't have any piety. It's gonna come down to our son. Kezarok. I gotta start teaching you again. I forgot your ward educator died. Countess Litava is astute, a scholar, and a herbalist, and has 33 learning. I have to trust you. All for ward. Your son and heir. She's got free space. She is Nongchos, though. I can't demand conversion again for a while, but I can send her a gift. She's going to gain up to 25 opinion of you for teaching your son and heir. I'm going to go ahead and send her some... Woo! Oh yeah, you're greedy. 300 gold. That's a substantial amount, but you are taking care of my boy, and that's 156 opinions. So, looking forward to your conversion next year. Adanian says, doing great, mate. I managed to help dismantle the evil Kyrgyz Khanate after their great holy war against me, and now Mongolia rises as they weaken. Little do they know, my blood will inherit the Mongol Empire. It's kind of what I'm doing to Finland. Wait, who's this? What'd you do with my aunt? My aunt was executed by the King of Finland. I think for cheating on her, or on him. That being said, my cousin is still the heir and is an Avrin. Another son was slain in battle. Another Avrin, another Avrin. So we have 3 Avrin boys who are going to inherit Finland, even if we don't control it. Katie Bell says, listen, I'm pretty well read in history. Shouldn't the Aztecs have invaded by now, like in real life? You'd think so, Katie Bell, but this is historical fiction. In the reality that we know, the Aztecs would have already had most of Hispania and been the constant target of crusades by the Catholics. But in this timeline, the Catholics aren't really sure what to do. They took Jerusalem extremely early on and then kind of lost their focus after that. They don't know where to turn their attention. All right, let me let everybody go. Well, Just you. Apparently just you. Demand that little kid's conversion. And then War of the Worlds gifted a sub to Galinsolus. Thanks, War of the Worlds. Tony Mo also says, you have the power for 20 months. Hey, Tony Mo, what up? Good evening. Welcome to stream. Jerusalem is also, yes, a Muslim faith. They have converted, you're right. Catholics have seen better days, dude. This is not the Catholic run. Insular is number 1. Cathar is number 2. Or Cathar, however you say it. Cathar, in fact, has taken over Britannia. Catholics are in the minority, I think. Their fervor is only 47%. Muwalati and Hispania almost exclusively. Badaic is currently fighting. Coptics. Ashari over here. Orthodox where you expect it to be. Tingri on the way out. Tingri used to have a path from here all the way across and has been split by Orthodox and us in Suamanusco. Crusades failed even in this timeline, so these Tingri are probably on the way out. And then we just have to get rid of these. Suamanusco we have been the actual staunch champion of. Catholics do have Norway, though, somewhat. Interestingly. So, we have a mission that we definitely should do, which is to convert... Actually, it already is Suamanusco, but let's convert Revel. 16 years! Maybe just convert the culture first, and that'll speed things up. Go back to getting piety. Okay, well, we have reclaimed the Holy Land, chat. At last. I know it doesn't look like much, but it is ours. We should have all... There's a Holy Land here in Kelmno, which we already held this land. We already held all this land. And then somehow Lithuania took it back due to some, like, death inheritance goings on. Vassalization ain't easy here. That is one mechanic from Civ 6 that I think would be really cool, is like religious pressure. You know how different cities in Civ kind of exert some kind of city-based pressure based on their populations to neighbors? That would be really cool. Like if I completely surround Karashev for long enough, they just automatically convert. Because it's like, what, 2 counties literally landlocked by my people? And just over time. Because then it would make vassalization possible. Right now, he's just not my de jure vassal for some reason. Even though I'm pretty sure he is. Because these guys are Suamanusco. That'd be annoying for people building tall. Well, the theory is if you're building tall, then you'll be able to avoid that by building tall. Wouldn't that be what building tall is? Sphere of influence. But yeah, I mean, I'm not a game developer. I'm just talking like, I guess I'm focusing on the wrong things. I think what really just needs to happen is when you have these teeny tiny baby counties that are completely landlocked by your vast overbearing nation, I'm hoping that there's more ways to kind of interact with them outside of murder them for their land. You know what I'm saying? Because right now it's very easy for me to just be like, yeah, you come with me. You do what I say. Some alternatives to just declare war on the Duchy forehead. Looking forward to that. Your vassals will probably conquer them eventually. Or not. The dream is like 6 years from now, or whenever there's like a dozen expansions for this game. I think it'd be super cool if you got experience in things depending on what you did. Like if you successfully pull intrigue, you get intrigue. If you unite your people under stewardship and money, you do that. If you do like vassalization peacefully, you get diplomacy XP. Stuff like that would be super cool. That's a long ways off though, potentially. All right, let's do the one that leads us to true ruler, so that I can hopefully passively vassalize people eventually. Sending an ultimatum like in EU4 would be nice. Yeah, I haven't played EU4. Not yet. EU5 win! I'm just kidding. War is a lot easier than CK2 though, for sure. CK3 feels very warmongery. It's hard not to declare war. I feel like everything you do leads you to this. Fight. Alright, I need another beverage. And also, I need, take a quick pee break. Short BRB. I need some more ice, actually. I've got all the drink right here. I just need the ice. 80%. I captured his son? Mr. Stream, what happens when you get multiple empires? Aren't they just going to fracture when you die? Yeah, they already did. But then we assassinated our brother and then went to war with this 0-year-old baby to take it back. You could just press your claims on it, basically. You end up with a lot more soldiers than they did. So it's really not that difficult to get back, but it still can be a fun challenge. The challenge really comes from trying to deal with it before it happens. But in my case, I actually don't know where the other... Oh, yeah. Trunk gets the Kingdom of Volga-Ural in its own empire. Titles with their own succession are Ob and Khakassia. I don't know what the difference is. Kezarok is a gambler. And also asexual, or no sexual orientation yet. High Queen Takei of Siberia has been pretty chill ever since her lover died of mysterious circumstances. I think she knows that I know. Why am I not swaying anybody? We should definitely sway her. Okay, rip those guys, and let's try and plug some of the gaps here. I finally bought all the expansions for EU4. Please keep EU5 away for a few years. It'll be fine. I bought all CK2 this year, and I still got this, so we're good. Bildu gained the trait Renowned Physician. Nice. My doctor in the house. Even smarter. How are these giant boats going upstream through the river? All right, I need to pause after this war. Pause after this war. Maybe create some duchy titles. Enforce some demands. I am a much greater foe than this guy ever imagined I could be. That's for sure. Okay, so a little bit more of Suckberia. I got 13 domain. All right, yeah, let's just pause it right there because I need to get rid of this land. So let's just zoom out. Dude, Suckberia is sweeping and still not good enough to create its own religion yet. May my son become smart enough where I failed. Also, my daughter isn't... No one's even educating you, my child. Who's my oldest daughter? Actually, Grimlina is not being educated. All right, I have a really good diplomacy education. I will educate you. And I will educate... How about my second-born son? Or just my next oldest child. Who's my next oldest child? Actually, I think it is my son and my daughter. Who's older? Technically, Nandad is. There you go. Yes, I am aware of the piety perk. Thank you, though. You won't be the last to mention it, Katami. I should buy CK3 before it has an overwhelming amount of DLC. That would probably be a good idea. Get on Game Pass, too. Alright. Let me get some water. Not water. Let me get some ice. Let me get some water in frozen form, chat. And then we will go back. Not really to Conquest. I'm really not in the Conquest mood. I just need to get Tartu and Escade. And that's pretty much... Oh, and then maybe Pudas. We don't even need to go to war for them. I'm going to try and do it diplomatically. I got 43,000 troops. What a god. All right, I'll be back in a couple minutes. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for hanging out tonight. I'll see you in a sec.
Yo, what's up?
Ooh. All right, I gotta stretch real quick. Mine just took forever.
He didn't want to go outside.
He likes the part where he gets a treat. He doesn't like the part where he has to go pee first. Also, I was trying to heat up like a sandwich. It was only supposed to be defrosting for like a minute and 30 seconds, but you know what? I realized I can just take this upstairs. Hey, how convenient. Here it goes. I got a microwave here. How convenient. How come you are so big and huge country?
Because I'm just that good.
I'm just kidding. Because I'm too greedy. I need more land. Not really. What's up, everybody? How you guys doing? As I pour myself a new one here. There we go. Why do I see paragraphs in my chat? What is it? What are you guys blogging about? No Man's Sky? We might play some No Man's Sky. Soon. Alright. That might be nuked a little too much. Defrost a sandwich over an open fire. We're not too far away from that. I brought out my anti-No Man's Sky sermoning again. Well, doesn't that just fall under the usual umbrella of being wrong that you are known for? Chat, you want some sandwich? You want a little piece? How can anyone be imagine being anti-No Man's Sky in 2020? Like, everyone's entitled to their opinion, but not everyone's entitled to be wrong. You know? Among Us 2 is canceled. Was there gonna be an Among Us 2? You know, I remember a few streams ago you said you weren't gonna play as a paint the map, and now look at Siberia. Okay, you can look at the proportionally on the entire map. How much of the world do you think I own? Of the world map. Maybe at most not even a quarter. More than anyone else. I have to go west to get the holy sites. My own vassals are expanding east, okay? I didn't have anything past this line in Caucasia. This is as far east as I went. In the interim, like 70 years, my vassals have gone past this over to here, almost getting 2 more kingdoms. And I've just gone because this is where the 2 closest holy sites are for Suamanusco. It's literally the only way, unless I joined Tingri a long time ago. Yeah, it was apparently hard to update the first one, but they didn't want to fracture the player base, so the devs are just dealing with it. Oh yeah, if they tried to make it Among Us 2 right now, it would be very detrimental. Among Us 2 is currently the new Fall Guys. But the difference being that Among Us 2 has reasonably unlimited content because the content is generated by the people who are playing it, which can change time to time. Whereas Fall Guys pretty much just has the levels that it has until they add more. So, probably will have a lot more staying power. I'm missing a holy site? Am I? Why do you think I'm missing a holy site? Do I not have one? How am I missing one? Here's 1. Here's 2. Here's 3. I have all 3. Wow. Chat lied? Who would have thought? What can I do? I could create the Duchy of Estonia. Oh, I need to give away all my holdings. Yeah. Pause the game. Karatobi, can I help you? How is Among Us so popular when we had Mafia games for years now? Okay, let me answer your question with a very basic statement. If Among Us was always going to be popular because that game type was always popular, then Trouble in Terrorist Town and all the other dumb shit you guys mentioned doesn't need to exist. Because everyone would just go heads down, thumbs up, let's play 7-Up, and they would have streamed themselves doing that. But clearly, the method of delivery for the type of game is important more than just the idea that the game represents. Right? Delivery in the vehicle that the game type rides in is important. That's why you guys are playing Fortnite, then you're playing Apex, and you were playing PUBG, and you were playing the other ones before that, because how the game comes to you matters to you. So anybody that plays any of those games, you can just be like, oh yeah? Well, if the new BR is so popular, why wouldn't you just play the old one? Apex is cool and the only BR I play. Well, there you go. You just got yourself. It's basically the, oh yeah? You think shooters are so cool, huh? Why don't you just play the original Doom or Quake? Basically, it's that. But in a different form. Why do you need Crusader Kings 3 when Crusader Kings 2 exists with 18 DLCs? Basically the same thing. Stop unpausing. Shut up. All right, let's get rid of these counties. Dude, whoever invented chess is an idiot, okay? They should have just stuck with the game of That was the real OG. All right, who am I giving the holy site to? Probably just someone in the family line. Yeah, any of these people is good. Preferably somebody that's got the religious smarts to back it up. Malyaka, my nephew, not the best diplomat, but really good at everything else. Giant genius. Probably don't want to give the holy site to a cynic, though. It doesn't really make any sense. We'll give him a different one. But yeah, everyone who complains about games that exist that they don't have to buy is basically just an old man shouting at clouds passing by, okay? Because the games come and go just like the clouds change shape. They're here 1 minute and gone the next. And then you'll have something else to bitch about after that. You can just talk about the next cloud. I'm not even talking about you anymore, Kawatobi. Just people in general. Like, you think I can't see Mostly Moistened trying to stir up a rant? And instigate? Like a pig in the mud, dude. Just rolling around in it. Content, trusting, temperate, Jacob. 13 learning. Astute intellectual. I choose you, Jacob. Okay. Now you can go to Malyaka. Okay. He's a good guy. Tugan is quick, fortune builder, vengeful, brave, and paranoid. Looks good. All right, that's down to 10. Then we just need to get rid of this one. Wait a second. Why do I have 10? I should have 11. I think. Yeah, why do I have 10? I should have 11. Let me go back and count. Because we should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, there's 8 right there. 9, 10. Okay, I guess we do have 10. Never mind. We do have 10. I thought we had 11 somewhere. All right, so this little spot. Grant this to some more Avrins. Melt Psycha. We could do better. Impatient, diligent, ambitious, and quick. Sure. None of these. 18? You have 18 diplomacy, temperate, generous, and trusting? Sure. Okay. That's good. And then we should probably create at least some duchies. And then pass those out. The Duchy of Estonia, we have to choose between Jasop or Count Malyaka, who we just gave it to, my nephew. Probably give it to the younger kid. Well, I gave it to this guy because he had the good learning. Okay, how old are you? 19. Wow, you look like you're 32. Okay, grant title. Where is that particular title? High Chiefdom of Estonia? Wait, doesn't include this? It should include all this, right? Yeah. Why does it look weird? Alright, he's a duke. So that'll consolidate some vassals a little bit, because we're almost at 40. Which still isn't that much. We got Karachev. I'll create Karachev, and then Karachev is split up into 3. We got your vassal, Chieftain Velmika, with 19 diplomacy. This dude's ambitious and diligent. And then we got paranoid, ambitious, and chase. Let's go with the top guy. The trusting, generous, temperate, 19 diplomacy dude. Make him loyal for his entire life. I made you. Get that spam out of my chat. Who lives here? Chieftain Jowlem. Chiefess Utyaka. Alright, of the two of you, I'll give it to the diligent, compassionate fortune builder. Big. There you go. Enjoy. Alright, anybody else? A lot of people, actually. Who normally has this? So I'm going to make a new duke, effectively. This guy's 60. This guy's 59. So it's probably between these two. 35 and 46. Who's the 35-year-old? Ooh. Big stats. Lustful and sadistic, but big stats. And he'll be very loyal. After I give him... What was the name of it? I didn't create the title. Chuvashia. Okay, Chuvashia. That's an important step, is actually creating the title that you want to give to other people. There it is. Okay. So it's under the High Kingdom of Volga-Ural. which is also part. He becomes your vassal. Nice. So what we're kind of doing here, chat... He's not my vassal, he's just a vassal in the realm. We basically gave it to his liege, is King Kevador. But it's still nice to kind of separate these up a little bit. We did a few. I don't know how many more we actually need. Because this is more Mordvinian territory, but it might give them a de jure cause for war to declare war on Escade. Which might be worth it. Look at this little baby! This is the sub-sound. We got either a 72-year-old or a baby. Maybe I'll just hang on to both of those. Nova Seal only has 2 counties. We can either do Chieftain Zarni, who loves me. This is my Chancellor. You know what? You've been a good Chancellor. Why not reward my boy? He's got 23... Wait. Yeah, he's got 23 diplomacy. I think he deserves it. I probably forgot to create the title again. And that'll probably be the only one that I do. Alright, this is the last one. There we go. Enjoy your dukehood. There's still 5 more titles that we can create. 2 family members, your brother and daughter can get married. Dude, my daughter's 19! What happened? Why is this stream so good? Love how chill it is when he plays Crusader Kings 3. Alright, how much do I owe? Just listen. Send me an invoice, however much for the comment, and I'll hit you back. Damn, it really do be the sub sound. Some of that, it does. It does be 32 months. Thank you for 32 months of sub and also memes. Actually, take it back. No memes. All right, Sangasa. We're going to hit a hard reset here. This is the sub sound. Sort by alliance power and just kind of see if we see any crowns. I can see a Zetizu crown. Tempting. Wait, he's already married. Who's got the crown though? I mean, who's got the claim rather? You're only 10? I don't think he's gonna marry matrilineally. No. Nope. It's a good try, though. It's a lot of prestige, though. Holy crap. Try again. How about, only people with claims? Kingdom of Siberia claim. Odeg Avrin. Don't think we need that, though. That's the one we just looked at. Aguzil, but he's only 5 years old. Yugra. Chat, we're all alone up here, man. We're just marrying amongst ourselves. I don't know who to marry you to. Alright, you know what we should do? Let's see if there's anything sneaky we can do. You still have to give away some land? No. See if there's anything sneaky we can do. Let's go religious overview. A lot of Sua Monusco now. Can we make any plays on Sapmi? You guys have no heir. Your brother-in-law is in line to inherit it with your half-sister, who's only in a regular marriage. And then after that, how many people do I have to kill? You guys are already betrothed. You guys are betrothed. Why aren't you married? What happened here? Did somebody just die? How do I get did we? Oh, I know what to do. Let's take revenge on this guy for killing our aunt. He executed our aunt for cheating on him. So here's what we're gonna do. I mean, this guy's already severely injured. He's good as dead. Go next down. 19 and 48. Your cousin. These are Avrins. She's not an Avrin, so it's fine. Start a murder scheme against Countess Verge. Okay. Chat, just remind me. I'm gonna pin her. So I remember. Oh, Tundia's dead. Yeah, I knew that. Pin my concubine and court physician as well. Okay. Anyway, there's not really a play I can make, but Udon, take care of yourself. Too much stuff going on for my little brain. Also, we haven't made a manual save the entire time. An agent joined your scheme. True. I do need to invite some people, like, immediately. I only have one person to invite? That's only a 34% chance. Okay, new plot. Come on, dude. Different faith? Ah! Holy war! All right, skip this. Enough. No more kill. Finland is just untouchable. Untouchable. All right, what was my goal? My goal was just run the clock, I think. I should be swaying people. We just want to kind of keep the ball rolling here. Suckberia. I'm swaying my wife right now. I am training up in diplomacy. We're actually only one away from vassalization acceptance. Somebody's in prison. I just let him go for 25 gold. To my magnanimous ex-husband, I am with child. It is almost certainly yours. Who else are you seeing? It should be mine. You're still in my household. I know that there's no stain of bastardry. I don't know why you're so panicky about that. We're still together, like... I know that we were married at one point, and now we're not. Here. Will this make you feel better? There's 12 gold. Honey. I know that I've already sent 12 gold, but here's 12 gold for you. And then here's 12. Everybody gets... Okay, she gets 26 gold. We don't know why, but apparently I like Chinjay more than the rest of you. We're good. I just failed a murder plot that had 80 success chance and 95. You didn't finish your thought, but get wrecked. Then they both died with a fresh prime sub. Spoiler alert in that username. Thank you for your fresh sub. Glad to have you. Welcome to the stream. And also, cheers again, chat. I already took a drink. Is that 7 years of bad luck? I hope not. Respond to this thread. to undo that. I finished reading the latest letter from my wife, High Queen Takei, and smile. She seems to have warmed to me at last. While this is a success, I am tempted to use this opportunity to try to get even closer. Test my diplomacy skills. 92% chance she appreciates your efforts. Absolutely. Why are my troops still up, chat? Why didn't you tell me to take them down? Huh? Guys don't even backseat good anymore. King Einar was just taken prisoner by my own vassal. Kill him. Did you win the war? They took the king of Belarus prisoner. I stand above my subjects as a sovereign ruler, unequaled in the realm. Dressing the part with resplendent garments and jewelry would serve as a subtle reminder that I am in charge. That's why I wore my Twitch shirt today. To remind you all and everyone else that works at Twitch, if there's an employee out there that you're in charge, I bow before you, Twitch, email me. Okay, let's talk. Local fashions have a symbolic meaning. Okay, so this one's 28 stress because I'm so humble, but I do get a diplomacy buff. 50% chance you get a traditional raiment. +2 diplomacy, +1 stewardship. I don't need anything to legitimize my rule. He actually does have a decent amount of piety right now, but I just can't, dude. Do you know how expensive it's going to be to reform our religion without having more than 4 learning? I'll go the 50-50. Hey, 5 years of traditional raiment. Where is it? There it is. 2 diplomacy, 1 stewardship. Very nice. Grimlina has been asking for a spinning top for a long time, and I told her to just watch the ending of Chris Nolan's masterpiece, Leonardo DiCaprio Through Time. Chat, has anybody seen Tenet? I asked about this, and nobody said yes. Because we talked about it already. I did. Yes. Do you have any other thoughts? Okay. Okay, second question. If you saw Tenet, what did you think of it? Let me be specific. Ever since I made the promise, she has been redoubling the effort of her studies. I would never deceive you. She stays trusting. Focus on things you already possess. Yeah, I'd never deceive you. Keep your current trait. Really great. Saw it twice. Most creative movie I've seen in a while. Cool to see something new on the screen at that scale. Okay. Actually, some opinions in chat now. Also, my vassal took another county. The county of Babrisk. We're expanding without even meaning to expand. I love this part of Crusader Kings, though, when your vassals are doing their own thing and stop infighting. If we were feudal, it'd go even better. The audio almost ruined it. Yeah, we had a whole discussion about that before. My baby boy! Praise Limpo. Bildu has given birth to a perfect little son. Who will you become, my child? Who indeed? Chat, I need a letter. He went full Nolan on this one. It was definitely enjoyable, albeit confusing. It went full Nolan. P. Prog rock. Okay. P. L. A. W. Z. A. I guess A. P. A. N. Plazapan. Dude, Plazapan is a good name. Welcome, Plazapan. That's a great name. That's good stuff. Hey, Dynastic Legacy. I don't know. Maybe I save. Maybe we save here. We could get Casus Belli cost cheaper. Kind of not a problem, but it does lead to martial experience. Could save up for more stewardship XP. Okay, these are just the XPs. Chance of inheriting bad congenital and new bad congenital down. Everybody likes that one, I'm sure. Courtiers and guests like you more. Piety. Piety up. We do need piety up. Marriage acceptance. Could be good. Prestige, not so much. Dynasty members get better education traits. I'll read that one for you because you can't see it. Better education is really nice. Spouse opinion up. Dynastic opinion up. No prowess lost from age. Whew. That sounds extremely powerful. New to the stream, how far into the game are you? 1079 from an 867 start. I play pretty slowly, but intentionally so. You will see the grand land of Suckberia soon enough. I think I want to grab Vibrant Court and Ordained Rulership to help me, because I really don't think we're going to reform in this lifetime. I'll show you why. I don't think Courtier and Guest Opinion up is bad, and I think better guests attracted is interesting. Plus, I think a Vibrant Court is within the RP ability of a 20 Diplomat Gray Eminence. They would certainly attract better guests to their court. I don't like Resilient Bloodline because it messes with stuff like Albino and other ones that are fun more than purely bad. I can see that. They might tweak that then. I imagine that'll be something that gets patched probably. But yeah, we're currently trying to reform, and I'm trying to create like a really holy son that I can go full learning. So my heir is currently being tutored by a 33 learning scholar herbalist. Hopefully doesn't die, and we're gonna see. He might not turn out to be a learning guy at all. He's got really good intrigue. He's also Herculean, so he's gonna be a good warrior no matter what. His learning is very low, and he's rowdy, which I don't think is helping us. But the reason I don't want to try in this lifetime is because I have to completely change over to learning. I'd have to go all the way up to, what's it called? It's one of these. Is it? I swear it's a theologian one. Which one's fit? Did I already pass it? It's like 50% cheaper. Convert faith. Profit. Oh yeah, Reformation cost minus 50%. So it's profit. I have to go 1, 2, 3, 4. And on top of that, it's still going to be insanely expensive because I don't want to just reform, change one thing, and then bam, go. I want to go all in. Like, there's a lot of stuff I want to change. And everything's expensive. So, like, clerical function. I can do, you know, that's 200 piety. I'm just going to pick at random, right? Let's just pick at random. So, like, specifically, I remember Head of Faith. It'd be super cool. A faith cannot have a both theocratic clerical tradition and a temporal head of faith. Temporal head of faith is basically like passed on to your primary heir. So like you yourself are the head of the faith instead of a prominent clergy member. Theocratic clerical. Okay, so I changed this to lay clergy and then head of faith to temporal, and bam, we're already up to 5,400. And that's without even changing opinions on gender, opinions on bastardry, divorce, deviancy, same-sex relations, adultery, witchcraft. Everything we change is expensive. And I want to go all in, dude. I want to create just this huge, sweeping world of religion. You know what I mean? I want to change like almost 80% of the stuff here to something. But you could just change like one thing, reform religion, and it would be a lot cheaper. But I don't want to do it like half-assed. But that would be so much easier. But that's why I'm trying to like train my son to be the holiest man alive, and I'm gonna focus his entire life. So that's kind of why we're not gonna do too much expansionist stuff. I'm gonna try and just live out the rest of my life trying to consolidate our power and also gain control over the areas that we currently do not control. So like, that's the Holy Land, so let's help control that. We're already helping with promote culture. Although there's no way to prove it, Countess Thyra, or however you say that, has brought forward evidence that Kezarach is not my own son. We knew it, but we couldn't prove it, and the spy master couldn't prove it. We didn't have evidence. There's no way to indisputably prove any of this, but it's all starting to make sense. Fathered by my champion, Chichika. You're still sleeping with him, aren't you? My accusations are either correct, and the secret is revealed, or he isn't Queen Takei's lover, and she loses opinion. This has happened anyways. She loses 30 opinion of you. You lose 15 opinion of your son. You lose 30 opinion of your champion. You can rightfully imprison Chichika. You can rightfully imprison High Queen Takei. Chorf. Chorf was the pure one. Man, this sucks. All right, for those of you who weren't here at the beginning of the stream, the whole reason we married Queen Takei is because she has the authentic blood of the Avran dynasty, which is our dynasty. She has blood goes all the way back through the top. We did that because I discovered after my father died and I took over as the new king, I looked into his secrets and he revealed to me that he was actually a bastard, not born of his father in the dynasty, but of his mother and someone else. He does have a distant blood relative that you can trace back to the original through my first king's daughter. So technically there is Avran blood in him. But the goal was to unite that little bit of Avran blood with actual full-blooded Avran and then reform the line. So this was supposed to be that guy. Kezarach was supposed to be the guy that brought the two houses, like both sides of House Avran back, and no one would find out that I was an illegitimate king. But now we have found out that he's potentially not even my son, and the cycle repeats itself again, which is insane. The drama keeps on dripping. I gotta go with the accusations, chat. Shh. It's false. High Queen Takei loses 15 opinion of you. Chichika is not High Queen Takei's lover. Wow. I got God? He actually is my son. Dude, who is gaslighting me and playing with my emotions? Because this is the second time that I've been able to accuse High Queen Takei. We knew for certain that she did have a lover on the side, and we ended up assassinating him. Apparently, he really is my son, or at the very least, he's not that guy's son. My character lives in constant fear and suspicion. I deserve... Okay, I should have a paranoid trait by now. I have literally gone through 2 of these. I hope in the future when you follow through on that and you fail, like, I deserve paranoid at this stage. You know what I mean? The fact that I don't have it is a tragedy because my character is hyper paranoid. I'm paranoid. I feel like I'm constantly looking for a reason to accuse her. So funny though, they're keeping me on the edge of my seat with whether my son's actually my son or not. You can declare 30 wars. It's a bit extreme. All right, finally, vassalization acceptance up plus 25 from true ruler. Probably not going to matter that much, but it is just kind of nice to have. Minus 148 because of different culture. He's a Khan. What? Oh, you guys have all this. Okay, so you're not just one dude.
This is the sub-sound.
You're just pretty big. I don't want all that. That's too much. But we should definitely just go to war for at least one duchy. Let's take, Ryazan. Actually, Vladimir. No. How many different, they're already who are they at war with? I think this is an unrelated battle. They have no allies. King Kevador has claims on this, but I kind of just don't care. Do we have Siberia down here? For real? Don Valley, next to Hungary. Hey, what's up, Internet? Jorge. I always do it wrong. Thank you, Internet George. For 15 months of sub, whose people arriving and waving at chat. Chorf, precious child, guide our kingdom from the heavens. May Ukko be with us during these times of turmoil. You guys are crazy. Who's this? This is a vassal in my realm. I could just seize a de jure county. Gain the contested county. No, let's take the duchy. Yeah, let's just go. Because we're never going to be able to vassalize a Khan. Like, that's just not possible. So I'm just going to pop on in here real quick. Kind of went a little far away, but it's fine. Kevador's dead! Died of old age at 63. He was my friend. High Queen Takei is not swayed. She's already, like, as swayed as she can be. As well. Who's your guardian? Because I'm about to... Wait, am I still a witch? Oh, she's... Yeah, 75% chance of accepting it, for sure. I've decided to follow you into the light and convert to Sua Minuska. Fantastic. Now I'd like to convert you to witchcraft. So you in turn convert my son. Alright, my marshal died. He was one of the best in all the land. Rip Dr. Doom. He's gone. The fact that this inheritance secret has played out again for Juneg is like the game knows and is haunting him with it. I know! That's what I've been saying. It's weird because it's literally his legacy. And he's having to face it from the other perspective. Like, he's been the one that inherited. Now he has to be the one that looks to play the other side of doubt, you know? That's what's wild to me. Oh, we have some really talented individuals here. Zealous, arbitrary, and callous. I don't think ultimately this matters. King Rada is more powerful and is a king. So at least having him on the council not only makes sense, but he's got the skill to back it up, right? So let's get him on the council. First in line for Volga Bulgaria still, because my nephew's only 13. Your neighbors are fighting, but you don't care? All right, let's take this little spot in Escade. I don't even know how this got here. We just kind of circled around it. Easy win. And so this since they're a little larger, probably not going to be as fast of a war. But it'll be fast enough. Agogil lost against the big blue. There's a big blue wave down here. I'm glad that we don't have to deal with this because there's too many blues. These are all different, I think. Suckberry is pretty hard to miss. Done. That was only 5% war score? That's my objective. It's kind of, I guess we're just gonna have to win based on held objectives. The fact that you have to wonder if there's a storyteller AI in CK3 is just testament to the engine and the system that they use. It just tells a good story somehow. All the different disparate parts that go together. The holding is now occupied by my foe. Oh, there's some Suckberia down here. I didn't realize that. I mean, I did realize that, but I forgot it was right next to them. A lot of stuff going on. Chiefdom of Astana has more development, which we don't use. Trying to leave this on pause, but it's hard to keep up. Belarus lost against your own vassal, King Chichaika. Okay, so King Chichaika is the guy. He has 18,000 troops and he wants on the council. He's got a 22 diplomacy. So we might have to just do a little reconfiguration. Zarni is not strong enough to be on the council. But he is good at what he does. I'm gonna have to replace them for sure. Because luckily for us, that dude's son, he only had one son, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, these are all sisters. Literally the only son that he had. Otherwise, he was gonna split his entire kingdom up. I don't know if he killed anybody. No, it doesn't look like it. He just happened to have one son who's 42. That was my best friend who just died and passed his entire inheritance to a single individual. So he's got an 18,000 strong army, but it's fine. I'm a pretty slick diplomat. So sorry, Zarni. You were bro. But this dude needs to be on the council. He's good at what he does too. I'm glad that his single son is like an amazing diplomat, you know, something. Who's the heir then? Well, that son has 7 kids already. Including 5 sons. Yeah, that inheritance is gonna split up. My cousin Duchess Ayasun was captured during the siege. Well, listen, I'm gonna siege this real quick, and then we're gonna go down and reinforce. Because they're sieging really fast, too. All right, we're at 10%. We're going to disband this group. Okay, they're heading in, and I might be able to just cheese this. If I move the rally point here, dude, this is ultimate cheese. Their 2,600 troops are like, well, hello! I see that you're getting ready to siege the tribe of Tabla Beauty. Well, never mind. Yeah, that doesn't look like such a good idea. Not only do I have 2,600 troops, but I'm bringing the rest of my peasants in as well. Yeah, 6,000 should be good. How did we get them there? Shh. Don't ask about that, okay? You don't need to know how we got... Oh, 14,000 of them, excuse me. I actually don't know where they're going. We're gonna go and counter siege this. And then I guess take their capital would probably be the ideal. Don't know why I stopped moving there. Your friend Axelon died. Aw. Your aunt. I was friends with my aunt. Hooks are expiring. Good logistics for an empire spanning 4,000 kilometers. Oh, yeah. A little too good. Russian Orthodox populists are targeting you. Should be fine. All right, we're just going to lift the Sukbarian siege. Since we have our war target, that should start building over time. My friend Ertugrul has paid out of his own treasury to aid my efforts in the war. Thanks, bro. Super nice, even though I have 5,000 gold. This is like when somebody subscribes to a streamer that already has 15,000 subs. It's like, you know what? That was still someone's $5, okay? And thank you. But I didn't even notice. Not that that's me. But it could be you. I don't know. All right, let's go kill these guys. And or just take the capital. What? Why is that a casualty? All right, we'll go here.
Look at Mr. Big Streamer over here.
The counter siege is done. We should be able to easily beat these guys. We got a commander with 36 commander advantage. What a god. And we get to defend in mountains. That's even better. Yeah, you made a big mistake there. 34 is respectable, but I got every advantage.
I'm proud to see my daughter no longer a child, but an adult, with sufficient tutelage. Kunyavka has come to truly understand her craft. A silver tongue, she could sway the opinion of counts and kings alike. When she speaks, the court is enraptured. 4-star gray eminence and quick, a sadist, but who is generous and gregarious. It's tempered, at least. Gotta count for something. Do we have any other kids that need a... 3 family members. You have 2 daughters that can get married. Okay. Hungary... Wow. You guys got very unlucky. Slain in battle, slain in battle, slain in battle. Who does this pass to? Don't they have 3 unmarried daughters? Hold on. Where am I? There we go. I don't know what I had it set to. What? Who's this? No. The other guy. You. Hey! That's good. Chat, you ready to inherit Hungary, even though it's not going to really be ours necessarily? This is a nice kid, too. Charming and callous. Nice kid, like I said. All we have to do is trust this 52 and 62-year-old couple don't have another kid. And we matrilineally take control of Hungary. Easy. I mean, it's not going to be mine. I gladly accept your betrothal proposition. I will graciously take the hand of your daughter, non-dot, when the time comes. How sweet. Gamer Deathbot, I'm already 1 step ahead of you. I don't know, Finland has got these elderly matches. Son of King Alavi. What sucks about this is, well, first of all, they just won't accept. Seems like Tingri are much more accept. Maybe we should go for Mongolia. By the way, Mongolia has split, chat. I didn't even notice this. Died last... Okay, he just died a year ago. Well, there you go. Kipchak is back. Zungaria is back. Mongolia has been cut in half.
What if I assassinate Chepa? And then try and marry her, because this guy's 40. Well, she's 37. They could have more kids. But even so, maybe a Mongolian assassination. Probably not going to work. The best way to get it to work would be... Where's the people like to marry you better? I don't remember. Chat, where's people like to marry you? Is it stewardship? I don't remember. Is there literally any country in the world that could stand a chance against you? Kelvin Chess, literally until last year, Mongolia had 30+ thousand troops. Marshal? Oh, is it a chivalry? It's a focus? I don't think it's a focus. Marriage acceptance for yourself and close family. Yeah, but I think there's another one besides that. But yes, there is a promising prospects. I think there might be another one. But yeah, there is one in the chivalry tree. But also when I die, I'm going to be split into 2 separate empires. So we have to reconcile that every death. So it's kind of like there's an alarm clock on Suckberia. But then again, we're not really trying to take over the world. We're just trying to reform our religion now. That's pretty cool. Apparently we just took literally the leader of this faction hostage. I didn't even see the battle. We just lost some levies. Killed one of their champs. 2 kings were wounded in this battle. That could actually be really detrimental. We had like 4 wounded. Okay. Call it. False High King Juneg, may your years be short and miserable. You're a much greater foe than I imagined. Alright, we almost got Escade out. Tartu would be someone else we want out. We can go ahead and disband all of our troops. So yeah, even though with the plus 25, the problem is the different faith modifier is really bad. So what I'd like to do is kind of take a minute and just look around. -88. It's close. That's really close. If I could just get Sapme to be my de jure vassal. And also befriend him. We'd be pretty close. Who has Bjarmaland? Do my own vassals' titles not count? Or do I have to usurp them? Would I have to fabricate a claim on the, okay, what about empires? Who has Russia? 57 out of 71. Dude, we're close to a third empire. You want to talk about a mess on succession? 3 empires. Can't affect their religion at all. You can if you abduct them, but it's kind of complex. Yeah, then this dude would get a empire as well. But if I could get the Empire of Russia, that may be enough to call him my de jure vassal, but it may not be. I don't know if it regards de jure vassal as where their capital is, or if you actually hold land where they are. I don't know. I'm not really sure, to be honest. Scandinavia. Finland's pretty big, dude. All right, I wanted to say slow down and kind of look at some of the small places. -89, it's close. He's not my de jure vassal. He is, though. Not your de jure vassal again, in different faith again. Just trying to see, like, who's the closest. -71's pretty damn close. No way we're gonna form Windish Empire. Can we get any closer than 71? 69. That one is close, because his opinion of me is only 1. We could cut that in half. If I could become his de jure vassal and cut that in half, we could do that. But I actually don't think we even control any of that land. -51. Terrified of you. +20. That's pretty good. You have true rulers of +25. That one might be doable. I just don't own any of these titles. Dude, vassalization's hard. I guess I know it should be, but maybe I just need that forced vassalization war. I just want to do it peacefully if I can. It's a good challenge, but it's too much of a challenge for my pea brain. Is Mongolia an empire? No. I don't think we have a single target. I just went around the entire list. Trying to do some peaceful vassalizations. I haven't seen much peaceful options year run. I've gotten like 2 or 3. The biggest one I got was Yugra, which is kind of small potatoes now, but it was a huge acquisition at the time. I vassalized my own brother. Peacefully. It was not what Duke Zirgal was expecting to find, spying on secret conversations, but discovering SoCal's illicit relationship does not hurt. For this murder plot, maybe this could help my efforts. This character is someone's illicit lover. Dude, Suckberia big. Trying. We're at 1081. I think it's possible we could make it to 1100 today. Let's get some agents in on this. 18% with 23 gold is a nice deal. 31 gold for another 13 or so. 16% success chance for only 30 gold. Oh, I already invited you. Greetings, benevolent liege. The people of Reval have fully embraced your Ostyok traditions. Thank you. You've chosen correctly. I watched The Sleeping Shape of Letava. Why, when we convert people to witchcraft, do we always watch them as they sleep? My son's tutor has decided to be a witch along with us now. Her acceptance is wholehearted and hungry. Welcome to the communion, sister. You still Nongchos? Can't demand conversion until 1084. For some reason, but okay. A lot of things going on. Let's cut the agents out first. My daughter Holotax is more likely to receive a good education due to High Queen Takei's tutelage. High Queen Takei, I really thought you were going to turn out better than you did. I remember I married you because you were Avran, Amazonian, and you had good stewardship. What happened? I don't know. where they went. My king is 44. I don't know how much time he has left. My daughter's 22. All right, you need to get married, honey. I don't know if we can afford to wait until these plans go through. So let's just find somebody. There's 1,001 different people we could marry into the kingdom of Vladimir. Who's the actual heir? You're already betrothed, so like, come on. You think my firstborn daughter is gonna get betrothed to you? Yeah, right. What about this dude? This is for Kamek. The guy's 0 years old. All right, come on. Let's do maximum age difference of like 5. Or actually, let's do 10 adult. Yes. Bunch of chiefdoms. We can do better than chiefdoms. What about just prestige gain? Who cares about alliances? Your nephew, Ashipel Avrin. No inbreeding risk. Avrins are just around the globe now. He's compassionate. They both get 1,200. Make it matrilineal. Call it a day. There you go. Kunyavka is 16. Let's try and do some more, like... Let's try and do some more, like, Avrin, you know, shenanigans. I don't know what you want to call it. Try and do some more Avrin inherit the world strats. Here's what we can do. We can do a character search. And we can actually do... Well, it'd be easier if we did heirs. Because rarely are we going to find a ruler. What about, like, just somehow getting into the Byzantine Empire? Byzantine has, like, an election, though, don't they? No, they actually have Confederate partition right now. You guys are married to some weird and kind of, like, gross... Alright. Daniel. Who cares about you, really? Chat, let's see about the Alba people. Why are they all married? 13 and 40? Can you guys chill? Never mind. I have decided that I'm just going to pick someone nice instead. I have decided I'm just going to pick someone intelligent. Vishata is very intelligent, lustful, honest, and diligent. Okay. It's a nice Russian lad for you. Seems like a nice guy. Sweden is about to be eliminated. Sapmi is moving down Norway and Sweden right now. Yeah, Alba got huge in my game raffle, and then they exploded. Alba had tons of land. They went all the way to... They took all of Western France at one point, and then it just imploded. There was a commotion among the children today. Unjutka was attempting to preach among her fellow youngsters and became the target of a small fight. Grimlina intervened and managed to stop the fight before anyone got hurt. Remaining calm in the face of pressure is incredibly important. Become brave. Do not be afraid. Charge in when you have to, my daughter. Okay, I took some stress for that, but I think it's fine. Could call another hunt. Why not? See if it goes any different. Bounding through the steppe I gain on the flighty hare I've been chasing for hours. As I prepare to strike, I hear my chancellor, King Chichika, cry out in pain. He has fallen and is clutching his leg. You can dress his wounds for 5 years. He gains 20 opinion, and you practice some field surgery. King Chichika has 15,000 troops, and if he happened to die, his 15,000 soldiers would split amongst his sons. There's no time, Chichika. The hair is escaping. You understand, right? It's a fortuitous injury. Nandat asked me for a scoperal for a long time. What is a scoperal? I told her I'd get her one in 3 months if she focused on her studies. She responded she was fine with her current dedication, reward or no reward. Stay content, go fickle, go trusting. Stay content is fine. The hunt is drawing to an end. We mount to leave this step behind as the serpents prepare the hare of the game. Everything that could go wrong seemed to do so. It was a disappointing hunt. Nobody's happy. So it is. About to get a new lifestyle focus. I think I'm going to pick independent ruler opinion. And simultaneously, I'm going to start focusing on foreign affairs to try to get just an opinion buff with our neighbors instead of our direct vassals. As soon as I did that, I get an independence faction from Chichika. He's mad that I left him bleeding on the ground and he formed an independence faction against me. That's the one guy I really don't want to be in an independence faction. But you know what? If he dies of his wounds, then... Just saying, I give him 37 gold. Let bygones be bygones, Chichika. Okay, it's fine. I'll pay for your surgery, or whatever it is. In fact, I guess I assume you'll survive. I'm gonna go ahead and befriend you. Get you out of that pesky faction, you know. Commission an epic. We can go from there to level of fame and diplomacy, and actually get August, which is good. But I think let's go independent ruler opinion plus 15. Each alliance grants +1. Don't have any alliances anymore. Weirdly. We're only gonna do that one more and then start focusing on stewardship. Nothing cheers me up like a mouth-watering pudding. So I sent a serving prepared by my personal cook to Chichika as proof of my good intentions. The gesture turned out a disaster, however, as he had the servant thrown out without even tasting it. I will apologize for my excesses. Gain 32 stress and he gains 10 opinion for overcoming differences. You're too big for them now, kind of. I wish there was a way to start reforming the religion and like save a draft so I could come back later. There's kind of no reason to do it right now. My agents have prepared for weeks. The cook has been bribed, the poison's been acquired. The duck will be rubbed with the poison, the bed of herbs will mask its smell. It'll be the last thing that Chepa Ezgil ever tastes, and I don't even remember why we're killing him, but we are. Why are we killing him? You want his spouse. Do I? Oh, I do. Yeah, she's in jail. Bon appetit, Chepa. Thanks to the duck and the poison vial, Chepa is finally dead, and none of my agents are under suspicion, which means no one can trace the poison back to me. I feel like there's a lot more people willing to join in on plots than there used to be. Hey, so it seems that your daughter who's in prison is now available. I couldn't help but notice. And where are the I guess she's still imprisoned. I'm not gonna remember. Okay, pin her. Pin. There. Neighboring ruler won the war. Why am I trying to kill him again? Oh, Plazapan. Got a +3 martial. What a god. Another rowdy child. This one intelligent, though. Hang on. Neither me nor your mother are intelligent. Where did that come from? I don't know. Who's the father? So, I see that your daughter's available, Danion. My son is also available, as it happens. Would you like to form a non-matrilineal marriage? I don't know why she's in prison, though. I was gonna say, should we go to 4X, but it seems like tons of stuff's still happening even on 3 times. Was the guy you killed intelligent? Maybe. I don't know. Some of my counselors believe the job is theirs by right of blood or influence alone. How wrong they are. I expect results, yet I'm often disappointed. After a long day, I complain to my wife, Takei, when she interrupts me. Let me do something about that. A few lessons may sharpen their wits. Chancellor, in diplomacy, help out my steward, or my Noidi. Well, I think I can actually... No, I can't. I have to wait 2 more years. You're pretty good at stewardship. Why don't you teach my steward? My last chance. Sandil has decided his time has come. He's leaving. Bye. Who else is in my court? You guys have some terrible claims. You know what, though? That's on me. Let's invite claimants and see what's up. I got a ton of prestige. Why not? Hey, what's up, Dorkwing Duck? Howdy, late night crew. People who are just peepo arriving. Your neighbor has won. That guy's big. It seems like Mongolia's not having a great time. These are some weird claims as well. My daughter Nandot is more likely to receive a good education due to High Queen Takei's tutelage. Kind of just a bunch of, like, Vogulian claim. Who cares? There are a few things I enjoy more than High Chieftain Varaka's company. He listens to all my troubles, helping put them into perspective. After a while, I realized that it wasn't as bad as I'd imagined. After this short break, I felt more at ease than I had in a long time. I'm lucky to have a friend like High Chieftain Varaka. A nice break. Wow. Stress-free. Dude, I'm almost 50. I'm 45 right now. We're just cruising along at this point. The days are just going. I'm trying not to pause. Children lack guardians. True. My son is 10. Okay, let's actually pause to do that. That's a good thing to pause for. What do I want him to do? Do I want to educate all of my sons in learning to the best of my ability? Count Vutil, negative 53 opinion of you. Lustful, zealous, and sadistic. But he is a scholar, a theologian, a pilgrim, a wise man, and a herbalist. His learning has made him very predisposed to cynicism, apparently. And he's also a Catholic. What? Okay, well, that's weird. What? Here's 140 gold. Then I would like you to convert. You're zealous for the wrong religion, my friend. My faith is too strong to be swayed by your earthly words. All right, then. I will just go to the next person down. Duke Saren is brave, compassionate, and temperate. Astute, intellectual. A scholar and a wise man himself. Seems reasonable. I'll send you 150 gold to convert. My faith is too strong to be swayed. Why am I paying you guys so much money then? Okay, that was half of your entire net worth that I just gave you, and you won't even convert. You think you're all holier than thou upon your high horse? Fine, I'll go to the next one down. Who's next? Countess Latava. Also, cannot be, whatever. She can't even be converted until next year. She's already tutoring one of my sons. Yeah, just take the next one, okay? Take trunk. I still... Alright, I'm gonna have one of my sons be tutored by a steward. Who's the god of the land? Utyaka. A courtier of Count Brozor. I love that that's just a name. She doesn't have the strongest education, but she is very intelligent. Stubborn, temperate, diligent. Alright, I'll trust you. Here's Plausipan. A holy crusade? I can't do a holy crusade. My daughter Grimlina hovers in limbo between childhood and adulthood. I have taught her enough to understand the truth, and she's young enough to have an open mind. If I want to induct her into the service of the witchcraft league of villainous people, it is now or never. She deserves to know his power. Grimlina is doubtful. I don't think she took to the witchcraft. She didn't, it didn't stick. Unfortunately. Coronis and antagonist people Riven? Hello to both of you. I was finally able to spend some time alone with King Chichika, who is like... By the end of dinner, he was as much certain that I had his best interest in mind as I was he had mine. Thanks to my efforts, we established a bond of trust and loyalty that is only seldom achieved between liege and vassal. Become BFFs with your most powerful vassal by manipulating them to like you. I appreciate it. And likewise... make sure that you're the teacher of your children is a witch. Yes, indeed. Make sure the teacher of your children is a witch. He's your friend even though he's still injured from that hunting trip. Yeah, that was a kind of a deep injury. I've been here for 4 hours. Well, you just people arrived, antagonist. I just said you were people arriving. If you weren't people arriving, then don't use the emote. Also, your first message... You've people arrived at least 2 or 3 times since you've been here. Hey, True Spider-Man, what's up? But it's cool, I felt left out. Tuoni has raised himself scythe over my realm. What does that mean? The plague has arrived. The unfortunate victim is my champion, Chichika. Different Chichika. The taint possessing his flesh is a danger to us all. While he remains afflicted, no life at court is safe. Isolate him and pray for redemption. Known criminal. What did he do? Slept with my spouse. He has been apprehended and awaits his fate safely locked in my dungeons. I don't know if I can let this person live because he has the bubonic plague. Clearly, he needs to be dealt with ASAP, right? I mean, this is... He can't be allowed to stay in our realm with the bubonic plague. That's too dangerous to allow him to stay, right? If we were to, say, banish him forever from Suckberia and spare his life, that would be the nicest thing we can do for him. Bye-bye. I forgot you slept with my wife. Hello, Ital-chan and fellow anime lovers. Hello, Simcopter One. The power of God and anime is now on our side here in this chat, now that Sim is here. How's it going, Senpai? Dude, he's the father of your child. You don't know that! You don't know that. Bruh, I remember you from your first RimWorld gameplay. It's been so long. Really? My first RimWorld gameplay? What alpha was it then, huh? If you remember. Oh, you like RimWorld? Name every item in the game. Oh, Uko, how could you do this to Kunyavka? If I have sinned, why did you not punish me instead? She was blameless, my perfect daughter. Life had so much more in store for her. Hang on, my daughter died of childbirth. Oh, and no children means the child died too. It's sad. She just gotten married to this genius. 28 stress from your child dying. There's a lot going on right now. The twists and turns of fate have not always been to my advantage. Isn't this the guy I just banished? Fate has smiled and brought this loathsome churl to his grave. Not one day too soon. My daughter died, 28 stress. My rival who slept with my own wife who I banished died. Minus 38 stress. I like him dying more than I hate my daughter dying. Poor guy used to be a knight. This guy? Well, he's dead now. He died of the plague. Another bubonic? The outbreak? Okay, so the devs hacked into my game, dude. They gave me custom events because someone in chat was like, "Hey, Alex, what flavor expansions do you want in the game?" And I was like, the one where your characters die easier. I want the Reapers do where disease like the bubonic plague spreads. And they're like, oh yeah, we already have a couple of events about that, even if we don't have it spread literally over the map, so we're coming for you. And they push the magic button that infiltrates my game code. My concubine Bildu ensures me that all bodies have been properly handled and the threat is wholly gone. I don't believe you. Really? One guy died of the bubonic plague and you handled it? You're too nice. There should have been like 30 people that died. You acted quickly. I guess so. Imagine all the peasants that died. Who? Kilroy? I don't know who you're talking about. Listen, imagination is good, but imagine the lives of peasants? I think you've gone a step too far there. Hey, are you free from prison? Who is your liege? Because I would like to arrange a marriage with you. With my son, Kezarak. Wait. Do I have to arrange a marriage just directly? How do you do this, chat? She's the daughter of the Wait, is there a filter? No. I reset to default. But this character doesn't exist. How's it going, Sim? Thanks for popping in. Hope stream's been going good. Last seen playing some Microsoft Flight Simulator. Good choice. Hope it's been fun despite the bug with the A320. I was actually going to fly that soon, and I put it off because I was like, I think there's a couple of mods that you can download that fix the engine issue, but I kind of just don't want to bother installing mods, so I'm just like putting it off. Until hopefully there's like, I'm just like, well, maybe there'll be a patch by next week. They specifically heard that you enjoyed flying it, so they broke it. Yeah, if you start at the runway, apparently it's okay. Kind of takes away a little bit of the magic of RP, but at least it works in some capacity. And also, Danion's here and has been playing some Crusader Kings as well. Highly recommend both these streams. If you haven't followed Sim or Danion recently, you absolutely should. You're missing out. Can you search by her name? I guess, I mean, I could try, like, just clicking on my son here and finding spouse, but that is tough. What was her name again? Mandakai. Let me make sure KH. Hold on. Find first name matches Mandakai. Yeah, she doesn't even come up as a person that exists. So I'm not really sure. Your neighbor Khan Tuk has lost. Don't think we care about these. Ooh, that's Hungary. Hungary lost? Yeah, I don't know how to get married here. She might have been made someone's concubine immediately. That may be what happened. Because you currently it says concubinage right now. But I don't see who she'd be related to. Doesn't the left engine still cut out during takeoffs? Yeah, that's what we were just referring to, Zerino. But it still work. It does work if you just spawn on the runway with the plane already on. It's all good. I need takeoff and landing practice, so I'll make the most of it. Yeah, that's one of the most fun aspects of the game. Like, the actual flying and stuff is fantastic, but it's always thrilling to land the plane. Even after over 100 hours, every time I come in, especially streaming, and I know it's like, okay, this is like a smaller airport, I still get nervous a little bit. So I don't know how it stayed fun after all this time. Got several low-cost carrier short routes planned. Like, RPing as kind of like a FedEx type of shipment plane. That's cool. I'd highly recommend the landing challenges. They're like, some of them are intentionally hard, but they have a full category that's just famous ones that aren't like necessarily difficult, and they have a couple A320 ones, and those are really fun. A couple of them are pretty hard, but I know the one into Tegucigalpa is like a famed difficulty one, and that one took me like 7 attempts before I even was able to like touch down properly. Super fun though. It kind of gives you that like quick thrill, right, of the aforementioned landing anxiety, but with the knowledge that maybe, you know, you didn't necessarily waste 2 hours of flight time before you got there, and you can just kind of start over without any pressure. So super low pressure, but still keeps the excitement alive. But they have a couple of them that are not, like, hard. They're just famous airports, and I found those to be really fun and also super helpful. I want to do some more, actually. Next time we play, when we play this weekend, I want to do a couple of landing challenges. Because I still have, like, I haven't done, like, half of them. Syntax Squid, don't you have some memes to be memeing somewhere? Did you try landing in the Himalayas? I did. I think I did do that one. I did that one, and what's the smallest commercial runway in the world? That one was pretty tough. But I think I did do the Himalayas one, and I did the shortest. Well, okay, maybe it wasn't the shortest. No, it was. Saba. The Dutch Caribbean island of Saba. Yeah, that one was fun. That's not an A320 landing. It's still really hard. It's only 1,312 feet long. The shortest in the world for commercial use. They have a challenge one from that. Is this meme appropriate, sir? Syntax, please. Council? Who died? Oh, Rada. Father of Velmika. 21 Marshal, literally just assigned you. Barely even got to know you. I feel like having a king on the council, 2,100 troops is reasonable. Even though we lose 6 Marshal, I think it's a little better to have a king. He's also trusting and patient, which is nice. So I'll put him on. We're almost done with our control task. Should be easy. How's your string board map going? It's going good. We're doing a flight around the world. We did some in-flight meals last time, where, well, if you look at the bottom of the screen, you can see that I have a microwave. We sampled some frozen enchiladas from Mexico. And one of them was disgusting, and the other one was actually pretty good. Yeah, the map's going pretty well. You can take a look at it over here. I can't really, I can turn the light up a little bit. There we go. That should make it a little easier to see. But yeah, we ended up in Panama. So next time we fly this weekend, when we do the next plane stream, we're gonna check out the Panama Canal. We're gonna fly low over that, and there's a whole bunch of points of interest in Panama. So really looking forward to that. And then we're heading into South America, and we're gonna get to sample quite a bit of South America. I've been refining the route, and I'm really looking forward to it. But you can see the dots go all the way from Vegas to Panama. So it's been a long adventure, but it's been really, really rewarding. Last time we played, we landed in a volcano caldera in the Icon. So the Icon's the one plane in Microsoft Flight Sim that can do water landings, and it's really fun. It's a super fun plane to fly, really slow, good for sightseeing. Why, hello there. I am like the sun. Very zoomed in here, too. Hey, chat. How you doing? Hey, you guys like this for the webcam angle? Is that good? Listen, I gotta have a microwave in the middle of my room because I gotta have props. But yeah, if you ever want to fly along with us, you are more than welcome to. We did a community flight last time, too. But I would welcome the flight company. There we go. Back to normal. Alex, give us some personal space, please. If you're in my stream, you've forfeited your personal space. Okay, because I will, I will get all up in your business. If you type in my chat, you have there is no expectation of privacy on any chat log that is entered into this chat. Did I just see a subjugation war go through? I think so. I don't know how you guys are doing this. Chad, do we have anything else to do besides... Like, I don't understand. She doesn't exist as a person. I just need to get my kids married. You can usurp the Jarldom of Pinsk from a vassal in the Moyer Confederation. Isn't... The Moyer Confederation still exists? Why can I usurp this? For 250 gold and gain 300 prestige. I guess that's fine. Is she one of my vassals, though? Why did I do that? I don't think she is one of my vassals. Alright, I'm gonna give it to someone who's not that powerful. This guy's 54, this guy's 37. Vassal in my realm. I'm gonna give it to him. I will grant him the title. High Chiefdom of Pinsk. He's gonna become a Duke. Gain 60 opinion of me. Duke Jeremy now holds the Duchy of Pinsk. He's honest, content, and calm. Pretty good. Hee hee, I'm typing. Stop that. No more typing in this chat, please. So if you're curious what we're doing right now, kind of nothing. We can observe the world. Maybe release this person from... She's been in prison for 3 years? Well, you're free. We can just observe the world. Mali has got 3,000 troops. Not doing so great. Nubia also shattered into Abyssinia in Ajuran. The Abbasid Empire is 7,500. They used to be stronger. Byzantines are part Byzantine, part Thessalonica, part Hellas. So they got a little bit of everything. Hungary is still somehow together, but they used to have about 14,000 troops. They're down to about 712. So I'm not expecting great things for them. The plan here was to, well, inherit Hungary, but my daughter's husband just got imprisoned and is also known as an evil atheist, which might complicate matters. The tuition of my daughter Grimlina has at an end. With sufficient tutelage, even a child that has displayed little natural inclination towards scholarship, such as Grimlina, can come to truly understand any subject. She has become quite the purveyor of knowledge, and has proven herself fully capable of structuring advanced theoretical and theological arguments as an astute intellectual with 13 learning. That's the weakest I've ever seen Abbasid without player intervention. Yeah, they're not... The rest of the world's really not doing so hot, and I didn't even do anything. Like, this is just them. Europe is on its own. Scandinavia is on its own. We kind of accidentally took Suckeberia and Lithuania. I was watching my daughter Nondot play with the other kids when the son of High Chiefess Layla tried to push her over. She took it in stride and sat down to talk to him instead. She is forgiving, like her father, which I think is good. And we have a new dynastic legacy perk, so this just affects everyone in the Avran dynasty. We're working towards just a monthly piety up 10%, ordained rulership. And that's hopefully going to help us with piety in the next life, where we're going to try and reform religion by I'm trying to create a really holy son. It ain't working, but he's becoming a god of intrigue, which was not my intention at all. He's currently known as a treacherous villain. He is sadistic, paranoid, and calm. What are you teaching him? You are forgiving, just, and greedy. I'm not really certain how he turned out this way. You have a 35 learning skill, a herbalist scholar. Oh, I made you a witch. You know, I thought that you would raise him a little better, but I didn't know he was going to become the intrigue god. Nature versus nurture, perhaps. Perhaps. No more typing. Please ban all the people that are typing. Thank you. I agree. But yeah, we're kind of just like... I'm trying not to get too greedy with, taking land by force. I am really trying hard to vassalize some places peacefully. And it ain't working. So while you guys meme the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit...
This is the sub-sound.
I'm gonna BRB one more time so I can get some more ice. So CK3 removed the royal bloodline system from 2? I don't know what you're talking about, Linkfire. I don't think that's the case at all. I don't know, though. Thanks for all the CK3 streams and spending time teaching newbies how to play. First Paradox game for me. Well, hope it's been a fun one. It's a good time to jump in. CK3 is, I would say, it's got a lot more depth than Vanilla Stellaris did, but I think it's a lot easier to learn than Vanilla Stellaris was because of the tool. I think the tooltip and encyclopedia system is better. I think it's got a lot more things you could easily overlook than Vanilla Stellaris did, but I think it lends itself to new players better. I think Vanilla Stellaris current day is harder. Probably. Also, you don't have all the DLCs looming overhead. I looked away and the pat spam began. Here it is, yes. Hey, what's up, Dragon Rogue? How's it going? So what we were doing was, we're still training diplomacy, but I don't know for how long. Each alliance gives you a diplomatic point, not that great for me. Commission and Epic is fine. I kind of want to do foreign affairs effectiveness and then split. Forced vassalization is okay. Maybe I will just stay full diplomatic. I feel like I'm wasting a trick because I'm not getting any lifestyle traits. I'm kind of just dipping my toe into each one of these trees. Of all of them, I think Diplomat serves our purposes the best, but I still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to go. Basically the rest of his life. Which maybe we just stay there. He is like the god of diplomacy. He's the 40% bonus because of his education, being a 4-star education. Each star is a percent in bonus XP. So for that purpose, maybe it is fine. So 25% better foreign affairs means it can go up to 13.7. So it's only a slight increase. Maybe not worth. But if I could get to that bottom trait, the bottom trait's pretty good. Alright, I need to get some ice, chat. I invite you to a feast at my court. It'll be a grand affair. My pleasure. Sure, why not? Every guest gathers in the hall as Count Arnaz welcomes us to the feast. I smell the kitchen from here. I'm kind of hungry, actually. Even though I literally just ate that delicious microwave sandwich from Italair. The pleading gaze I receive from my acquaintance Ilke is taking on a desperate tone. A group of guests are approaching the corner she's hid in all evening, and the walls are hindering her escape. To think a countess would act in such a way. Distract the guests, and she likes you for helping her. Be shy, I guess. Or Tell us a story and get 10 opinion from everyone else at her expense. Forgiving, humble, and gluttonous. I'm gonna ride on gluttonous here and say, tell us a story. Also, the plus 10 opinion with everyone else is really good. Convert to witchcraft. The courtier of Count Brozor, the teacher of your third-born son, has accepted into her heart witchcraft. Welcome to our communion, sister. Teach my son wisely. Countess Ilke, literally the person we were just talking about, the wife of Count Arnaz, has accused Arnaz of having an affair with Chiefess Pexin, who is imprisoned. I don't see what the fuss is about. Adultery is perfectly fine in this religion. Dramatic music notwithstanding. Chat being so disruptive, who started this? I don't know. Who was the first member of my chat ever? That's probably the person who started chat being disruptive. At the feast, as one of the plates of food is replaced by the next, my acquaintance Ordava goes on and on about friendship. And that was how we salvaged that mess. Are you sure I'm not boring you, my lord? Chat, are you sure I'm not boring you? I can turn off the stream now, if you want. What do you say? You are? I'm still here, though. Alright, some of that. Say something funny. The last thing you said was, it was me, and then ... Oh god, he's doxing me, Monka S, and you have great skin, Etal Johnny. You had an interesting conversation for 10 years of diplomacy and learning. Yeah, that's the one. Take me back to 9 to 20 diplomacy if you can. Funny test passed. How long have we waited for the food? Are we here to eat or admire the grain of the wooden table? He's still paused in the feast. I am very hungry. I can smell it from the kitchen. I think because I am gluttonous, there is no other option here. It is immensely cathartic to complain when things are even slightly wrong. Huh. Where have I heard that before? Do I know anybody who constantly complains when things are only, at most, slightly wrong in order to relieve stress? Chat's like, smile chat is online. Hi, I just got here. Liars are now timed out. What a feast! I will remember the days spent in Count Arnaz's halls for a long time to come. Now it is time to wash off the traces of merriment and wine and once more resume my duties as a lord of the realm. Now, we went from smile chat to deface chat immediately. Farewell, my vassal! You gained the trait Eager Reveler. Junek has sampled the intoxicating life of carousing and debauchery, and hungers for more. More diplomacy and intrigue buff, and also other revelers like us. Lose 74 stress due to your gluttony, and Count Arnaz likes you because you went to his feast. Up over 20. So every point of diplomacy we get basically makes people like us more. It's how well we interact with others. So it's just a natural opinion modifier. The more we have, the bigger the modifier becomes. So in general, people like me because they've heard good things about me. And I speak to them well and often. How old am I? 47, chat. Grimlina Avrin can marry. True. Let's sort by alliance power out of curiosity. Well, there is the kingdom of Sapmi, who I would rather just absorb. They're far enough away where an alliance is probably fine. The problem with an alliance is you can't go to war with them. Hey, you heard it here first. The problem with an alliance is you can't go to war with your ally. That is the problem. Here's a Herculean, more advantaged lad. My daughter is brave, trusting, and arbitrary. This lad is humble and Herculean, and results in an alliance with Vladimir, who's one of our own vassals. There's nothing wrong with that. It just secures the lineage, and we actually get pretty good prestige. Make it matrilineal, and then all children will be of our dynasty instead of his. Local streamer constantly abuses and insults his chat and somehow keeps getting away with it. I didn't even say who I was talking about. The fact that you inferred I was talking about chat, I think really says it all. You know? I didn't even need to say anything because you already knew the answer. Uh-oh. High king or peasant, high or low, it does not matter. In the end, we are all mortals. I was reminded of this as I woke up coughing in the early morning hours, a dull ache pounding through my head and throat. You seem to be under the weather, my lord. I know a fair number of suitable remedies. And after I jokingly said earlier that not one of my characters has died of anything other than old age since the beginning of the game. Look at me now. Do no more than what is necessary. A safe treatment may lessen symptoms temporarily and has few risks. It's too late for caution. A risky treatment may have great outcomes, but also could lead to worsened symptoms or permanent injuries. Well, my concubine is also a renowned physician. I think there's nothing to get that crazy about, you know? Just do a normal treatment. Bildu offered me a clear potion in a gilded vial. As I had tasted some previous remedies of Bildu's, I was worried at first, but when I drank it, I could detect neither odor nor taste. I inquired about the ingredients, but she told me it was a secret recipe. The mysterious potion turned out to be just what I needed. For now, the worst of my symptoms are alleviated and the world seems a little brighter. Reduced disease symptoms, huge resistance boost for 1 year. All right, let me go get some ice, chat. Have one more beverage tonight. Designate a guardian for your daughter, Holotax. We'll use Bildu. She's strong, smart, still has gout, and is a renowned physician. Why not? Finally, the Ice Arc. Well, I wouldn't complain too much if I died, because then I get to play my heir from like 16 years old. Grabbing a drink, and be back soon, chat, okay? Thanks for waiting, thanks for hanging out tonight. Thanks for memeing, and thank you for being as mischievous as I come to expect you to be. Back in about 4 or 5 minutes.
What's up? We're back.
What's that noise? Nothing. Sounds like a wild turkey. Luckily, a wild turkey is not very expensive. Cheers, chat. A wild turkey is like $20. It's kind of nice, not having to, even the ability to go to like the Strip or downtown Vegas or whatever. For just a regular Jack and Coke, that's like, I mean, on a good price, like $7. Lower than that, I'm talking about like after taxes. It's like $18 plus tax. But yeah, buying like mixed drinks is like $7 to $9 per. It's crazy. Hi, Alex. How can you have so much renown per month? What gives you that much? Mostly my dynasty. So I am getting 5 from just being the head of house, 3 from being the dynastic head, and I also have 2 empires, which is another 3. I have multiple kingdoms, which is another 3, and then I have 20% from being plus 20% to my overall from being a tribal people. And then Praetorian Guard is a plus 40% from diplomacy. Monthly prestige per night plus 2%, and when you're as big of a nation as this. Oh, wait, what'd you say? Renown? Sorry, renown. It's kind of the same answer though. I have 376 living members. So you get prestige and renown pretty big time from your dynasty. So in this case, I have 376 people alive. I do a lot of matrilineal marriages. I've had like 80% daughters. So I always matrilineally marry them so they can continue the Avron dynasty. And they end up becoming leaders, kings, queens, all that. So similar answer, but you're right. My bad. What is liquor tax like in Nevada? I don't know. I don't buy enough to know that. Nevada liquor tax is general sales tax is 4.6%. Also applies to the purchase of liquor. Vendors are responsible for paying a state excise tax of $3.60 per gallon, plus a federal excise tax for all liquor sold. There you go. That's a short answer. Is the Strip even open right now? I think it is, yeah. I believe so. Not that I would know. I haven't been since like January, which is crazy to me. COVID has certainly killed for me one of the fun things about Vegas, but I still generally like the weather, the area, the scenery, and just the moment-to-moment existence is still very nice. January was over 3 years ago. I don't know what made me think about this, but, dude, I encountered IRL jeffing through my family. today. My mother got Animal Crossing New Horizons, and I was like, Mom, my cousin, your niece, also has this game and loves it. I was like, don't let her go over to your island and give you free stuff, okay? Because it's going to cheat the game, and it's going to delete time from you being able to play it. Because like, she really likes it, and she's going to try and come over and give you stuff. Like, don't do it. And she was like, okay, I know. And then like one day goes by. She's like, your cousin came over and gave me a pole so I could vault over the rivers. It's like very exciting. I was like, that's exactly what I was talking about. That's literally what I was saying don't do. So I like angry texted my cousin and was like, stop giving my mom stuff in Animal Crossing. You're jeffing. I didn't say this, but I was like, you're jeffing in real life. Just let this experience occur normally and naturally. I didn't get a response, but I was nice about it. I'm sorry, I won't do it again, cousin Etal. My sister did that with my parents and me because she got it a day earlier. But yeah. I don't know, like, it's hard to explain because there's so much you can do in Animal Crossing to... Because here's the problem with it. Like, you think you're helping and being nice, and if you're the person receiving it, you think you're being helped and that they're being nice. But really, you're kind of just deleting the time it takes for them to get to the end of the game. Like, yes, it's helpful, but Animal Crossing in particular is just a waiting game. And everything that you do to make someone wait less amount of time, it just makes you quit the game faster, basically. So, if it's hard to see that when you're in the midst of it, because it seems like an infinite universe where you'll never, ever possibly be done with it. But in hindsight, and I knew it while it was happening too, so I literally intentionally did not take help from anybody. In fact, the last thing I did in Animal Crossing was I went over to Liuda's Island, I still remember this, one day to sell my turnips, and this was after I was done streaming it, and that was the last time I ever played Animal Crossing seriously. Because I got a whole bunch of money, and I never wanted to play again, because I was like, well, I got a bunch of money, what else do I need to do? I didn't even finish paying off my loan to Tom Nook. Like, I think I still had outstanding loans, but I was like, if it's this easy to make like 1.5 million bells, game over and done. Basically achievement quest hunting, kinda, yeah. I could probably still turn it back on and still have fun and do stuff. But I really do think that the multiplayer ability to like give items and use like sell stonks kind of like messed up the game for me and potentially for other people. He thinks 1.5 mil is a lot. No, I don't, but apparently you still play the game, which is good. I hope you're having fun if you do, but that's kind of all it took for me to feel like I had more than I knew what to do with. I seriously regret cheesing the turnip market, says Garomulus. I made a bunch of stonk money, and I also stopped playing, so there is truth to this. What a backhanded insult. You still play the game. I don't know, dude. Nintendo gave us too much power. That's all I'm saying. Here's why, because there's a cognitive dissonance required to enjoy it that way. And what I mean is, they literally made the whole game about waiting, right? Animal Crossing is literally about waiting. Which is good. I enjoyed it for that. I had no problem with that. But then everything that they made that is multiplayer runs completely counter to that design aesthetic. So they undercut themselves with their own multiplayer. Yeah, I never time skipped either. So I don't know, it's just weird. And I don't think it's their fault necessarily, because it's just like, hey, if you want to do it, go ahead. But I also guarantee you there's a lot of people like me who, just because you can and you did, means you won't do it again, because you just won't even play again. Time skipping made the game feel more fun, to be honest. It's interesting that you talk in the past tense there, Tobias. Made. As in, not makes. As in, you time skipped, had fun, and then quit. Much like I didn't time skip, had fun, and then quit. No, I'm still playing. Oh. I made you tell never play Animal Crossing again. Hey dudes, what's up, Hippo? How's it going? At the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you time skip or if you don't time skip. The problem is, it's kind of gonna go, it goes the same way. As I woke this morning and saw rays of sunshine falling through my window, it took me a moment to realize I had slept soundly for the first time in weeks. I did not wake up coughing once. He's jealous that we're still finding enjoyment in this game by cheating. Like, at that point, you're just kind of playing shitty Photoshop. If you're still playing the game 6 months later and you've been time skipping the entire time to make the perfect island, you're kind of just trying to design your island and that's it, in creative. You're trying to play creative Minecraft, but with like a lot of extra restrictions for skipping through time. Also, look at the hornets as they come out of the nest. Just so cute. Welcome, Hippo. Thank you for the host, by the way. I hope you had a good stream, dude. Much appreciated. There's nothing quite like just like thwacking the Animal Crossing nest with a broom. Just for fun. I have had a couple of drinks. Alright, as I woke this morning and saw rays of sunshine falling through my windows, I'm glad to be well again. Hope you have some medicine, you jerk! My Chancellor, King Chichika, has worked hard to convince our neighboring realms and vassals that the peace treaty I entered with Khan Eskak of Escate is flawed, illegitimate, and unfair to me. I am once again free to declare war upon him as I please. I don't... Okay. Incredible work. That's this guy, right? So we can just take this last little bit of land. But what's hilarious about, apparently, chat, from what I have anecdotally learned in my chat, is that time skippers are the ones still playing Animal Crossing, and us normies who just played regularly are not. Which is hilarious because if they just didn't time skip, and they have been playing for 8 months, they would have still been able to accomplish the same goals, theoretically, in the same amount of time. Because they skipped time to save time, but they're the ones still playing. So who's really saving time? I'm just... what are we trying to grab here? No stopping this rant. I don't have anything else to talk about. But anyways, the moral of this story was I just want my mother to enjoy the game normally. Because I promise that for someone who's never played before, just doing it the regular way will be a lot more enjoyable. Next bit, Influx. You have any suggestions? Oh, I get it. You were the one that said he thinks 1.5 mil is a lot, and you're offended. Okay. I get it now. Conquer Duchy. Escade. Play it how you want. Ignore the judgy people like E-Town. Kelly McChess, you're the one judging. As I recall, you quote-unquote 2 lines ago said fucking normies. Okay, so, Chad, I would encourage you to ignore people like Kelly McChess and just play the way that I say. Okay. And honestly, the way that Nintendo says. Listen, you can live your life of sin if you want to, but you go against everything that Nintendo stands for. And they're the ones that gave you this game, okay? So they know best, not you. I'm conflicted on who to side with. I'm conflicted on who to side with. Is your antagonistic general disposition causing issue with joining the side of truth and justice right now, Mostly Moisten? Is that what the problem? Because the usual suspects are on the other side, like Retrograde Motion, okay, Kelly McChess, of course. Mostly Moistened usually joins the opposition, and that's why he can't figure it out. The opposition party is the same old, same old. What side am I on, Etal? I don't know, Wazza. Let's look at your chat. You've only got 137 message. History. You also said just being devil's advocate for a second, lol. You also said banan, which I think puts you on the meme, firmly in the meme party. He's separating us and them. Am I opposition? Absolutely, some of that. That's not even a question. You have 19 timeouts and a ban in the channel. Syntax Squid says, I'd just like to say time skipping is a heresy, which is why you have VIP still. That's why, Syntax Squid. We only VIP people with valid opinions in this channel. Obviously, I'm going to be against you, Alex. What do you expect from me? I don't know, Kelly McChess. I've only seen you the last 2 or 3 streams out of like 45, so I don't know what to expect out of you. You 56 timeout, 3 ban having troublemaker. 3 bans on a same account. Like, the next one's permanent. 56 timeouts. That's a lot, dude. An elder chatter. One of the OG Jeffs in the channel. Declare war on Khan Eskok. Oh, you know it. I go take this. He declared war on chat. I just love that, like, 6 months later, people are still very heated on time skipping in Animal Crossing. Some things never change. You brought it up. Did I, though? I was talking about, like, somebody gifting items, my cousin gifting items to my mom, which had nothing to do with time skipping. I did not bring it up. I responded to chat. Mr. Rossetti will have a word with you. Exactly. I can't... Listen, the biggest sin that Nintendo ever committed was taking Mr. Rossetti out of Animal Crossing. I will never forgive them. He was too scary, apparently. No, I did not say my cousin was a time skipper. My cousin just played the game for 6 months. I need to make a... And my mom's too nice to say don't do the thing. So I have to do it for you. Because my mom will just be like, whatever you guys say. She never had a console before. So why would my mother, who's never had a console before, what, like, there's nothing to do with time skipping. I didn't bring that up. So what my original point was, my mother, who's never had a console before, who just got Animal Crossing for the first time, after playing it on her phone, probably shouldn't get a bunch of free shit from my family, who's already been playing for 6 months, because it's just gonna make the game end sooner. That was my whole point. Watch her text you. And then I said that when I got a bunch of money in the game, that's when I lost interest. And then somehow that went over to time skipping. Let her play how she wants to play. See, that's not an argument. Because it's not... See, here's the thing. It's a chicken and egg scenario. In a vacuum, she just plays. But because someone else in the family plays, then... when that person goes, oh, you're playing, well, let me come over to your island and give you a bunch of stuff, then that person is making my mother play a certain way. And I'm just saying, leave it in a vacuum. So don't be all antagonistic and shit just because. Okay? I thought you stopped playing because of Egg Room. What does Egg Room have to do? Ita wants to control every aspect of people's gameplay. All right, I'm gonna start timing you guys out because you're talking about my mother. And you're just being antagonistic for no reason. My whole point is that other people should not control. Leave it alone. Like, leave someone who just got the game and doesn't know any better. She didn't get the game and was like, you know what? I'm gonna start time skipping. I'm gonna get 2.5 million bells, pay off my first loans. Like, she doesn't know anything. So I'm literally anti-control how you play. I'm the opposite side of that. It's not like I am having a debate. Oh boy, here I go, time skipping again. I agree with you, Etal. Mod Wild Omelet. You are controlling people's control. Now that's more accurate. I'm trying to tell other people to not control. Order in the court. When I was shocked when I caught Nanda trying to steal from the travel chest of the visiting High Chiefess Layla. I thought this was the live debate with you and chat always debating. It's not a debate. Here's how it's not a debate. If I time out 4 people, all I have to do is time out 1, 2, 3, 4 people, all arguments in the channel stop. But because they won't let me stream how I want to, okay? They're trying to control the flow of dialogue on the channel. So they're really, like, in argument about control this or that, but they're the ones trying to control the chat. What is going on? Chatter's Illuminati. Watch. I'll show you. If I just time out, retrograde motion, mostly moistened, Kelly McChess, and one other person. Then everything will cease. I promise. I don't remember who the fourth person is. Can I be timed out? Let me see. I can't scroll up because Twitch chat sucks dick. Didn't they fix the thing where you're supposed to, like, it's supposed to freeze chat whenever somebody types? Stop typing stuff. The beginning is pretty bad, though. Wish I had started with a poll. Wait like 2 days. You get the poll in like 48 hours. It's been 6 months. You've got the poll by now. There's nothing else even on the rest. Everything else on the rest of the island is the same. It's just more beach, more trees. Nobody else is even there. There's not any secrets. There's a cliff that you can't climb until you get the ladder. I wish I had a pole and a ladder day one. Oh, really? You probably already do because you time skipped. I am proud to see my son no longer as a child, but an adult. Most importantly, he's highly aware of political implications to get what he wants. Why is my heir like a super web weaver? Spoilers. Animal Crossing may have been a mistake, Chad. That's why I deleted the Discord channel. Okay? Dead game. They stopped updating it. They grow up so fast. I'm offended and I've never played Animal Crossing. The dreams are cool. What are the dreams? Animal Crossing dreams. Nintendo overcommitted, chat. They started off with like a update, 2 updates a month, and it was unsustainable. And we all knew it was unsustainable at the beginning. They should have just taken it slow and done larger updates like once every 2 months or something that they could have actually kept up with. And now they're behind. When was the last Animal Crossing update? They bit off way more than they could chew. Where's my army? Why? Yes, I know my heir is unmarried. It's gonna stay that way for a little while. If they time skip, they get the update out earlier. Listen, Animal Crossing is like my tied for my game of the year. Okay? But I'm so happy I played it at launch because if I started playing it now, arguably like the worst fan base currently in existence on any video game. Thank God I played it at launch and just like got through of it. I got my fun out of it and I got to enjoy it innocently. If I started playing it now, you guys would have ruined it for me, okay? Because I was part of the problem, too. I remember watching Simcopter 1 stream it, and I was jeffing, too. And that's... If I was starting to do it, then you guys, like 6 months later, it would be like I would not be able to experience a single thing in the game properly. The jeffing would be unreal. Etal's still ranting. Yeah, Algillis would be the fourth person. I couldn't figure the fourth person. Is Algillis. Hi guys, what's happening? Antagonists. People arriving every like 45 minutes. Hold on, what is this? Why do you have a screenshot of this? Liuda screenshot. Your friend Nato, who visited us the other day, think they'll ever visit us again? Gone forever. Hey guys, why does the atmosphere feel awkward and hostile here? Pro Casual, what have you done for this channel? You've done, I count, your 3 out of your last 7 messages are D-faces. Alright, anyways. Who are we even attacking? Honestly, we just have to hold our war score objectives. That's pretty much it. They're doing their part. I won't let you put them on blast. Is this the anti-chat stream? Yes. It is the anti-Animal Crossing chat stream, at least. Okay, here's a genuine question. Does anyone...
This is the sub sound.
Don't sub to me right now. Does anyone in chat, unironically, this is a real question, who doesn't time skip, still play Animal Crossing? Please tell me. Does anyone who doesn't time skip Animal Crossing, who's been playing since launch, still play? I do every day. Robot Mystic does every day. Kittilot does. Okay, we got 2 people. We got a rarely from Leo Marlaska, once a month from Mostly Moisten. Once a month says Syntax Squid, never play. Okay, so I'm gonna say 2 people plus some extras. All right, next question. How many people who time skip still play Animal Crossing? Say like, I time skip and still play Animal Crossing. I'm curious to see like what the ratio is here. We have 1 from Tobias. Time skip past this conversation. All right, so this is like going out to eat. All right, you ever try to go out to eat with somebody who is like, I'm hungry. And you go, okay, would you like to go eat some delicious Mexican food? No. You want to go get Chinese food? No. Okay, do you want to go get like some cheeseburgers? No. You want pizza? No. All right, if you want another conversation, present another topic or leave. Either make a suggestion on what to eat or don't talk because the grown-ups are talking. Okay? Anyway, 1 person admits to still playing the game who time skips. So that's 2 to 1. 2 to 1. I didn't see anybody else say I time skip and still play Animal Crossing. Vote is 2 to 1. Non-time skippers win. All right, Varaka, why were you even born? Your name is Gor. Your name is Gorgo. Your name is Gorgo. May you grow to be strong and wise. I want spaghetti. I can actually make spaghetti. I have some beef that... you know what? I kind of want McDonald's, though. Like, I really don't want to cook after the stream is over, so if I just never stop streaming, I never have to cook. Tempting. The holding is now occupied by my foe Khan Eskok. Wait, oh yeah, we're at war. I forgot, wait a second. Where are you? I forgot we were at a war. Kind of important little detail there. All right, raise the troops. So mad at Animal Crossing, you forgot about CK3. I'm not mad at Animal Crossing, but Animal Crossing is just island home decoration. Why does it matter? Is this the new esport? I don't even know how to address that. Chat, can every one of us agree? Can all of us 100% agree that in the event that you get your first console and your first game, that you should just play it? I don't think that's a crazy suggestion. Okay, let me put it a different way. Chat, let's say that you guys have never played an MMO before. And I say, hey, check out this MMO. It's really cool. And you go, okay, I'll get in WoW. And your friend goes, actually, I've got a max level character for you. Do you think that should be your first experience with that game? Or should you just play the game normally, and then later on, after you've got some experience with it, you should decide if maybe you do want to skip all that? Do you see my point? Your first experience with a new thing should not just be going fast to the end. That's all I'm saying. If you decide you want to do that after you've seen what it is, then okay. Dude, I have to rate my last order. Thumbs up. Quick and efficient. I don't even remember. What was my last order? I don't know. It's been a few days. Everything gets a thumbs up because it was clearly delicious. Life is too short for grinding. Bitch, you're in a Twitch stream. How long have you been here? You're not even playing a game right now. You're typing in my chat. Your first comment today, like, you could be grinding right now, dude. You've got comments since the stream started today. I don't even know. How dare you? I mean, you could be grinding anything right now instead of watching this. 30, why do I have 39,000 troops? These guys are running away. That's how scared they are of my troops. Grind chat interactions. Send my 39,000 troops over there. I'm grinding channel points. All right, I see a comment that is just not even worth interacting with. Stooping to new lows, but that's I can't assign that to all of chat. That was only that person's second comment in the entire channel who's not even following. That's not representative of you. You might be scum, but you know where to draw the line. Scum. Vladimir. Is the war over yet? No. Are you still trying to get a 3080? No, I kind of gave up. I do want a 3080 though, and I would buy one if given the opportunity. Kelly McChess gifted a sub to Isdubari. It's gonna take a lot more than $5 to atone for 3 bans and over 50 timeouts. Took some little kid hostage in a siege. Your cousin's imprisoned.
Welcome to the kingdom of Suckberia.
Okay.
Did you just laugh?
No, I just have some allergies, I swear.
Don't sub anymore. I'm gonna end up on some, like, live stream fails equivalent. Where they tweet about me, like, manipulating my viewers to give me... I'm gonna, like the... It's only $5 a month meme. Okay, I don't want to be the next one of that. Livestream fails. This dude hates Animal Crossing. Please don't end up on livestream fails. I don't want to mod that. I actually already did. It wasn't like a... I think I was on front page. It was for like the auto throttle plane, but it wasn't like a top. It was just there. You remember my because I saw in my clips that I had like a new #1 clip, and I was like, that's weird. Where did like 20,000 views come from out of thin air? And apparently they came from live stream fails. Callie Machez gifted a sub out of pure guilt and penance to Tootie Kiri, who has hung out here from time to time. Who's a good streamer and broadcaster who's also been playing some Crusader Kings as well. I think her first time playing, actually. Yep, and there you go. Last seen playing Crusader Kings 3. Jay Webb, Sergeant Rafflecow, Jack W, and Shoop the Whoop are also back here. Guilt? I mean, that's the only explanation. Shout out me. Unknown Twitch channel Pog. Dude, we can definitely make it to 1100 tonight. For sure. My character's gonna die, and I'm gonna be sad. It's gonna be interesting, though, because I didn't even do this on purpose, but my heir is set up to be an intrigue god. He's got 23 intrigue, and he's got 21 prowess from being Herculean. He's already reclusive, and he's only 17. And he's a witch. I don't know what to do with this. That was not what I intended at all. I tried my best to make a pious god. Creating the holiest man alive was the title of the stream, and he turned it out literally the opposite. I have no idea where I went wrong. Why is my army of 40,000? How are you guys doing? Are you guys even... Oh, you already did the siege. I can probably just disband this portion of the army. We got some bad guys over here. But also we got some good guys over here. I don't know what guilt you mean. Well, at least you acknowledge where it all went wrong. Oh, we got people here. Chinjay is pregnant and drunk and reclusive. I thought his education focus was intrigue. I didn't choose it. I sent him to be tutored by someone who was very smart. Let's just do this. Let's just get the army of peasants. To form up. To be fair, if you make it to Paragon of Faith with an intrigue guy, it's very impressive. True. 2 years to gather. Oh, my spy master's dead. He was a good spy master too. Your son, heir, and champion. New spy master? Yeah, get him some more training, I guess. Why not? There he is. Son, heir, and spy master. Okay. May as well find some court secrets for now. I don't have anything else for you to do. Actually, where is home? Where am I, chat? We're over here. He's not doing the knife pose. That is true. Oh, I wanted to order food. It's too late. It's like 11:30. Is anything open right now? Fast food should be open. I really don't want Taco Bell though. Dude, I get free item if I spend $20 at McDonald's. Do you think we're gonna have another recurrence? Do you think they'll even... Hang on, you get a 10-piece spicy McNuggets free with a $20 McDonald's purchase. Not available after midnight. What if you order at 11:36? Huh? What then? $20 in McDonald's, $15. Yeah, $20 McDonald's is a lot of McDonald's though. Food chat? I have heard the spicy nuggets are good. How am I supposed to order $20 in McDonald's for one person? That's so much food. Nobody wants microwave leftover cheeseburgers. I think we can all agree. Alright, your body will protest. Let's get... There's a Big Mac bundle box that's $15. Comes with a Big Mac, a okay. I love that it comes with a Big Mac and a regular cheeseburger. Like, that's 99 cents, bro. You think I don't know that? And chicken nuggies. All right, forget about those super meals. Let's go. They got like a promotions tab. That's in the promotions tab though. All right, apple pie, sure. You gotta have some extra. Dude, is one apple pie $1.30 now? Well, all right, I gotta do it because I need $20 of stuff. This is how they get you. 3 pack of cookies is only $1.50. That's a pretty good deal. This is a selection, but it's only chocolate chips, the only one you can select. Buy 2, you want more later. I don't know about that. All right, hang on. Let's see what the most popular is. Most popular double quarter pounder with cheese, a Big Mac meal. What's the most expensive? Why is the double quarter pounder meal $8? The Big Mac meal $7? Double quarter pounder is huge, I guess. Get the Travis Scott meal. What's the hang on, what? Travis Scott McDonald's.
This is the subset.
What's the Travis Scott meal? I know. I think I've seen the like picture, but I haven't seen. Is there a commercial? It's just okay. I thought they were making special food for him. It's just a quarter pounder meal. That's it. Travis, 3 McDonald's favorites. Quarter pounder. Oh my god, it says quarter pounder with cheese, Travis style. Hold on, I'm gonna show you guys exactly what this looks like. Here's what I see. Why does it look like that? Here you go. McDonald's. Travis Scott meal. That's just a quarter pounder meal, right? Quarter pounder with cheese, Travis style. It's lit. Dive into a quarter pounder with cheese stacked with Travis go-to toppings, bacon and lettuce. Also a medium fries with barbecue and Sprite with ice straight up. Ask for extra ice. You bastards. Don't listen to them. They want to do less Sprite. They save money on it. Who would ask for extra ice? Okay, like the other stuff, quarter pounder with bacon and lettuce. Okay, that's at least different. Fries with barbecue, that's just a sauce. The third one, extra ice. Watery Sprite, dude. I gotta charge you for that extra ice. Okay, hold on. I don't think you can order it Travis Scott style unless you do it. There is a bacon quarter pounder with cheese meal, and that's $8.29. Alright, I'm gonna order it Travis Scott style. Bacon quarter pounder with cheese meal. Okay. Well, you can't really order. I have to customize it, which is gonna annoy them. I can't customize it. I can customize my drink. I can't customize the quarter pounder. All right, but it has bacon on it. That's just no lettuce. I can't get the one with lettuce. I'm not allowed to customize that. They don't have the Travis Scott meal on the app. Okay, I'm up to $11. I need another $9 of food. Dude, that's enough. Don't forget to ask for extra ice straight up. I just spit all over my screen. I gotta order fast, chat. It's 11:42. Quick. Quick. Individual items. Nuggies. No, it comes with nuggies. It comes with nuggies free. Don't. Okay. No extra ice memes. I already got a quarter pounder. Give me no more burgers. We got so many nuggets coming in. Crispy buttermilk chicken. Not available after midnight. It's 11:43. I don't think they're gonna do it. Add to cart. All right. I need $4 more. I just got a crispy buttermilk. Give me a. Dude, a Filet-O-Fish is $4? I'm gonna get the Filet-O-Fish. Why is it $4? By itself, like not a meal, individually. I can't even find it. There it is. Also not available after midnight. McD employees hate late night Filet-O-Fish orders. Really? I don't want my food to not come out good. I'm ordering like 3 things that are supposed to be before midnight. I got 15 minutes. Are the fish asleep? What's the problem? And I can add a spicy 10-piece McNugget with quick tangy honey mustard for sure. And tangy barbecue. Why does it say $4.49? Should be for free. Alright, it is for free. What? Yeah, it is for free. They have to catch the fish. Alright, I'm ordering as of now. And if anybody delivers this, you get a 20% tip. Okay? 20% tip for going to McDonald's. There, it's been done. The order has been placed. Apple pie, 3-pack of cookies, bacon quarter pounder with cheese meal, crispy buttermilk chicken, filet of fish, and 10 spicy McNuggets. I'm gonna have some microwave leftovers. I can only eat like 2 of those items. Why'd you order all that again? I don't know, because I need food, dude. Etal Air gonna serve some tasty meals. Just eat the leftovers cold. Yeah, easy. Order received. Done. Now, where were we? Listen, I just wanted... They got what they wanted. They put the dumb... order $20 and get the 10-piece McNuggets free, and I just fell for it. But I had to, because I didn't want to order them separately, but I wanted to try them. So I may as well get them for free. My daughter, Non-Dot, hovers in limbo between childhood and adulthood. I've taught her enough to understand the truth. She's still young enough to have an open mind. If I want to induct her into the service of Vainamoinen, now or never. 64% chance she's convinced. Hey, well, my daughter's a witch. Her husband's imprisoned. I don't know why. I need to start swaying people. King Ajmek of Suckberia has, like, supposed to be 9,000 troops. 100% chance to befriend. Sure. Fries Travis style with extra ice. I'm discussing the art of feasting with my vassal King Ajmek, my vassal High Chief de Sarante, when I realize Ajmek's not entirely lost in regards to the subject. Trying hard to not make him out to be a fool, I freeze when High Chief de Sarante asks either of us to explain a thing. Trying hard to not make him out to be a fool, I freeze when High Chief de Sarante asks either of us to explain a thing to her. Ajmek should explain he has sharp insight. You spend 75 prestige to gain opinion. Absolutely. He can explain it. The Suckberian claim on the kingdom of Yugra has ended. High King Juneg no longer controls any claimed county. What? Isn't that who I was swaying? What? Did they just dethrone him? Who are you? Queen Ordava? Installed by faction demand. Alright, well, you're the person now, I guess. I am swaying you instead. Also, I have a perk. Commissioning an epic is fine. Let's go forced vassalage after we go title creation cheaper. You're able to use the Ducal Conquest Casus Belli. It allows you to seize counties required to create an uncreated title of duchy rank. Too many wars, dude. I can't even keep track of all that. Invite champions, certainly. Call a hunt, Kezarak can marry, he's 17. No reason to rush. Prisoners can be ransomed. Who? Only in prison for 2 months. Okay, they're fine. 2 years at the bottom, but... just release them. While performing spy master duties, Kezarak uncovered a secret held by my vassal Duke Dondi. He's taken Urge, a commoner from Solaire, as his lover. This is useful to know. Okay, I accept your condition for my release. I have no choice but to accept. They've both converted. Felling a beast. You would think it a creature from myth, perhaps a god disguised in animal form. It was the largest stag I've ever seen. Even after the beast was wounded, the chase lasted half a day. It's still an imposing sight, lying dead before me. Fetch a fine price, or High Chieftain Tietyuk gains 30 opinion of me. My vassal and champion. I guess he can have it. The hunt draws to an end. Wow, the hunts are gotten very short as of late. Ooh, champion arrived. I just X'd out of him. Who was it? Here are my guests. Probably this guy. He's got, like, Suckberian claims. He's an Averin, actually. Frail? This is the first time I've seen Frail. Pira, not very great. Unjuntka and Bonek. Alright, so ignore these guys. Your Chancellor has impressed Chieftain Kegala. New war. I don't think there is. Under siege, peasant rabble. You took some prisoners, and you gotta put an end to this, chat. We got 7,000 troops, dude. They're sieging some of our territory. We've basically sieged all of theirs. Another son? Are you trying to just undo everything that we've done up till now? She herself has had 3 sons. One of them unfortunately died. That is, of course, Chorf. Hello, new son. Who is not going to be named Juneg. I need a letter, chat. By the way, Sanderson0092, thank you for 3 months of sub. Welcome back. Garlic Salt says C. Kragel. Kragel. A strong Siberian name. Hey, an independence faction. With only 320 troops. Good luck. Let me know how that goes. We definitely need to catch these guys. I wonder how long it'll take us to counter siege. While performing his duties as spy master, we've learned a secret of my friend King Chichaika, my chancellor. He's taken my kinswoman Duchess Patyava as a lover, but we're not really in a position to use all that. Where is this? Who's fighting? Oh, we're fighting against their elites down here. Pretty brisk battle. Lost 120, killed 2,000. Pretty good odds. No champions were injured in this fight. You're up to 65% war score. A French insular. Now Sua Minusco. Chat, I'm gonna get some food, dude. It's on the way, I think. While performing duties as spy master, Kezarok has uncovered a secret held by my vassal, Duke Jasob. He has committed a sin most foul, a crime against Uko. Only someone truly sick would engage in carnal relations with their close family. Incestuous secret. Who? Chat, is this screen supposed to look like this? Just curious. Secrets known to me. We have, dude, I've got some crazy dirt on this guy. Watch out for the no character right there. Okay. He knows that I know. Should I just try reloading? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, we'd already loaded. Why was I supposed to? I was like still counting. After it already zoomed in. What does usurp a kingdom do? I can do it in my game, but I don't know what it does. It basically, think about it like this, or far. It's kind of like, you know how you have to pay the government to get your driver's license renewed, or to get your car title, or I mean, your car tags renewed? It's kind of like that. You kind of like pay some money so that somebody scribes a document that says, hey, I actually own a majority of this land. So if you look at the titles that you can usurp, in the bottom, like I'm just gonna find one that I cannot usurp. But let's just go to Kingdom and say this one. Let's just say like Lithuania. Not a good example because we already have that one. I don't know how to pronounce this one. Galicia Volhynia. Okay. I need 6 de jure counties. I have 0. So you probably have enough counties to usurp the title. So what it basically means is like, you have enough of the land that falls under that umbrella to realistically say, guys, I'm the king here. Because you don't own as much land in this area as I do. Therefore, I'm the king. So it's kind of like you take the title from someone else who's holding it in name only, even though you have more of the land that is under that kingdom's umbrella. You're basically taking the title, you're not really transferring any land. And if you transfer the title, it has some advantages that it confers, like you become the de jure liege of anybody in that land. So like, in my case, I'm the king of Cumania. So anybody in Cumania who's my vassal, like this dude, I am his de jure liege. If I was not his de jure liege, it would have a negative trait modifier. So you want the title because you basically have the paperwork, you've dotted your I's and crossed your T's that says, I'm actually your liege. Here, I can prove it. And if you don't have that, they have a small opinion debuff. And it can also give you benefits to levies and taxes as well. So I think it has functional benefits in levies and taxes if you're the de jure liege. I'm already a king. This will give me a second kingdom. I guess that's bad for my succession. Not really. I have 2 empires. So my empire will split on my death between my children. You can either assassinate, disinherit a child if you want to, or just let them sprawl out in their own direction. Like, if I wanted to, I could just say, hey, Second Empire of Volga Ural, have fun over there. I'm going to turn my attention to this side. And it can have some benefits, like maybe you're working towards Dynasty of Many Crowns, and you need 10 independent rulers. So that would be one way to make an independent ruler. I don't know, maybe the benefit, let's see what the benefit's worth. Dynasty of Many Crowns is a +2 stewardship, plus 20% prestige. Your direct vassal opinions give you +5, and levy size +10. That's actually a lot of good bonuses. So you can use it to work for some stuff if you want. You can kill your siblings, kill your children, disinherit them, go to war. You'll have claims on that territory, whoever your heir ends up being, so you could go to war to press the claims. There's a bunch of ways to get it back. It's better to take it and deal with the consequences of taking it later than not taking it at all. Also, the game knows, even though you haven't usurped the title, it's already hypothetically a title that exists. So if you go to Realm and look at Succession, you can scroll down here. You have to click this down arrow. Very important. This down arrow right here. And it'll show you exactly what your kids are going to get. Even if you haven't created the title, you could still be separating all your land. So in my case, I've got quite a bit. Dude, actually this succession sucks. I don't know what happened here. My heir is keeping Cumania, but my 5th born son is getting the actual counties under that kingdom. This is the worst succession yet. And I don't know how I'm going to deal with that. Anyways, Non-Dot has come of age. She's only a 2-star insightful thinker. High Queen Takei's contribution toward Non-Dot's education cannot go unmentioned. Her guidance helped the child reach further than I could have alone. I've never seen that text before. She's still a 16 learning, even with only a 2-star education. As their High King, my vassals owe me their allegiance. My word is law. But how much is obedience without devotion worth? In times of crisis, a slow response or half-hearted effort can lead to disaster. This is the 3rd time I've seen this event, which is weird, because I've seen it 3 times on the same character, but like never on any other character. I'm just gonna take the 10 years of direct vassal opinion. I think that's good. Betrothed can marry. Yeah, kinda in prison though, so we're gonna hold off on that. I'm too far above my domain limit. I need to give a title away. Honestly, don't even know why I have this. Oh, because of the war. Speaking of the war, the other war is almost over. Let's grant this to... Chiefess Markva is 60 years old. I like to go, let's say max age 35, because you get a lot more longevity out of that big bonus. Chiefess Siren, though. Oh, I also want to do... ruler, not a ruler. Pretty important. Alright, this dude's got 16 diplomacy, 19 stewardship, and is intelligent, honest, and diligent. Vishata. Vishata. Absolutely, you're the guy. Enjoy your title. Why is he my vassal? Have we not created this title? He should be under High Chieftain Marunza. And if he's not, I'm going to go ahead and grant him a vassal. I can't. I can't. Because he's not a vassal in my realm. I don't know. Weird. Champion arrived. He kind of sucks. I'm going to let that guy go. Your daughter's about to leave court? I guess that's fine. You guys can go wherever you want. You're already matrilineally married. Give it to your son? You kind of can't unless they were already going to inherit it. they know exactly who would already inherit.
Espionage. While performing duties as spy master, my son Kezrak has uncovered a secret held by my champion. He seems to be harboring doubts of the Sua Monusco doctrine.
Hello. Queen Ordava kind of appeared out of thin air. She was somebody who was installed as a peasant faction. So the last guy got booted out. By the time I left, I felt as we had known each other a lifetime already. I became friends with one of my vassals. I'd also like to become friends with my council. How old is this steward? 45? He might be good to befriend. I like to convert to witchcraft, too.
Trunk comes of age.
With sufficient tutelage, even a child with little inclination toward administration can come to understand it.
Trunk has a thorough understanding of the flow of gold and the wanderings of people. He expresses a remarkable creativity in dealing with these matters.
Got a 3-star education. Could be better, could be worse. He's pretty decent. Alright, is this war over or no? Do you guys see any enemy troops? Because I'm just gonna disband and wait, I guess. Hey, what's up, Aaron Kessinger? Or Kessinger. Sorry if I mispronounced, but welcome to stream. By the way, DJ Ballabear, thank you for raiding earlier. You raided yourself. And Hippo, thank you for the host earlier. For 49 viewers. Welcome, everybody. Who was here like an hour ago. Let's see what Hippo is playing. Oh, some Crusader Kings 3 themselves. Very nice. Hey, is this not Suckberry again? What do you think? The Isaac. Stick around for a minute. Siege of Chelmno lost. Oh, there they are. I don't think it's gonna matter. They raided our holy site just to be mean. There you go. Attempted murder. My spy master uncovered a secret held by my vassal, High Chieftain Ajeg. He was the man behind a failed murder attempt against Chieftain Ajmeg. Well, not gonna really do anything about that. I'm just here to enforce my demands. All we were doing there, chat, is effectively just taking one territory that was just right. I think it was this one. It was right in here. It was like a little blob spot that we did not have. Now we are more united than we were. I'm trying to avoid doing no more wars. I just wanted to get rid of that because I don't think we were ever going to be able to get it as, what do you call it? Vassalization, peacefully. I think the food should be almost here. No, it's not. Not yet. Not yet. Your neighbor, King Asbjorn, has lost against High Chiefess Gyala. Who? Oh, Sapni War. Alright, let's just pause for a second. I'm gonna take a quick pee break, chat. I was hoping to get the food and a pee break at the same time. Let me just BRB real quick. Take Midas out. Hey, can you guys hear me? I think I accidentally muted myself. Dirk says I'm wine drunk and out of wine. What do I do? We'll talk about that in a minute. Okay, remind me. I'll be RB. I'm going to take a quick pee break and take Midas out. I'll be back in a couple minutes. I was hoping to knock these out at the same time, but this is fine. It'll be just a moment. Thank you for waiting and thanks for hanging out tonight. Be back in a sec. Hey. What up? How is late night crew doing tonight? I'm hungry. Hey, you want some McDonald's? Or are you playing Pendragon and we just rescued a new character? It's 9 in the morning here, really. It's actually 12:18 in the morning here. Thank you. Oh, I forgot what I was gonna say. I was gonna ask, those of you who are of age, of drinking age. Somebody said that they were wine drunk. They didn't have any more wine. Are there any other weirdos out there who can just drink multiple different sources of alcohol and it really doesn't adversely affect them at all, like me? Some people have to basically drink the same thing like the whole night, or else like if you change or mix, then it messes them up. So I'm curious, which one is more common? Mostly taking shots after beer is not great, though. See, I see some people on both sides. I mean, they have a saying for it, so it's not like it's that weird. There's a pretty common saying. What is it? Beer before liquor, never been sicker. Liquor before beer, you're in the clear. Like, they actually have a phrase. But I've never had a problem one way or the other. Just curious. I guess because just liquor makes you drunk faster, so people who... Beer before liquor, never been sicker. Because you start with soft and go hard. Liquor before beer, you're in the clear. Because you go hard and then turn to soft. I guess. I don't know. Mythbusters did an episode about that? Really? What were their findings? New lifestyle perk. I think we take forced vassalage and see who we can actually use that on. Because I have kind of talked bad about that. I know my heir's unmarried. There's not really a rush. Dude, we could get a Mongolian... Dude, they actually have a Khanum. That's pretty cool. Who are your heirs? Probably this dude. Yeah. They'd accept a Mongolian matrilineal marriage. He's 1. If I had one more daughter who was like his age, they would definitely accept the matrilineal. And then we could just have Avran Mongolia. Be a different religion, but it'd be there. Hard liquor gets you drunk quicker, makes beer go down easier, so you tend to drink more beer than you would otherwise. That makes sense. Is beer not liquor? No. Liquor refers to, like, high alcohol content. Like, for me, if I have if I drink beers, it would take at least 4. Like, it depends on how, like, the time frame. If it's in, like, an hour, I would say 3 beers for Buzz. In, like, an hour. Maybe 4. 4 would be like, okay. Okay, I might be drunk now. Would be, like, 4 beers. In, like, an hour and a half. Or something like that. 2 is, like... 1 beer is like, here's a water, sir. 2 is like, okay, I am nominally affected by the alcohol. 3 is like, okay, I'm buzzed. 4 is like I'm drunk. In like an hour to an hour and a half. Somewhere in there. Real beer or American beer? Whereas liquor would be like... a couple, like 1 or 2 shots of real strong liquor would be like, okay, here it comes. So you're thinking American beer's like Bud or Coors or something like that. You're hitting it pretty hard to drink 4 beers in your first hour. You're hitting it pretty hard, yes. You are, Adam. Speaking of hitting it hard, I'm going to this dude's feast. I don't think I've ever had 4 beers in an hour. I would say it would take me probably about 2 hours to drink 4 beers. I don't really like beer, though. Everyone is here. I love the feast music. The feast, wow, that was the shortest feast ever. The feast dwindles down. I find myself deep in conversation with my crooked acquaintance, Vidyava. She inquires about my opinion on friendship. I like friendship. Let's be friends, I guess. As one plate of food of McDonald's is replaced by the next McDonald's plate, my acquaintance Melche goes on and on about the blessings of family. And that was how we salvaged that mess. Are you sure I'm not boring you, my lord? Had an interesting
sub-sound.
You remember this conversation for literally 10 years? Or why don't we talk about you instead? How about 10 years of diplomacy and learning buffs? That sounds like a good plan. Enjoy the McStream. We're about to see how it turns out here in a moment. My spy master has uncovered a secret held by High Chieftain Varaka. What did you find? He's secretly taken Gundes, a commoner, as a lover. Well, I can't really use that. But my next in line, my heir, is going to be able to use that. Chat, I have no idea what to do when I die because the inheritance is all screwed up. I have no clue. What a feast! I'll remember the days spent in circus halls for a long time. Now, to wash off the traces of merriment and wine and once more resume my duties is Lord of the Realm. Lose 80 stress, and the host gains 15 opinion of you. Ransom. Yeah, there's no reason to keep these prisoners. I am going to release all of them. Because I'm a nice, forgiving character. It's almost 1090, chat. We could definitely make it to 1100 today. My character's 51. Look at this succession, dude. It's ugly. Two of my kids are from Bildu. 2 of my kids are from Chinje. And then my heir is from High Queen Takei. Apparently. Apparently related to me. We'll see. I'm curious. If, when we take over as that character, what happens? Okay, so the plan is, when we do take over as him... Oh my god, 23 intrigue. Well, how am I not gonna pick some intrigue? He's gonna already have some intrigue focus. I could get him married to somebody as well. Best case scenario. The best case scenario, chat. You want to know what an actual play is? So it's not easy. And also she is homely. But it's wait 6, 7 years, 8 years. Kill all of her siblings. Then my son inherits Sapmi. It's possible. All right, I gotta get I think my food's here. Hold on. One sec, I gotta grab. Hey, so this is not a joke. I touched my stream deck and the static shock turned it off. Apparently I'm now the god of electricity. That's my new superpower. It's like resetting. It might have broken it. That would be awful. I rely on that literally all the time. So much electricity, dude. It's like flickering occasionally now. I don't know if it's gonna come back. I can just control this manually, at least. In the meantime, still not back on. That's scary. I might have to get a new one. That would suck so bad if static electricity did that. All right, so check this out. You guys want to see something ridiculous? Hey, welcome to McD's. It's McDonald's Christmas. There's a drink in here. That's a little scary. What else we got? Oh, they had a cup holder. Oh god. All my food's in there? Dude, I think the stream... Hang on, I gotta unplug and replug in the stream deck. Or something. It's back. All right, what do we got? Looks like some cookies. Requiring a whole extra bag. They're warm as well. I got, that looks pretty solid. I would say, if in terms of quantity of fries, this is probably like a 6 out of 10, just in terms of number. Fries are, in terms of warmth, 5.5, 6 out of 10. salty. There was tangible salt. Let's see. Crispy chicken, buttermilk. Seems pretty normal. There's supposed to be apple pie. Holy, why'd you guys let me do this? You egged me on. Here are the spicy nugs. Where did I go? Where did the camera go? These are pretty good, dude. Okay, spicy nugs get the stamp of approval. I don't like spicy nuggets. Uh-oh. Chat. No sauce. Zero nuggy sauce. None. Uh-oh. It's just spicy in my throat. The midnight special. It's gone. I don't know. Alright, what else, okay, well, you didn't see the fillet of fish. Looks like a regular ass fillet of fish to me. Fish. Alright, what am I actually gonna eat? Sauceless food is not pog. Not for spicy nuggets. I got my own sauce. Eat all of it. I mean, I gotta at least eat the burger. The chicken's probably... Oh, we didn't see the burger. Did we see the burger? We did. Looks like a pretty regular burger. I mean, that looks like a pretty normal burger. Actually good. I was ready to be disappointed. No lettuce. Especially considering this gets like the 12:30 a.m. pass, dude. The only thing they missed is the sauce. And that's acceptable losses. That's acceptable. All right, I give that burger actually like a 12:30 a.m. 3 drinks McDonald's delivery. That's actually at least a 7.5 out of 10, maybe more. I think it's like a 7 out of 10 with alcohol. It's an 8 out of 10. It's pretty good, and it's warm. It's still hot. I'd say 8 out of 10. Chicken time. Chicken time. Big tomato. A lot of tomato flavor. Chicken's warm. All the food's fresh, except for the fries. Actually, the fries are the only thing. Not one napkin in this entire order. No napkins. I ordered like 4 meals. Tomato doesn't belong in burgers. Well, that was a chicken sandwich, but also you're wrong. Travis Scott never mentioned napkins. Chicken sandwich is pretty basic. 6 out of 10. It literally just tastes like chicken mayonnaise and tomato. Whatever you think that tastes like, that's exactly what it tastes like. At least it doesn't taste old. All right, this is true. I've never tasted a fillet of fish before. I have never once ordered a fillet of fish. Let's have a look. That is what a fillet of fish looks like at 12:30 a.m. Tastes like bread. The first taste I get is just bread. It's not like bad. It's just kind of like dry. They smother it in tartar sauce. Like, I think criticisms are, could use a little more tartar sauce on the rest of the bun. And also, is that cheese? Like, what is that little bitty piece of, is there supposed to be like a real piece of cheese on here? Was that an accident? What is that little piece of cheese? Also, I got crumbs all over me right now. Why are you doing this to me? Is there supposed to be cheese on this? Let me see. Let's look at the bottom. No, there is. That's what the cheese looks like. Alright, close that. It's just like a thin rectangle. Why is it in a rectangle? This has been a nice, McDonald's. Honestly, the weakest thing is the fries. Out of this whole order. These fries have been out for at least 45 minutes. Maybe heated up slightly. I have a drink with no straw. So we have forgotten the straw, the sauce, and the napkins. But we've gotten all the food items. So I guess that's the most important part. You have to accept some losses at 12:30 a.m. And if you're going to accept losses, it shouldn't be the actual food. The spicy nugs, I think, are actually a legit highlight. It's just unfortunate that I got to get my own honey mustard. These are pretty fresh nuggets. I gotta say, just like plain, these are better than regular nuggets, for sure. How spicy? Like a 3 out of 10, maybe less. I would say 3 out of 10 occasionally gets you with a little like extra, and you have to cough if there's no sauce. But these are good nuggets. Unironically better than I expected. I've sampled everything. I need to actually eat one. Also, I just need some, I want to eat some more nuggets. Hold on. But I need some sauce, chat. I need a straw. I don't have a straw. Does anyone just have straws in their house? Hold on, I'm gonna get one. I just had a fierce, spicy chicken nugget belch. So spicy. got a straw. I have one metal straw in the entire house. That is pure sugar. 100%. Let's see what spicy nugs plus nice food stream. This is probably not a... Hold on. Let's do this.
This is the sub sound.
There it is. Gotta get the noise. What a great noise. Let's see. Oh yeah, that elevates it. That's next level. Alright, the spicy nuggets. You know what they are. They're McDonald's chicken nuggets. So I'm not rating this on a scale of chicken. I'm rating this on the scale of McDonald's, right? McDonald's is its own scale. So as far as McDonald's itself in a vacuum goes, I would say the spicy nuggets plus honey mustard is a 9 out of 10. I would say. Is it better than, like, getting chicken strips from somewhere that makes chicken strips? No. Like, if you had the choice between spicy nuggets and, like, Zaxby's or Cane's, then yeah, no contest. Obviously, either of those are better, but... completely different.
Midas has 2 bones. Hey, where's your bone? Get your bone.
He's like, no. I'm just gonna sit here. What's a 10 on their scale? I don't know. That's a good question, actually. They had a couple of items that were really good. They were, like, special seasonal. And I only had, like, one of them. But it was like... Do you guys remember when they did the weird London... like, London-inspired, meals? And they had, like, a burger and a chicken sandwich that was supposed to be London-inspired or something. The ice cream cone? I don't think I've ever had an ice cream cone. Thumbnail for you is a mouthful of fries. I'll take it. Golden Vishy says 30 months already. Time flies. It does indeed. It does indeed. Chat, there's just McDonald's all over my table. I can't physically move my mouse right now. It's surrounded by a chicken sandwich and then chicken. Do we have to look at the apple pie too? I guess we have to look at the apple pie. Okay, here you go. Let's see. It's not hot or even warm, but it is crispy as if it was heated up recently. Like it's actually still crunchy. So I don't know. Not hot though. Now a bite of fish fillet to mix it up. All right, the last one, I would say that's a 5 out of 10 apple pie. Not even hot. The cookies. Oh, we got a cookie that fell apart on exit. That is a perfectly round chocolate chip cookie. Still warm. A little crunchy, a little soft. Tastes more doughy than chocolatey. Has a weird aftertaste that I can't quite place. I would say 6 out of 10. Not the best cookie I've ever had. Firehouse Subs knocks it out of the park. If you can get their regular ones. I would say the quantity over quality is that specialty. There are 3 of them for like $1. It was like $1 or $1.50. So the fact that you get 3 gives it a little bit more value. Alright, I gotta put some of this up, chat, and so I can eat it later. What am I gonna actually finish? I didn't really eat any of the mains. Let's unpause the game. And that way, it's playing. Maybe a little slower. I need to finish one of these. And Midas has already eaten, so don't believe his puppy face. Duke Jasop has accused my friend of having an affair with my kinswoman. Isn't that true, though? Yeah, I think that's actually true. He got it right. Travis Scott, honestly, lettuce on this would not make it worse. Lettuce on burgers is good, in my opinion. The Travis Scott, like, bacon quarter pounder. It's pretty good, dude. What did I give it? Like an 8 out of 10? That's a pretty 8 out of 10 burger, actually. For like McDonald's scale. Count Tugan is my best friend. He's not my best friend, but he's my friend now. He's steward. Trying to make friends with my whole council. He's only 46. Let's convert him to witchcraft. I haven't had a burger in like 4 months. Well, thank you, Golden Fishy, for the sub. Go get a burger next time. Here's to 30 more. Thanks for the streams and shout out to the best community ever. Yeah, right. My dear father, despite our best efforts, my agents have yet to uncover any secrets. I do think there's something still going on, and we will find it. Listen, if you want 11-hour stream, this is how you get it. I have to eat McDonald's on stream. This is the guy who got put in prison, right? He died before they even got married. Tervel, the betrothed of my daughter Nandot, has passed away. All those carefully crafted plans have been crushed by Tuoni's fickle impulse. Though such complaints might seem petty and insubstantial compared to his family's pain. Rest in peace. The marriage agreement is void. I forgot that I had a daughter that died in childbirth, Kunyavka. Grimlina is betrothed to Chichaika, who looks somewhat ghoulish, though he is Herculean. She doesn't look too happy. My son is 19, no heir. Nandot. Kingdom. Do we care about the kingdom of Sapmi? Not really. Khanate of Kipchak. They're getting bigger. I don't know, I just don't think alliances really behoove us. It'd be better to go either sum of all skills or inheritable traits. Genius! Kajavat der Kul. 51. He's a little old. Why don't we limit that then? Well, found an intelligent Count Briashizlov. Potential. I don't really want the alliance, but you are pretty strong. Will not accept matrilineal, really. Okay, try again. Next. Kenyak. Robust, gregarious, callous, and lustful. But he is robust. That's got to count for something. He's got some pretty pitiful stats. Alright, this guy's more your age, and you both get prestige. And he'll accept matrilineal. Okay. So, I'm not really planning on invading anybody else. I kind of just want to consolidate and let the clock spin. The older you get, the more you like spicy food. I think that's literally like a DNA thing. Like children are more, their palate is more sensitive to certain things. Thanks, Etal, for making me hungry despite the fact it's not even 9 a.m. Yeah, it's 1 a.m. 101. This is my dinner. Man's gotta eat. And I may as well share with you my experience at the same time. The fries are just sad. These are like 3 or 4 out of 10 fries. Too bad. It is 1090 AD. The biggest thing we can accomplish right now is probably just a good match for our son. That's probably number one. So, you guys have any ideas for how to marry him? Finland looks like they're having some civil wars. My son has uncovered a secret held by my other son, Trunk. He has secretly taken Uzhutka, who is 74 years old, as a lover. Well. He what? You heard me. Trunk, I'm gonna get you married, dude, okay? Don't talk to Uzhutka, okay? Don't talk to her anymore. Trunk, I'm gonna find you a nice match. In fact, a genius. Gregarious, trusting, and stubborn. I might just marry my firstborn son to Annika. A schemer. Well, to be fair, there are 2 geniuses. You can both marry a genius. Right at the top. She's also from a royal house. Comfort eater. Reclusive, child of concubine. How are you reclusive and gregarious? Like, I'm okay with being social. I just prefer to play video games all day. You know, that's just me. All right, let's do that one. This is going to get complicated. I like that response for like my own son's secret. Were you gonna ally with Finland? There's no reason to ally with them. Because I'm really like its alliance is helping them, not... Who's this? I gladly accept your marriage proposal. Your son, Trunk, and my cousin, Nergis, will be joined in holy matrimony. Who are you, little rascal? I'd have to get permission from you? But yeah, Finland really benefits more than I do. Wait, I can demand conversion of their king? Is it because he's my cousin? What? When has this been an option? High King Mergren of Suckberia is one of his grandparents. I can demand conversion of the King of Finland, my cousin. Very well, I will embrace the Suomenusko faith, though it feels strange to abandon so much that is familiar. When has that been an option? Now I can almost vassalize him. Claimant to the High Kingdom of Suckberia makes him low. You are of a different culture is -30. He's not your de jure vassal, -25. I don't think I can physically do it. But I guess Suomenusko Finland is still valuable. Even if I can't vassalize him, it's still, like, good. I don't know, dude. Can I do that to anybody else? No. I think it's because he's my cousin. The more I study statecraft, the more I realize how beneficial good relations with my neighbors are. I ought to have one of them visit my court so I can show them how good of a friend I can be. Would you like to invite the Byzantine Empire? Neighboring ruler of Buryatia? Or Countess Friedrich? Let's get the Byzantines in here. Yeah, that was easy. Weirdly easy. I don't know why. Well, Byzantine boy is coming in a few weeks' time. I have no idea. All right, my son who was hooking up with that 76-year-old lady has gotten married. The benevolent Basilius Theophylactos is finally here. Tonight we'll have a feast of McDonald's to welcome our foreign guests. Let them have a taste of Suckberry and McD. My wife, Takei, has been hard at work with all the planning and preparations. She has asked me if I have any suggestions for the final touches. Learning challenge. He feels right at home or he is insulted. It should be extravagant. Depending on his personality, it could go well. I will not risk it. He is Midas touched and generous. Let's go extravagant. Wow, it backfired. Okay. I guess he didn't appreciate my show of money. All right, I gotta at least finish the Travis Scott burger. Why are we in a field? I have an excellent opportunity to show my guest the beauty of the local country. Would he like a hunting trip or a luncheon? Well, his marshal is lower than both stewardship and diplomacy. So, let's do luncheon. Okay, progresses well. Is there a year where the game auto wins? Yeah, but you can keep playing past it. I've only played, this is only my second time playing. I've never even come close to the end. It takes a long time to get there. I'd like to show my guest Basilius Theophylactos the cultural highlights of Suckberia. The question is, would he prefer a grand dance with all the lords and ladies or a visit to the finest temple? Probably a fine dancer. Indeed, he is. A luncheon of Suckdonalds. It was pretty good, dude. Bacon quarter pounder. Actually, just as it comes. Need some lettuce so I can have Travis Scott style. Your son and heir was a fine man, the Basilius says, while ponderously swirling his cup of wine.
His eyes are set on Kazarak. My dear High King, do I have your permission to arrange a private audience with Lord Kazarak? Nothing untoward. Just a simple dinner in my chambers.
Not this again. This time it's with my son. Who's not married. Yeah. Here I go spying on people again. Intrigue challenged against Basilius. He has a 5, I have a 7. 70% you find out what they are doing, or you are discovered. 30% chance it ends in disaster. I don't think it would be appropriate. The court visit progresses poorly. Not that I don't trust you, but I've literally never met you before. During our walk through the gardens, Basilius Theophylactos and I paused to admire the view.
The proportions, the colors. I have seen few things as beautiful as this, High King Junek, he says, and gestures at the sight before us.
I feel like I should say something to him in turn. Maybe something about his warmth and kindness. How well the compliment is received is mainly based on how well it suits him, but also his opinion of you and your diplomacy skill. Generous, calm, and temperate. Should be clear rationality. All right, Travis Scott, your work is done. The sun has barely risen when I notice one of Basilius Theophylactos' servants carrying a large chest. I follow the man to the courtyard where I find my guest overseeing the loading of the carriage. Theophylactos startles when I greet him and proceeds to make a vague excuse about a letter and some urgent business. Awkwardly, I wish him a safe journey and scamper back to my private quarters. He snuck out during the night. He left. I don't think he enjoyed his stay very much. While performing his duties as spy master, my son has a secret held by High Chieftain Ara. He schemed to have High Chieftain Kege murdered. Wait, did he succeed? He did! Not only cruel and heartless, but dishonorable as well. He's a duke as well. Well, time to imprison this dude. Only a 29% chance? Are you serious? Listen. Blackmail him. We have a hook for murder. Alright, now, if you come with me, only a 51% chance, even with the strong hook. I could revoke one of his titles, but I still am a tyrant because nobody else knows that he's evil. So I could just expose it. Then I can't blackmail. Then I can try and imprison, and then it'll probably fail. What should I do, chat? Can't let this known murderer go, says the murderer. I've killed like 2 people. Yeah, I can't expose it though, because I just blackmailed him. So, my bad. I forgot that there was a one or the other thing. Well, he knows that I know. And I'm a murderer too. My guy's killed some people, like a couple. To be fair. Crusade for the Kingdom of Pomerania launches. Wait, that's me! Dude, when did this happen? Did we get like a notice? It's happening in 10 days. I have the Kingdom of Pomerania. Wait, no, I don't. Do I? Hang on. Do I? Where is it? No. Woo, okay. Whew. Not me. Okay, I thought that was Permia for a second. I got scared. In fact, do I have any of this? Wow, okay. Whew. Spooky. Tox, can you show us your lineage? No. I could. Are you ready to pause? There you go. Greetings, my liege. I invite you to another feast. Sure, let's go to another feast. Alright, the fish is gonna be bad in the microwave, dude. You don't want to microwave the fish sandwich. You thought I didn't see that? How do you do that? Magnifying glass. Lineage. You can also do plus button over here and see things like county view for the whole map, all the counties in the game. You can see government types. Feudal's pretty much taken over, as you expect. I'm pretty much the only bastion of tribal in the world. You can also see development, but I have no need for that. Quite a few things over there. Is the microwave still there? It is, yeah. The feast is dwindling down, and I find myself deep in conversation with my kind vassal, Oshmar. He inquires about my opinion of friendship. I like friendship. Let's be friends, Oshmar. The two betrothed can marry. Dude, we're combining robust and hale. He's hale, she's robust. It's pretty solid. I still have no idea who my son should marry. Let's look around. Is anybody here like an empress or something? I mean, Mongolia is. Chat, should I just go for it? And by go for it, I mean kill all of her brothers so that I inherit all of Mongolia, which is fairly considerable to the east. Alternatively, Finland is just not having a good time. I keep looking at them. Moyer Confederation has 8 kids. Byzantine is, I don't even know who's supposed to be inheriting it. Oh, it's this dude's grandson. Would the granddaughter inherit first? She's older. I could kill the Byzantine Empire's grandson. It's kind of metagaming. Whereas if I just marry for stats, then I have a chance of combining Herculean with something potentially amazing. Like, oh my god, we have a Herculean genius potential mega combo. I forgot that Anika is a person that still exists. She's also gregarious, trusting, and stubborn, and has the highest of all stat skills due to that +5 across the board. They're both 20 as well. You gotta try. You could have genius Herculean children. He loses so much prestige. But you gotta try. You, feeling okay? Cynical, fickle, ambitious. Are you sure I'm not boring you, my lord? No, no, please. Please go on. All right, they accept my marriage proposal. For what that's worth. She's got scales, golden fishy. It's a ailment. Proposed alliance. That's okay. No, thank you. What a feast! I will remember Ashmar's feast. He's only 18 for time to come. Now, let's wash off the merriment and wine and resume my duties as Lord of the Realm. All right, my heir has been married to a genius. This is the first time I've seen a crusade in forever. Actually, maybe ever. I don't know if we've even seen a crusade. This might be the first one in my whole game. Catholics are not doing so good, chat. My daughter Holiest comes of age. Displaying a thorough understanding of the flow of gold and the wanderings of people, she expresses a remarkable creativity in dealing in these matters. High Queen Takei's contributions towards her education cannot go unmentioned. Her lessons have given her valuable knowledge for the future of life. This is the second time I've seen this. The first like character I've seen this on though. So she becomes a fortune builder and is an Amazonian as well. Which seems to be like not alone. My son Kezarok is Herculean. Nondot got robust. Trunk got quick. Plazapan got intelligent. Gorgo got... Sorry, Gorgo? Did I... Did I do that? Got robust. And... I think Kraegol is the only one who didn't get anything. There's crusades? There are in Crusader Kings. The first time it happened, I barely even gave it a thought, but my vassal Duke Urho has grown bold. His challenges no longer pass unnoticed. He's testing my limits. Others are sure to follow behind him. Dare you challenge the High King? All problems will be blamed on him. Gain 50 diplomacy lifestyle, gain some stress because you're forgiving. Forgetting to invite him leaves him in the dark. I am forgiving, it's true. But let's manipulate a little bit. Alright, I'm gonna figure out how to deal with succession in a moment. Gained a manipulation hook on Duke Urho. Since I began to withhold information from the Duke, he's made a damn fool of himself on more occasions than I can count. Dismissing his hopelessly outdated suggestions has been easier than outwitting a dog. Now he's quiet, his eyes cast low. Cruel, but it had to be done. I can't even finish eating, chat. Too many events. I'm only on 2 times speed, dude. No more feasts! This is a 3rd feast in a row. Alright, I'm an eager reveler. Fine, let's go. Feast time. Hello, Chieftain Spira. My son says there's no more secrets in our court, so he's gonna go disrupt schemes. Honestly, this fish sandwich isn't bad, but I think it was like $4. It's just expensive. In-game feasts prevent your out-of-game feasts.
It's true.
High Chiefess McGurka goes on and on about investment opportunities. Dude, they keep talking to me. Let's talk about you, McGurka. Let's be friends. Syntax Squid is making pulled pork tacos. How you making the pork? There is nothing like a feast. It reminds us all what is good in life, and the company is not too bad either. At least those seated close to me seem to think so. You are something special, Shune, High Chieftain Spirit tells me. Chiefess Sayampka and McGurka not in agreement. I just do what feels right. Everyone near me gets tin opinion, and you're an eager reveler, so you lose some stress. Slow cooked it for 8 hours yesterday, and now I'm heating it in a pot of water. A pot of water? Won't that wash the flavor out? The feast is dwindling down, and I find myself deep in conversation with Chiefess Siamka. She inquires about my opinion on the blessings of marriage, a subject she is deeply interested in herself. It's a subject that fascinates me as well. I'm like chatting everybody up. I'm so friendly, dude. All right, pro tip syntax for barbecue pork. You slow cooked it, save all the juices from the slow cooker, put them in the fridge, okay? Then heat them up in a cast iron skillet the next day. Then pour the pork into the cast iron skillet after the juices have like stopped coagulating and gone back to liquid form. Then basically reduce the liquid out of the pork as you heat it back up. That way you have like the already flavored slow cooker pork juices, and you use that to like reheat it, and it bakes back into the pork itself. It's really good. What a feast! I will remember the days spent in High Chieftain Spirit's halls for a long time to come. Now it's time to wash off the traces of merriment once again. You lose 66 stress because you're a gluttonous, and High Chieftain Spirit thinks you're pretty cool. But also, I would say, if you avoid cooking pork in water, it comes out a lot better. I use, oh yeah, you probably already know, because it probably sounds funny to a bunch of people, but I use a can of Coke for the slow cooker, and I'm trying to remember if it's I think it's a half cup of apple cider vinegar, and a little bit of Worcestershire sauce. I gotta put this food up somewhere. Wait, yeah, the game was on pause, right? It was. Correct pronunciation. That is the correct pronunciation. Worcestershire. Tugan stirs from sleep as I climb through his window. Who goes there? He demands with an unsteady voice. What? Oh, the witchcraft. My name is not relevant. I am here in service of Vainomoinen. Tugan scrambles out of bed, reaching for something on his table. Probably nothing good. I want nothing to do with you or your lies! Begone, demon! Tugan shouts, and I am not slow to obey. Wrong chamber, sorry. I've never seen that one fail. That's actually the first time. Try to convert him to witchcraft. Let's become friends with King Maxima. Maxima. It's a pretty badass king name, dude. What succession law do I have? I still have the same Confederate partition. So it's gonna be interesting once I die. Speaking of, really, I don't think I've had a bad succession till now. And I'm not 100% certain what made it end up like this. For the last 2 people, I have been able to keep the Kingdom of Cumania under the same inheritor. This is the first time that that's not going to be the case. I think this is the first time I've had more than 3 sons. I have 5. So I think it was going to be fine until I had son 4 and son 5. I'm not opposed to disinheriting the 2 youngest ones. Because if you think about it, it's kind of like each spouse gets 1 inheritance, sort of. Like, Queen Takei is the primary inheritor. Bildu has 2 sons. And Chinjay has 2 sons. Which actually leads me to a question, chat. How do you guys do Christmas? Because there's 2 minds. Or birthday. Just say, what birthday? Any situation in which you give gifts. There are two family tactics. A, does your family give gifts based on family group? I.e., example. Let's say you're an only child. And let's say you have some, like, close cousins who have, like, 4 kids in their family. And then you have another family that has 2 kids who are also your cousins. Okay? And you all do, like, birthdays together. Does your family do the money per family route? Like, let's say, just for round numbers, let's say, like, okay, it's your birthday. Happy birthday, only child. You get $100 of gifts. Now, it's the family with 4 kids' birthdays. Well, they each get $25 because that's $100 for their family. And then the family with 2 kids gets $50 each because that's $100 for their family. Like, do they do the 100? Do they do like the max amount per family route, or do they do the same amount of money per child route? Where, like, if you give every kid $30 of gifts, well, one family gets $120 total. Like, you got to spend a lot more. $60 for the family with 2 kids, and then only $30 for you. Type of situation. Which way do you guys do it? That was how my grandpa did it with his multiple grandkids. Yeah, that's how my grandparents did it too. A lot of you guys are very, like, anti-giving gifts. Gifts cost money, Italics. Well, I'm asking less what you do and more like what happened when you were growing up. Okay, because if you're a Twitch viewer and you're subscribed to a stranger on the internet, you probably don't give a lot of gifts at Christmas. Because you give all your money to strangers on the internet. So you don't have any more money, because you just can't stop giving gift subs. I give gifts a lot. I don't need occasions personally. That's not what I asked, Syntax. You don't have to, like, flex your own moral high ground, okay? Wow, guys, Squib is so generous. My grandparents gave exactly the same to each kid except the favorite. She got loads of extra stuff. I think it comes down to, for the older generations, inheritance, because they're thinking about which of their family members are getting what for inheritance. Because if you think about it, right, chap, if you're of the opinion that each kid should get the same amount of money, like if every kid should get, you know, $25 or whatever, do you also believe that about inheritance? Like, let's say you have like $100,000 estate. I don't know. And you want to give stuff to each of your grandkids. Should you split it up by family, by person, just who you... I mean, obviously you can do whatever you want if it's yours. But like in a vacuum, what's the objectively fair way to do it? If one exists. You gained living healthy for 5 years from eating all your McDonald's. I feel like asking Crusader Kings 3 chat who their inheritance is going to is like, well, I killed my youngest, and then I disinherited the next 2 in line, and then I divorced the third one's wife, mother. Well, either one, it's Crusader Kings. And then, for the final, I gave all of them everything I owned to the firstborn heir after I killed the one that came before, because the second one has genius. So I don't think you guys are like a fair judge of how giving things should work. You know? Alright, I actually do have to put this food up. I only ate 2 cookies. I saved the rest of the apple pie. I have chosen the chicken to be reheated. I think that's the safest bet. The apple pie and 1 cookie. And the fries, but the fries were kind of sad. All right, we need to check this. Hey, very nice. I don't think we're ever gonna get diplomat at this rate. Ugh. I really don't need either of these. Maybe I shouldn't go for diplomat. It's kind of nice to have a plus 20 to independent ruler opinion. Maybe I should just go... Each friend gives 2 random skill points. Damn, that just sounds pretty good. Each living child gives 1. Ah! Could go August. I've already had August, though. Let's get end of our life skill points before we die or something. Let's go. Each friend adds minus... Damn, I can't pick one. Gotta try... I really do want to see if I can just get these huge end of life skill points. I just don't need negative 5% stress because I don't get stress. Stress has never been a problem for me in this game to date. Maybe I'll play someone who it will be a problem for, but in like 7 characters, I've never gotten to stress level 2 once. I think, honestly, feasts and hunts just reduce too much stress. It's also like the gluttonous, eager reveler is very easy to get. These happen too fast. These are only unavailable for 2 years. Yeah, I think the stress mechanic's super cool, though. I just think that the feast and the hunt happen too frequently. I think this will change once they get more decisions in the game. I think this is probably just here almost as a placeholder so that you have something to do for a decision until they get more flavor decisions in the game. I think there'll be a lot more flavor decisions as the development goes on. No, I never got the 3. The whip was only for breaking tier 1. A promise of dedication would send a strong message of my good intentions. I already got a 100% chance. But he gets a hook on me. No. No hooks. Not this time. All right, I gotta put this food up, chat. I'm gonna leave the game. The Avron dynasty is known far and wide. Famous. Children are born with 7 hundo prestige. Marrying into this gives plus 600. Rulers get a max of plus 40 opinion for long reign, and then you can go to glorious. It's beautiful. All right, chat. Can you take care of the game for me? While I go run to the fridge. I'll be back in just a moment. I'm gonna leave it unpaused for the first time ever. BRB, you guys play, okay? Win by the time I get back, real quick. Wow, it's still going. You guys win? Oh, here we are. Perfect timing. After learning that King Maxima would be guesting in a manor in the castle town of Vagashi, I realized that would be the perfect occasion to meet with him. By my own request, I was seated next to him for the duration of dinner. We had a great time. I was surprised at how much we had to talk about. I asked him what his personal ratings were for all the McDonald's specialties, especially the Travis Scott line, and he said 8 out of 10 too. By the time I left, it felt as though we had known each other a lifetime already. What a pleasant man. And we've become great friends. Dude, I have a lot of friends.
Loathsome High King Junek, we have been burdened with your oppressive laws for too long. No more! We are done paying your taxes! I, dumb peasant, rise against you.
Alright, where? Right here? These guys? The ones who can't even siege the castle? Antagonist, please. Now you're just people arriving for attention. Syntax Squid asks with channel points, do you think games will reach or have reached a point where graphics won't really improve due to the lack of need for realistic graphics? For example, art styles like this game. No. Hang on. With High Queen Takei's diligent administration of my household's finances, there is more gold at the end of this season than expected. How should we put it best to use, husband? Host a magnificent dinner party. Every powerful vassal and courtier likes you. The control level will change by +10. Who cares? Increased defenses. Scheme resistance. Let's save it. Let's host a magnificent dinner. That's what a diplomat who's also a reveler would do. Anyway, to answer your question, I don't think graphics will ever reach the plateau that we think they will, because if you think about it, we're just such tiny little insects in the grand scheme of things. Video games have only existed in earnest for less than 2 generations. So right now, in terms of entertainment and video games, assuming we don't accidentally suffer the nuclear annihilation of humankind, assuming that everything continues to go and progress at the rate that it has the previous, 40 years, then it's reasonable to say that sometimes changes in fidelity and technological prowess from like a graphical perspective are imperceptible to us, much in the same way that when you go home and you see your family's pet, you go, wow, family pet, you have either increased or decreased by this much weight since last time I saw you. And your family goes, nuh-uh, they look exactly the same. We're effectively that family right now, where since we're living in it, everything kind of looks imperceptibly different or the same because we're right in the thick of it. But over time, because we're still living in the generation that graphics were literally invented, it's not fair to say that they're ever going to plateau because we have so much potential time left to continue to make things realistic. People definitely would have said that, 10, 20 years ago. I thought that when I was seeing the trailer for like Half-Life 2, showing all my family that this is the future. Now we look back on it and go, Half-Life 2, that old piece of shit that made trouble in Terrorist Town and Gary's mod? It was a pretty fun game when it made Left 4 Dead 2. But it's a different world now. And it's only been, 15 years later since that point. So I don't think that graphics will plateau. I just think that there might be a longer period of time before noticeable increases in quality. Just because we are currently unable to really see perceptible differences, where if you didn't play games for the last 5 years, you might come back and be like, oh my god! But if you've been playing the whole time, like, let's see, best games of 2015. The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt was the most beautiful game I ever saw. When I was in that, I literally just got chill bumps every single time I played and just let the game breathe. It was like, oh my god, it's gorgeous. Now if I get in, I'm like, wow, this was really pretty back in 2015. So I think things are still bumping along at a pretty reasonable rate. But 5-10 years ago, we thought graphics were the only thing that mattered. We thought that was the only measure of progress. And I think in the last 10 years especially, we've kind of come to terms with the fact that crisis, there doesn't need to be a new crisis every 2 years for us to still be, like, progressing video games. Like, that's why I think games like Wind Waker were way ahead of its time. That art style was very controversial when Wind Waker was announced. And I think that over the last 10 years especially, we've really leaned into stylized art. And you can have really high graphical fidelity and stylized art simultaneously. But I don't think it was as widely accepted 10 years ago. And gaming in general, for that matter. Not just art styles. gaming in general has hit a pop culture fever pitch with Minecraft and Fortnite. And many more besides. Audiences that never, ever would have existed before. Hall attacks. Who are you going to marry? This person is brave, gregarious, humble, and hale. That seems nice. There's really not much else you can do. And yet people still spend $1,200 on graphics cards? Yeah, I'm gonna get a new 3080. That's closer to like $600-700 though. Cause I need frames, dude. I need FPS. I want to hit 144 hertz. Dude, we can totally make it to 1100 today. For sure. And it won't even be a 12-hour... It may be a 12-hour stream. I'm curious how long my guy's gonna live, because that's 8 years. He'll be 62. I really... he says he's fine. He says he's fine. I want to see if I can make a play on something. I don't know what the play would be, though. Oh, we're still in the stupid peasant war that I forgot about. I got all distracted and stuff, man. My lord, I think young Sanalka could learn a lot if the opportunity to study under your tutelage was presented. Duke Jacob's daughter laughs before waving at us. Sure. Is Jacob my bro? No. But you know what? I will educate her anyways, just to get her out of this household. Dude, is that what it looks like when lepers in the game don't wear a mask? It's crazy. A journaler and Hale. Like, when did people start discovering, I guess, ancient times, right? Because there were like leper colonies in ancient times. How... It's kind of wild to me to think that they learned how contagious leprosy was, but didn't really apply that knowledge to other illnesses for like thousands of years, potentially. I'm getting a 3080 just to drive my super ultra wide at more than 30 FPS without game crashes. Yep. That's what you gotta do. Still haven't. True. It was great, kept the human population low. Do you guys think more people equals technology? Or do you think that time equals technology? What I mean is if like different illnesses, plagues, and man-made disasters such as wars didn't hold back human population, would we have progressed at a similar technological level but like, or to a similar technological level but faster? Or was it something that we could only achieve with perspective and being able to look back? So time is more important than quantity. Potentially both. Maybe a little column A, maybe a little column B. Alright, where's the last group? It would actually, I'm sorry to cheese, but I got a cheese! Move my rally point. Did I move it? I don't think I moved it. I have no army and I must cheese. It's all the variables, and there are a lot of them. There are a lot of them. Quite a few. Alright, that guy is kind of eh. Peasant Rebellion down. How is the crusade going? I don't even know who they're fighting against. I guess Finland. Thank God we're not allied to them. Because they're currently probably getting marched on. How many crusaders are there? There's actually a fair few defenders. Is this their troop count? Or their war score? Oh, military strength's here. Your culture has discovered public works. Wow, it's been so long since we discovered a fascination. Where is it? Oh, right here. Counties now reach the maximum existing development penalty at 20. I don't think we'll ever use that. We're currently researching barracks. That'll be discovered in about 3 years. So I'm curious to see how Finland changes. And additionally to that, not only do I want to kind of see the world, but I want to take a couple screenshots and compare. Suckberia, huge, dude. I like to compare progress compared to previous days. Example. Here was what things look like with the last king. You can kind of see how we have taken over all of Lithuania to the west. And filled in all the, like, kind of yellow and green holes inside of Suckberia and made it a little bit more consistent. And this is also a symbol of our progress. A very important one that we keep close at hand. Is it possible to get into this game if you never played previous ones? Oh yeah, this is the one that you probably would like to try to get into. Just go straight to this one. Do not pass go. It's on Game Pass if you want to check it out there. Note that I got the game for free from the devs, obviously. Take that with a grain of salt, but even so, there wasn't a condition where I had to play it 10 days. That's by my own choice. Your friend Varaka died. But it's super, super fun. You'll be starting over a bunch at the beginning, but it's okay. Starting over is pretty fun, as you'll find out if you ask anybody in chat. I'm still learning where different menus are and stuff, but it's good times. So what we're just kind of passing time right now, honestly. I don't know what to do about my succession, chat. Disinheriting just I've avoided it literally the entire game. Gain 3 stress. And it's just mean. It's just so mean. They're just taking every single county. Like when Kezarek becomes king, he's only gonna have 1 county, and it's the capital county. So I don't really know whether I should disinherit him. I could go to elective, I guess, but it really doesn't change that much. And it kind of opens up a new can of worms. Because then I have to get votes every single time. Can you strip them of titles after inheritance? Yeah. But it also costs renown. So it's kind of the same thing. I don't know which is worse. Do you plan on going feudal at some point? Yeah, even if it detonates all my buildings. I'll eventually try it out. The thing that's holding us back right now is really just reforming the religion. But my character is just gonna, it can't be this character. It would take too long to go down the piety tree. And I was trying to make my firstborn son the guy. Here's what I'll... Oh, I became obese. There too many McDonald's feasts. How dare you? And I got a new lifestyle perk. Alright, we were gonna do Flatterer for befriend. I don't care about befriend scheme power, but it does make befriending people faster. Speaking of, why am I not befriending the rest of my council? Is my son my friend? No, but maybe he should be. 35% chance, that's it? To befriend my own son. He's reclusive. Disputed heritage. Credible rumors surround his heritage. Many say that his father is someone else. We'd had the spy master, the other spy master, look into it twice. No secrets ever became revealed, chat. So either it was the best kept secret in the kingdom, Who are my other sons? Trunk is forgiving, cynical, greedy, and quick. Plazapan is intelligent, gregarious, diligent, honest, and rowdy. He's like the best one. Hey, what's up, Alcafrolic? Chieftain of Atbasar gained organized service. No idea what to do with succession, because I've been trying to avoid just cheesing disinheritances. Your neighbor Khan Batar has won. Kipchak is getting pretty big. Now that Mongolia has subsided. I gotta come up with a solution. Here are my options. My options are just deal with it. I think that might be my best. That might be my best option. Is like go to war as soon as I become the new king, right? Go to war with like Kamek. Then strip my brothers of the titles that I want with head of dynastic privilege, and then just hand them counties that I take via war. Kind of like giving a dog a new chew bone. You have to give him a new chew bone, then take his old one away. That kind of thing. You know what I mean? That may be the best option. Though, as well, it's worth noting that my new son, my new heir, is a super spy master sadist who can use hostile schemes against his own children and is paranoid. So it's totally in character for him to try and kill one of his brothers or more. So I don't think that's unreasonable. He's got lover's pox. Bro, how? Your wife does not have... How did you get lover's pox, huh? Whose child is this? He might just die or something by the time I'm ready to take him over. I don't know. What's my most recent milestone? I don't know, not losing, I guess? Soon to be 1100 AD. We haven't done anything too exceptional today, except take Lithuania. And, okay, here's what I can do. What I was trying to do was find some people... I really wanted to try to peacefully vassalize, but guess what? That's hard. Because I don't have the de jure option. I could do certain forced vassalizations, but most of them are going to have too many counties I also have 1 subjugation per lifetime. And Sapmi is a pretty good subjugation target. But I'm kind of lazy, and I really don't need to expand. Like, more land doesn't help me right now. Because I'm not going to be alive too long. Finland's only a -85. His opinion of me is high. He's a claimant to Suckberia. I have no idea who's actually... My cousin is inheriting this. Who is this 64-year-old? Vassal of the Kingdom of Finland. Chat, I don't know. I want to make a play, dude, but I don't know how to make a play. Who's this? Minus 36 for this? All right, this I can do. Befriend this dude. That I can do. Okay, I got a goal. Caspian Steppe. Minus 141 because of the religious difference. Samar is Tengri. Minus 57. Moyer is Norse. Not gonna happen. Call to war. Greetings, modest liege. Please join me in the Vladimirian Sami subjugation war. I'm sorry, did you just hear me say I could subjugate Sapmi once in a lifetime and then decide to do it? Is, like voice commands online? Because we were just talking about that. And now I've got a notification from you saying that you're gonna do it. It's my... Dude, he's already got 14,000 troops. He's already got double their troops. He's gonna do it. I think it's the whole thing. I say no. I don't know, dude. Should I help? He's gonna end up having too much power. Chat, is chat alive? Are you guys dead? Alright, is it time to turn stream off? It's been 10 hours. I haven't seen chat move in 60 seconds. That means it's time to turn the stream off, I think. But I gotta make it to 1100. Well, I'm worried that my vassal is gonna subjugate all of Sapmi. Which is normally fine, because it's like you do it, but it's bad because it's my strongest vassal. But it's okay because I have 50,000 troops that I could raise. Chat is definitely moving. I saw it move before. I say declare yourself and beat him to it. I could. It's just a lot of work. It's a big area. He's also got... his allies suck. The hard part is we have to go through Finland, and we're not going to be able to defend this part of Suckberia. But it's better that I have it than he has it. I may be humble and forgiving, but I'm not patient. So I guess I have to beat him to it. All right, let's take 5,000 troops. It's so far away. I don't even, hang on. Do they even know how to get up here? Oh, we can take a boat! We're gonna take a cute little boat for the first time ever, dude. 50 gold? We've never gotten on boats before. Hey, Talon fam, what's up? You here just in time to pump it for the music. We are about to do, I guess, the largest war of King Juneg's lifetime and subjugate all of Sapmi, who themselves have taken a good chunk of Norway and Sweden. Of course, we have to go kind of around Finland to get to it. So this is effectively what? This is just northern Russia right here? Valuable hot... What? What happened? What did we do? Your forces took the enemy king captive? Who did we fight? Maybe he surrendered. What, I honestly didn't know there was a battle here. I wish I could have been like, yeah, here we go, dude. This is it. It's gonna be so hype, guys. Like, and actually watch. I didn't know there were enemy units here. I was just like, okay, here we go, the boats. My Metz and Vartia killed 1,300 men. My champions killed almost 1,020 men. I think we lost one champion. Sacrificed himself. The levies killed about 300, lost 300. Horsies got 200 kills. Champion-wise, King Not Pyotr of Yugra showed up today for 76 kills. Got wounded in combat. Not Pyotr II of Yugra. My son Kezarok showed up to earn his keep. Got 73 kills. He is Herculean. I didn't realize he was a champion, but go for it, I guess. One wound. Who killed these guys? Let's see. Our champion, Pirdoy Neem, was slain. We captured their king in the first and only battle. Chat, this is insanity. An accidental battle in Sapmi territory just ended the entire war. Your appetites are renowned throughout the world. You are a much greater foe than I imagined. To put an end to this bloodshed, I comply with your demands. Now we just have all of Sapmi in Siberia. Oops. What a fortuitous accident. Okay then. Well, I didn't think anything like that was gonna happen. I was prepared to get in, dig deep, and start sieging some spots, man. Now we've got the majority of Sweden. Oh my god. That is seriously unbelievable. High King Juneg just won the quickest, most decisive land grab subjugation war in Siberian history. Did he get another holy site as well? We did. So you could consider that a holy war as well. We got the holy site of Akel, which, as long as it's held by Suamunuskos, which it was, archer toughness is up by 10%. Taigas are fought better. How long was the war? A week? Something like that. Let me scroll up and check. Well, the Isaac, I guess we did it. He preferred you. Oh, that's unbelievable. But thank you, Nomak, for the host. Hope you guys had a good stream, dude. This has been a really weird stream for us. Playing some Fall Guys Ultimate Knockout. How many crowns you got now? Probably too many. Zach pogging out. Your vassal must be so salty. Probably. I might have skipped a sub earlier. Dirk Darkly, did I might have missed you, dude. If I did, if you're still out there, thanks for subscribing. My bad if I didn't catch you. But thanks for hanging out. Do you own the kingdom title as well? Usually when you subjugate, they keep their titles. So we didn't actually take any land for ourselves. So I'm allergic to not taking titles myself, as it turns out. When you subjugate, they get to keep everything, but it's kind of like you force them to bend the knee and say, hey, you're the true liege. I'm so unnoticed. At least I have vodka. No, I remember you talking about getting wine drunk. I think that was you. You also said, do it for murder. Can you show the nugget again? I don't know, did I? I don't even know what to do with all this. That didn't change succession at all. All it did was make those guys my vassal now. So Sapmi exists inside of our border. He's still the king, he's my vassal, and he's upset. 27 intrigue. Wow. And a super seducer. Who are we currently befriending? Only 4 months left. Hey, what's up, Intune? Glad you've been having fun. That was wild. I'm still reeling. I can't believe Sapmi, we just decided to subjugate because my other vassal was going to subjugate it, and I was like, uh-oh, that's going to create too powerful a vassal. So the reason why we went in there is because Sapmi has about 7,000 troops, right? Of those, we're getting about 3,500, which isn't that much in the grand scheme of things. But because Vladimir was going to take it, that would have made their 15-7 close to 20,000 troops under one vassal, which is spooky. So I was like, it's better them be my vassal than them be your vassal, because he was going to win. And if all it took was beating them on the field one time, rip, Pirdois. He had to die. He was the one champion that died. My champions and their retinues killed like 1,000 men by themselves, captured the king and 3 others. If we captured anyone else, we should free them for sure. So we're gonna negotiate their releases. Probably... I might recruit the 18 prowess guy. No, I can't. Okay? You guys are free to go because my character is forgiving. You know what? Honestly, that's the best way. The one a lifetime subjugation war could have gone for the humble forgiving guy. He's like, should we siege all of their keeps and put them to the torch? Or win decisively in the field? 1v1 me, bro. Okay, it's over. Like, we win. That battle was the equivalent of the old-fashioned, like, you send out your best champion, and we'll send out our best champion. And let's settle this man v man. Uh-oh. Maybe it will be my last act. High king or peasant, doesn't matter. We're all mortals. I woke up in the early morning hours with a dull ache pounding through my head and throat. You seem under the weather, my lord. I know a fair number of suitable remedies. Do no more than what's necessary was fine last time. She is a renowned physician. And we got a health boost. I don't think we should go crazy for under the weather. Ill is a severe health penalty, though. I mean, he is 57. I'm just going to trust her with a regular treatment. Humble would probably just take whatever you get. Bildu told me to lie down on my bed and then to offer her my hands. Firmly, she rubbed and slapped my palms until they were red and then repeated the treatment on my soles. As a finishing touch, she pinched me gently up and down my limbs. This odd procedure turned out to be just what I needed. For now, the worst of my symptoms are alleviated and the world seems a little brighter. Excellent work, Bildu. Thank you for 1 year of disease resist. I'm still ill, though, but I get a huge disease resist boost. I'm in poor health, nonetheless. Obesity's not going to help me there. But yeah, no, Mac, you got 12 crowns? Very nice. I only have like 3 or 4. I haven't played in a little while, but I saw that they were getting ready to add some new content soon. Dude, I'm looking at this just in disbelief that they did all the work for us here. We haven't had to do anything. We might inadvertently unite Scandinavia if we can finish off Norway, Sweden, and then take Denmark right there. It's possible. We might have some titles to make. Kingdom of White Rus and Permia. This could be enough to change the inheritance. I don't know. Was Permia, like, not created? Well, I will create it. I have 10,000 gold in the bank. Dude, we got double-digit prestige. Well. White Rus. Time to create, Belarus, I guess. Chat. Where did Belarus go? Medieval healthcare pog. I guess they either became the Moyer Confederation? I think? Maybe my vassals have been doing really good? Attacking on their own? So, Finland. Remember me, Finland? We're only halfway to creating the Empire of Scandinavia. How close to creating the Empire of Russia? Wow, 6 counties. That ain't much. Did that change succession at all? Not in a good way. So I'm gonna have one son who's gonna get... Basically, he's gonna get one of my duchies entirely. Which isn't the worst thing in the world, because that's not my capital duchy, and honestly, I could take a different duchy, and it'd probably be fine. The reason I like these is because they're right next to each other. So, just looking at this, it's got 4 holdings, which is pretty nice. 4 holdings, 3 holdings, and then a duchy building. So it's not like, it's really decent. He can just keep it, I guess. So it looks like creating those titles gave my firstborn at least the capital duchy back, which is what I want. Like, that was what I was afraid of breaking up, because Takei and Apisar were going to a different kid. Ideally, what you want on your death is to keep your full capital duchy intact. All the counties in it, and that should go to your firstborn, if possible. That would be the bare minimum. So I've got the bare minimum. Obviously, the downside is we lose all the crowns except Cumania, and we splinter into a different empire of Volga-Ural. So those are negatives. We can bring Volga-Ural back, and it won't be that big of a deal. What's interesting is... Yeah, both of my sons are... All of my sons are witches, except for Gorgo, who doesn't have a guardian. So let's find some guardians for you guys. Let's go by sum of all skills. I've been trying. I feel like it's not worked out for me to teach the kids how to be good learners. Oh, can I demand conversion again? Might accept 67%. Let's see. I have decided to follow you into the light and convert to Sua Minusko. Okay, she's the one that taught my kids the first time. She's 71 now. You may as well teach Gorgo while you can as well. Who else is here? You don't have to use learning. I'm just trying to see if I can get a kid who's really good at learning. And I have not succeeded so far. Chiefess Che Marina is brave, gregarious, and she only got 2 stats. But is a journaler, theologian, scholar, and generally really smart. So we're going to try to offer her my other son, Craigle. There you go. And then probably maybe do some witchcraft conversion. Compassionate gambler, as is so often the case. All right, so at least we have the bare minimum of what we need, I think, to maintain Suckberia. The reason why that is important is because it's kind of like you get levies from your domain. So if I look at my realm, I'm getting 6,300 troops from my own domain. I could probably get even more if I brought this down to my actual holdings. So we're probably not going to lose that much on succession. We're going to give 1 whole duchy away to our sons. And we can come up with some ways to take a different duchy back if we want to. We might even try taking one of the Holy Land spots. My son, my heir being a big intrigue guy, is probably going to help with that. But I really need to reform my religion. And what I might do to that extent is just once I take him over, because, I mean, his secondary stats are either martial or learning. And on the one hand, I would love to get him a martial training because he's Herculean. Because at 21 prowess, he could turn into like a legendary god. But I'm probably going to end up doing intrigue plus learning and just try and boost that. Calm, sadistic, and paranoid. Not the holiest man alive that I envisioned when the stream began. And of my sons, none of them really are. Forgiving, cynical, greedy, not really what I had in mind either. Honest, diligent, gregarious, and he's about to turn 16, and intelligent. It's a good start, but he's not particularly advantaged in terms of his learning ability. Gorgo, also not very smart. Craigle, 0. Chat, I got 5 sons, 4 or 5 sons, and I've had them all raised by level 35 intellectuals. I guess it's just how they were born to be. I don't know. Do sacrifices give piety to Sumanusco? I can't do sacrifices, so I guess not. Is that a C? I think that's a CK2 thing, though. You mean like people in your jail? Like prisoners? Like executions? Benevolent High King Juneg. Because there were sacrifices that were decisions you could make in CK2 that were pretty cool. Making sure they build a stable, healthy relationship would ensure the future stability of our land. Arrange a meeting with our heirs. Your heir only is heir to, like, 1 county, dude. You're giving yourself a little too much credit here. But I guess my son does need friends. Especially friends who are potentially good stewards. Pensive, gregarious, and impatient. And is quick. If they're heretics, you sacrifice them as north. I don't think I have that. I think I can burn them at the stake, but I don't know if it gives piety. The meeting between our sons is the perfect opportunity to make the foundations of a long-lasting relationship between our realms. I should be careful when planning the encounter. Stenar should come to Astana, of course. Be the host, influence the meeting. Stenar is met with all pomp and circumstance appropriate for such a distinguished guest. He'll remain in the chiefdom of Astana for some weeks.
during which he and Kezerac will get to know each other better. Be sure to help my son and heir. 79% chance Stenara is impressed. The court visit will progress well. 20% chance you disrupt the meeting between them. I'll gamble it. The court visit progresses well. The time for Stenara to return home has arrived. It seems that during his stay, the young man has grown fond of our culture and decided to pick on several customs from my court. Things between him and Kezerac went as good as the Count and I hoped, and the two young heirs will hopefully become good friends in time. What is more, the visit will be an excellent opportunity to refine my diplomatic skills. Dude, I got a diplomacy lifestyle perk? And Stenara adopts the Ostiak culture. That's cool, too. Court friendship. Free perk. Big deal. Each friend relation gives 2 random skill points. All right. About to dump those skill points in at 57 years of age, Chad. Here we go. Because I got 9 friends. That should be 18 skill points. Unless it's only for the future ones. As I woke this morning and saw rays of sunshine falling through my windows, it took me a moment to realize I had slept soundly for the first time in weeks. I didn't wake up coughing once. You are no longer ill. Wow, this is the second time I was ill. Did I do it? I think I did. Because I'm 26 diplomacy now, 18 stewardship, and I have all my domain. Did it work? Did the magic witchcraft of skill point up work? I think so. I think I just went really high in diplomacy, martial, and stewardship. I got nothing in intrigue or learning. I think I got 1 point in learning. But at least I'm a diplomatic god with good stewardship. Okay, it's 1 p.m. time to sleep. Yes, of course. Are you sure that you're not a streamer, Leota? If I give titles to my son and heir, does that avoid that the title's going to his brother? You can only give titles to your children. This is the sub sound. That they were already going to get anyway. You see what I'm saying? Like, if you literally go and try to grant them titles, you'll see the ones that they were not going to get are grayed out. The game, it's kind of, think of it like the characters already know what they're supposed to be in line to get. You can give those titles to other people outside of your direct inheritors, but you can't give titles to your inheritors that they wouldn't ordinarily already get. And you can see what they would get by going to your Realm tab, clicking Succession, and then hitting this yellow drop-down arrow. And it'll tell you exactly what titles they're in line to get. And they know. The game knows, and they know. So, likewise, you'll find that even if you refrain from creating a title, the game knows that that land still exists, and it'll give it to them even if you don't create the title. Oftentimes. Sometimes creating a title will mess things up in a different way, though. I haven't gotten it down 100%, but I'm getting it down a little better. We can vassalize Count Tyke. Wow. Finally, a single county vassalization. Look how good we are at this game, chat. I accept your gracious offer for vassalization, my liege. 1 whole county joins us. Hooray. You can give titles to your firstborn and heir before you have a secondborn, though. That's true, but also a terrible idea. Generally, in Crusader Kings chat, you don't want to land your heir until as late as possible in their lifespan, because they kind of tend to do dumb shit and get themselves killed, maimed, or otherwise incapacitated.
If you're not the one exerting full control over them, you're putting their life in the hands of fate. So it can turn out much worse. Maybe not, but maybe so as well. Namely, if you land your child, you don't get to arrange their marriage anymore. So they get to choose who they marry. They have kids and do whatever they want with them as fast as they can. And start declaring wars. Or get declared on. Worst case scenario, your children get declared on, and as a tribal, you can't fight for them. As far as I know, maybe you can. I've never had my son get declared on, but I can't declare on the side of any of my other vassals. So they could actually have their titles removed by other vassals, I think. So in general, don't land your sons before they're of age. I don't land them at all until I die. I'll marry them, and some people are really obsessive about not marrying them until extremely late in their lives. I'm not that hands-on, but I won't land them because bad things happen. I think that letting them get married early is fine, because it kind of makes for a more interesting story when I take over as the character. It lets me RP a little bit better. Why wait with marrying them? Some people like to have maximum control. And it'll put off them having children, so it'll stagger the age of your heir and their heir more, so they're not like just 15 years apart. Gives you longer with each character, and lets you make a few more decisions over the course of their lifetime. And you can choose the kids' upbringing if you want. After learning that Chieftain Bertrand, I decided it would be the perfect occasion to pass by to ensure I get some time to face with him. The ball was exquisite, and Chieftain Bertrand put on a fine show. I told him how impressed I was, and we got to talking. Grow closer to forming a friendship plus 20 relation. Okay, so we're not friends. Sapmi is my newest vassal and is also quite powerful. I have a 100% chance to befriend our newest vassal, 7,300 troops. So let's start sweet-talking him. 1095, chat. I am almost 60 years old. Plausipan comes of age. He's shown great aptitude for battle tactics and the management of armies. He'll make a fine commander one day. Skilled tactician and intelligent. He's got a 20 martial skill at 16. It's pretty solid. Came out of tier 3 tactician. Real good. Chat, let's take a look at the world. Let's just slow it down for a sec. Take a little look-see around. Looks like Molly had a little infighting. Little burst of counties kind of appeared out of nowhere. I see Khan and Bornu getting ready to go. Nubia got splintered into Matid, Abyssinia. Abbasids kind of got... I think maybe this was Abbasid Empire territory before? Umayyads have finally locked down Hispania. I'm proud. I didn't think this was ever going to happen. But they did. They got it all locked down, and they're encroaching on West France, finally. Somebody's making some moves over here in Western Europe. About time. After Italy dissipated and Alba imploded a long time ago. I was wondering when they were going to start up again. Hungary, seen better days, almost dead. Thessalonica sucks. Byzantines are terrible. All of... Look at what this is supposed to look like. East France. Remember when Bavaria had all this? Empire of Germania in Italy. Yeah, right. Iceland. Still a bro. Suckberia! Big. We are big. I still haven't won yet, though. That's what's crazy. Because as soon as my character dies, we about to split. Cause some problems. Already back to 2,000 points. Dynasty members get better education traits. A little bit late. I'm tempted. Maybe we'll just wait for 3,000, go back for resilient bloodline, maybe. Actually, I'm going to save for 3,000 for monthly learning so that I can actually finally do the religious conversion that I want. Grugenvids, it is. We share a border with Alba now. We share a border with a lot of weird people. All right, so before I die, Plazapan can marry. I'll look for alliances, just out of curiosity. Kingdom of Vladimir is just in my kingdom. Not a bad alliance, though, but she's 3. All right. Try again. Kingdom of Buryatia. If she was the heir, then yeah. But ain't gonna happen. And then other than that, really no alliance that we can make. Sumanusko's life is a lonely one when it comes to alliances for us. I kind of miss that politicking that we had before where you had to kind of mingle with everybody and all the other, like, Catholic nations. But that's what happens when you blob out and you're the only Sumanusko in town. Nobody wants to be your friend. That's fine. They'll understand once I reform. They'll get it.
'Cause I'll come for them next.
Freitas. Norse, but intelligent, impatient, brave, and zealous. Zealous. Germanic. But the intelligent is so good to just have in the dynasty. Temperate, humble, fickle. How old are you? 16? Fertility 50% and life expectancy up. I don't think we have a single person. Hang on, she's 13? Okay. Your picture changed. Deceitful, brave, and impatient. I mean, the health boost is good. Sumanuskos kind of don't have a lot going for them, though. All right, we'll marry Germanic. Zealous, brave, impatient. Lose some prestige. It is what it is. All right, let's look for some, let's go ahead and just level up again. Because I'm about to get each living child gives 1 random skill point. May as well just get that lifestyle up, and then we're going to see who we can... Well, I can just look now. I want to see if I can vassalize anybody else. I know the game will tell me, but I just want to see if I'm close. Kyrgyz, ooh, look at the little babies! How are you guys still considered an empire? There's only like 1 county. The first time it happened, I barely even noticed. But King Lagon is challenging me. This is the guy that we're trying to befriend, I think. Try to manipulate him. I will ignore him and steal his ideas. Okay, so this is the streamer tactic. This is what I usually do with chat. That one. Oh, he thought I was cruel. It didn't work. Still at 100% chance to befriend. Let's see what we got. Why is... Wait, oh, okay. That's confused me. Kipchak is a kingdom. It's got to be same religion, probably. Or else it's not going to work. That was fast. All right, each child gives 1 random skill point. That should be... well, I don't know if it has to be living. 9 living children should be 9 skill points. Dude, I just got 30 diplomacy. I love how I suddenly became extremely wise in my old age. All my kids and all the like bonus points I got. Well, there you go. 30 diplomacy, 19 stewardship. Also, I don't have the levy penalty. I went from 6,000 to 8,500 troops from my own domain. We got 52,000 troops overall. I guess I could work on some control, because we don't really need to train up. Let's get perm situated. Just try and pick a few of these at random. I hate that it takes so long for control to come back. It's almost like not even worth putting that guy anywhere. Maybe I'll just do train commanders. I only do this on my own, use control on my own counties for the most part. Other people's is too hard. But yeah, improving some commanders is good. Promoting culture is good too. Hard to do though when you're this big. Takes a long time, chat, to convert everybody to Ostiak. Again, I pretty much only do this in the most important areas. Like maybe religious. Speaking of religion, converting faith isn't a terrible idea. Let's get the Catholics out of here. I don't need you to help me manage domain anymore. Let's go back to general, because I got the 15 I need. 31 diplomacy. Slothy Seconds, thank you for the fresh prime sub a few minutes ago. How you doing tonight? EU chat, are you awake right now? America's offline. It's 5:30 East Coast. I'm good. Nice. Enjoy your next 30 days. Morning Italics in chat. What's up, Africa Ding Dong? West Coast still here? Wowee. I ended up cooking the pork in a deep pan with minimal water. Sounds good. Not all of America. The sun will rise soon. It will indeed. I am pretty determined to keep going. We might, if we take tomorrow off, or today, I don't know. Or I might just do a late stream. Because I did kind of want to try that medieval game. But also, I think something just came out that I was interested in. Oh yeah, the No Man's Sky update. I kind of want to try that. Has anybody played the new No Man's Sky update yet? It's got like new planet gen, among other things. I haven't played the last few, so I haven't seen since before mechs or the living ships. Haven't seen either of that. My sister Ujuka was captured. I don't think there's much I can do. Hang on, when did we get Scandinavia? Syntax, it kind of happened in the blink of an eye. America's still here! Nice, Detribal. My insomnia finally pays off. What's up, LeBlanc? I have, it's really cool. Totally changed my planet. Very cool new buildings. Lots of quality of life changes like UI stuff. Tempting. So it changes existing planets, not just new ones? High Chieftain Zarni has had a vision from Uko. He ensures me that King Lagon and I are divinely ordained to be friends. Thank you, Zarni. Zarni, let us pray together. No Man's Sky had some pretty good updates last time I played. Yeah, Syntax, what happened was, one of my vassals declared subjugation war on Sapmi, which I can just show you, this whole area. And I was like, I don't want my vassal with 16,000 troops to have 20,000 troops under his banner. So I guess I'm just gonna declare war on Sapmi first and just win faster. Cause like better they're my vassal than my vassal's vassal. And so I declared subjugation war, which you can only do once per lifetime. And I sent my troops up around here where the green banner is. And the goal was to kind of go into the water and hit their capital. Well, when I was zoomed out and wasn't paying attention, they had apparently raised their troops at their capital and sailed back across this way. So my, like, 4,000 or 5,000 troops with all my specialized troops here fought somewhere in this vicinity, and I had, like, a victory, and next thing I know, I had captured the king in the battle. The very first battle of the whole war, I just had the king in my dungeon, and the war was over, because he had to give in. Like, he had to submit, because I captured him on the field. So in a single decisive battle, we subjugated the entirety of Sapmi. It's a pretty cool story, actually. Very thematic. I like to imagine, RP-wise, that they had all their champions duel on the battlefield, you know, and it was like a, all right, whichever champions win, the other side has to surrender. And we won. So we released them all, and now they're our vassal. Bygones are bygones. Pretty cool. Totally unexpected. Finland's only at a -80. This dude will not die, and not only will he not die, these are my cousins, so I can demand that they convert to Sua Minusko. What's stupid, though, is that since they have claims on some of our territory, it's like a negative against vassalization. Even though they're family, and so like, to get rid of the religion penalty, I can demand relatives convert, so we lose the religion debuff, but we still keep the like, well, I'm your family, so I have a claim to your land debuff. I can't get around it. Thanks to my keen diplomatic skills, I was able to convince King Lagon to not only abandon the leadership of the Independence faction, but to dissolve it entirely, averting the risk of civil war. I like that there's like a blurb specifically for that. Your scheme to befriend King Lagon is over. The Independence faction is destroyed. What has happened? King Lagon is no longer at the throat of you. Grows closer to forming a friendship with you and gains 20 opinion. I like that he is no longer at the throat of you, though. Are you aware of Battle Brothers? I am, yeah. I'll play it one day. I haven't played it yet. So he's not my friend. Okay, where'd he go? Hold on. Very well, I will embrace Sua Minusko faith. Is he wounded too? No, he's just drunk. You're never gonna have any kids. I guess you could have concubines, but you don't. And you're 37. So who's next in line? There might be some dumb play on this. Wait a second, there already is a play on this. No, there's not. There could be, though. Because, so Finland is going to pass from Durgan, who's in very poor health, to Kejay. Kejay doesn't have any kids because he married someone who's like 67. It passes to Count Susie. I don't... There could be a way here, but it's very convoluted. And I have a hook on you, but I don't have any more daughters that can get married. Alright, let me pause for a second. Orfar, that's a big question. Heti 52 or Heti tried to answer? Counties are the wrong culture and wrong religion, but high development. Should I give away those counties or give my original low development counties that have the right culture and religion? And Hetty answered, religion and culture conversion takes a long time, but it's possible. New counties over your domain limit don't cause problems for a little while. Mouse over the limit in the top right. In my opinion, it'd only be worth doing what you suggest for a really important county. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, you can just convert. It does take a while, but generally what you want to do is convert the culture first. I don't know if this, I assume this is the same for other peoples as well, but in at least my tribal society, if you can promote the culture, wait, which one's which? Let me get this right. Okay, so for me, if I promote religion first, I get a Sua Minusco identity bonus. Because of my Sua Minusco. I don't have to convert the religion first. If I do culture first, then convert faith. Which one's which, Chad? Schnoodley says, that bit animation is so long, next line, it's annoying, next line, lol. Interesting, Schnoodley. Speaking of being long-winded, do you have any thoughts on that? I'd rather look at bits animations than more of your one-word sentences. Red Totem, thank you for 1,000 bits. With the love. Much appreciated, dude. Chat, I forget. Sorry, it's really late. I forget which one's which. If you do one or the other first, it does make a difference. Because see how this will complete in 34 years? 34 years. 11 years? You see that? 21 years. See how we're getting Sua Minusco communal identity minus 0.95? Like a negative modifier. Now I'm curious if I was going to promote the culture there instead. That's only 3 years. And that'll make them Ostiak. I think you do culture first, then faith. But yes, there are a lot of variables. For me, it's, I think, culture, then faith. Red Totem, thank you for another 600 bits. Much appreciated. Glad you're having fun and enjoying the bit animations. Sorry, I got a little brain stump there. What were we doing before that? Trying to befriend this guy, right? He's only at plus 17 now. And I'm not allowed to attempt to befriend him again. I could try to convert him to witchcraft. Might be better to personally sway him a little bit first, but at least we disbanded his faction. That's nice. But I specifically remember earlier on that if I converted a culture to certain spots and then the faith, it would go significantly faster for the Sua Minuscos at least. Because I never did a 34-year religious conversion.
To nurture relationships between the next generation of rulers is a duty we should not neglect. Some of your more influential vassals have children that I am certain Kezarak would benefit from knowing. Honey. Our son is 26 and married. It's a little late for us to be picking his playground school buddies. Well, we can do Kavador Chichekovich, who is calm, brave, if greedy. Havu, who is 9. And Iova, who's 14. And then Altruist. Humble, deceitful, gregarious. I guess the one that's actually his age. Kavador seems like a man of good repute. Proposed alliance. No thanks. That's just a debuff at this stage. Hold on. Chill, everybody. Everybody, hang on. Why are my acquaintances being taken prisoner? Big bits? Well, whoever made fun of the bit animations, get wrecked, I guess. Thank you for $50 in bits! Red Totem. That's one of my personal favorite ones, actually. It was you, Schnudenly. Last one, have a good night. Thanks, dude. For going above and beyond. That's $66 in bits. We can all count. But I really appreciate it. Thanks for supporting the stream, and have a good one. A commoner of Sami heritage has been accosted in the streets of Astana. By making a statement, I could perhaps convince King Lagon, the equally Sami, or Sami. But I might risk alienating my Ostiak peers.
Ostiaks are a superior moral fiber, of course.
Marble fiber. Good marble fiber. $22. All right. I'm still swaying this guy. 7 more months. Just give this dude some money or something. -15. I can get him if I become his friend. That's a 10. Come on. Just do it. I don't want to declare war on you for forced vassalization. Just don't make me kill you. Your knight became a blade master. Good job, blade master. How was the crusade against Finland going? Looks like the crusade is losing. I am expected to pledge military support or donate gold. I don't think that's true. I hope not. The Catholics are gonna be having their open parliament standing out there for a while. Another knight became a blade master. We're getting some good training. I never do that one, so it's nice to kind of have the training. We have discovered the Fascination Barracks. By the way, we're gonna literally get every single fascination in the game and still not be feudal. Mots are next, I guess. Question, is that actually a building I can make or no? Hey, it is. Let's check this out. Now that I finally have a building research I can do, we got building. So now I can just go to you. And we get war camps, which, wow, this is going to be really crazy until I die. Because we're going to have 8 of these. So consider, chat, that I'm about to get 8 more knights
plus 10% night effectiveness per building. And all skirmishers are going to deal another plus 2 damage. It doesn't sound like much, but it's plus 2 per building. So that's another plus 16 damage. And your skirmishers are your light footmen. Metz and Vartia are considered archers. Also, if you have horse archers, those would be skirmishers as well. But yeah, the tier 2 super construction warrior lodges is crazy. Because it just stacks. Wait, I can upgrade gathering halls too? Oh, wow. But that's just levies control growth and prestige. I don't really need that as much anymore. The war camps are significantly more important. The war camps. There's gonna be so many more knights. Eight more knights is insane. And I got the bankroll. 300 prestige per building ain't much. So 5 years from now, that is nothing compared to feudal buildings. Thank you, Karag. Hang on, are you suggesting that feudal society ultimately won out over the tribes and the tribalistic culture? Do you think that feudal buildings had anything to do with that? And that may be why it's one of my long-term decisions I can make in the game. Alright, let's look at Perm again. Because we can go up to tier 5, Hall of Heroes. Every single warrior in the realm is going to have plus 3 prowess. I also get 0.1 piety per night, which is pretty fantastic, actually. Wait. Who gets that bonus? Not me, though, right? Dude, I got to take this back. I'm pretty sure I don't get the benefit of this. So, I'm gonna wait until I become king as my new king and take it. Because if I take it now, it might screw things up. He's only got the one piece of land. So we can just do a little bit of tyranny, you know? Just as a treat. And if we get that, then we can just give him another piece of land. We'll go take some of these guys' stuff. And call it a day. Who was I just trying to sweet talk in order to get the free land? This guy, right? Apparently I was trying to sweet talk Red Totem. My sway scheme worked. Did I say last one? Love you, Talix. Dropping a hundo in bits in the chat. Powering up the Dragon Ball into a helmet, lad. You want to see real animations? That one is rarely seen, but always appreciated. Red Totem dropping over $160 in bits in the chat. Dunking on chat right now. Thanks so much, dude, for the early morning bits. And for keeping the stream alive in the wee hours of 3 o'clock Vegas time. Have a good one, dude. Thanks for sharing and going way past any expectations. Why do I care about impressing this guy?
I will win their unwavering loyalty.
I've gotten that 5 times as this king. It might just be a diplomacy focus thing. Maybe. Dude, we're close to Patriarch for the first time ever. I don't know how helpful it's going to be. Close family opinion up. Fertility up. A little late. I don't have to take it. But it might be nice. Just to remember him by. King Zhuneg is going to leave a lot to remember by after taking... I mean, think about how efficient he was. Taking Sapmi in Lithuania. Have a good night, Totem. Syntax says, in the game Kingdom Come Deliverance, the enemies who raid your town are from the Cuman Kipchak Confederation, and in this game, it exists. It does. I actually saw a tweet where the Kingdom Come devs flew over the area that the game takes place in Microsoft Flight Simulator, and that was pretty cool. Your sister Ujutka died. She converted to Tingriism before she died in captivity. Wow. King Lagon is not swayed.
How dare you? Am I a joke to you?
Cannot use the befriend scheme on Bertrand. Why? Until 11:25? That's long after I'm dead. What did I do? Do I have too many friends? Is that possible? Chat, can I only have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 friends? I don't think I ever tried to befriend that guy. Is there anything I can do? He is de jure my vassal. I have to abduct him and convert him to my faith. Yeah, I don't think I even attempted to befriend him. Well, I mean, I could go to war. It just feels bad. I'm supposed to be the diplomat. Hey, nerd. Who's your next in line for succession? Minus 50, they're so close. They're so close. Let's look over here. 56. Sweden! Minus 153. That's too much. Minus 141. I could go to war for every single one of these people and unite all of Norway and Sweden. I could, but I'm not going to do it till my next king. So we may as well fast forward. I think I've done all the vassalization I can do. Keep the ball rolling, dude. I feel like I'm forgetting something.
Oh, Makisma. What's your name? Oh, Maxima. If you were still with me, I know you would tell me to be strong. That things will always get better, and you'd be right. But first I must curse and cry. How could I not when you are gone from this world?
Gain 3 stress. He really wasn't a good friend. 3 stress. Upland is doable if we sway them? Doubt. Can't. You can only get a 35. I think. From good opinion. He'd have to be my de jure vassal. I need the Kingdom of Sweden. Since he considers your faith hostile or worse, he cannot hold any de jure land in title. So I can't usurp the title. Wait, who has Sweden? That's not the same guy. That guy? He's got the title for Sweden, dude? Imagine forced vassalization of Sweden. I could do it. Why not? Would it be better, though, to just conquer the duchy instead of vassalizing the nerd? I think it'd be better just to conquer his one duchy. And that's kind of why I don't like forced vassalization very much, but I guess it's actually more expensive. Yeah. He's allied to my own vassal. Let me know how that goes. I'm trying not to be a land grab boy, but I'm not doing it for the land. I'm doing it for the title. The full kingdom. Oh, it's there. I thought this was it. Hi, I'm here to sleep, streamer. Timfish, get out. High King Zhuneg of Siberia crossed the door to the world of spirits at 59 years of age because Timfish showed up to the stream. He died from complications related to obesity. A charming man, he became famous for his elaborate feasts and grandiose balls, and also, don't forget his wars. High King Kazarak ascends to the throne, a crafty and perceptive man. He will have no problem gaining leverage where needed. That's the youngest, is that the youngest death? We played him for 31 years. Died after 11 wars, obesity complications. Head of the Ostioks, a living legend, a devoted servant. He was he didn't get to be a patriarch before he died. That's my only regret. Goodbye, 9 titles. Goodbye, duchy. Goodbye, Kingdom of Ob and Cumania and Caucasia and the Empire of Siberia. You want to see the map, chat? Everybody close your eyes. Here we go. Okay, peeling it back. Gotta rip the band-aid off. Siberia's got a cavity. Not as bad as I thought it was gonna be.